I've said it before and I said it again, the facts that I'm sharing here are gleaned from an analysis of their own works, ladies and gentlemen, and their artwork, all right? It's all there for the trained eye to see. It's not conjecture or speculation. The etymology and the symbolism lead somewhere. Anyone can follow it, not just insiders. Anyone can follow it. You're spiritually dead is what's happened. You're spiritually lost. Take a look around. Which is, by the way, how they want you. Your umbilical cord is cut now. You're in Mysteria, La La Land. You're in supernatural realms and disembodied realities. You're no longer here. You're no longer phenomenally present. You have no relationship with the stuff around you. That's how they want you. No, you're in the malignant hierarchies and bloody beehives designed to filter out the good, the moral, be they men or women.
Everybody, welcome, and thanks for joining us today for the Female Illuminati Broad webcast here with researcher, author Michael Starion. Michael, it's an honor to be here with you and to do this presentation. And Chris, we have something to present to Michael here for everybody.
Yes, we do. Dave, if you want to pass them over. As part of a year and a half long process, basically a journey of cooperation, of individualism, a good friend of ours in Vancouver created these magnificent talisman and amulet, and we've sent them around the world numerous times. Actually, they visited over 75 sacred places on the earth. So we would, we feel that they're actually coming home by us gifting it to you. So on behalf of everybody on the M-Star Conspiratorium and all those out there that shared in this experience, we'd like to present these to you, Michael.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Yeah, we tracked them online, so it was interesting to see all the different places that they turned up, and then finally to make it back as well. And I was hoping that you were going to bring them, so that's a surprise and very well liked. Yeah, it's like a Ouroboros, full circle.
Yes.
We'll have them put them right here while we're doing the presentation. Brilliant. Well, thanks everyone for being part of this on an auspicious day, I might add, May 2nd, and certainly an auspicious program. Female Illuminati will, hopefully it'll open a lot of doors and kickstart. It's not the end statement of this subject, but it will hopefully kickstart an important new reappraisal and reevaluation when it comes to secret societies. We're not going to have a lengthy introduction. Time doesn't allow for that. I want to get into the material straight away without lengthy preface. But I will say that have a pen and paper in front of you, or even a Word document open. As Chris said, you don't want to have too much open, but at least have a pen and paper to jot down things that we may skip past while we stick to the more important information. But certain websites I'll be mentioning, and other things you may want to jot down. And again, just if there is a doubt or you heard something and didn't quite get the spelling or whatever, contact us by Facebook and we'll get that information to you. But have that pen and paper to jot information down, especially if you're a newbie and haven't been following my personal work for, whatever 17 years I've been public or whatever. If this is your first introduction to this subject, you'll definitely want to scroll down some of the points that we make, because I just will not have time to pause and explain everything about, the slides. Another last key point in this short preface is that, look, I want to emphasize to everyone watching that I am not personally a Mason, and I'm not affiliated with any fraternities or secret societies. In fact, I go so far as to say that I really despise these types of fraternities and hierarchies, because one, they're hierarchies, and two, they're demonstrably corrupt. Now that doesn't mean that every Mason of every lodge is a bad person or is actively doing evil in the world, far from it. A lot of them do charitable works. But I'm talking always about the top of the pyramid, the kind of alpha lodge level. And you'll see that that's quite an elevated level. So that's the kind of group that I have no time for. If Freemasonry was exclusively a social activity and a charitable, establishment, then of course it'd be ludicrous to be firing any kind of thunderbolts at them. That would be really reprehensible. But I think that it's bad enough that we have hierarchies at all on the broader metaphysical level, social hierarchies, because corruption can so easily enter in. And when it comes to these secret societies, that unfortunately is certainly the case. As I said, it's also demonstrably true. There's 700 pages books out there, experts like Stephen Knight and Martin Short and others, and many others, that have exposed the fact that these Masonic societies are indeed corrupt, and they often filter out good men and women, leaving only amoral or immoral people in charge. And this is a huge problem for the world, and where good men who could occupy those same positions of authority and do incredible work in the world with that institution behind them, no, they're being filtered out, and the psychopath, the narcissist, is being actively promoted. This is of course a scandal. But anyway, if we move straight away into the content, and the first thing to think about really here is that there's no positive or negative sisterhood existing today. This is one of the scenarios that people can identify with. We can also say, no, there's a positive-minded sisterhood that exists all right, but it hasn't had time to intervene in human affairs for whatever reason. And then we can take the scenario that, look, there is a negatively minded sisterhood which exists, but which cares nothing for the welfare of humans. Now, if you believe the first part, as I said, well, then, it's comforting to those who refuse to believe that there's any kind of overarching architecture of control. And it's not a sensible position, as I said, given what we know about EU intrigues and so on. But that scenario gets one off the hook, because it makes you believe that evil just has mundane roots, and you don't have to be thinking about anything more subtle, certainly about the existence of secret societies. So it's more comforting. How do we uncover the existence, I asked, of such an echelon of power? What could we possibly do? Do we have any tools at hand? And the answer, as I've said throughout my work, is absolutely we do. And that's called symbolism and etymology. These are key. And it is something that is accepted. Albert G. Mackey says that the first learning in the world, says the great antiquarian Dr. Stukely, consists chiefly of symbols, the wisdom of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Egyptians, Jews, of Zoroaster and Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, and all of the ancients that has come into our hand is symbolic. He goes on to say that man's earliest instruction was by symbols. The first religions were eminently symbolical. The older the religion, the more the symbolism abounds. Thus, there is more symbolism in the Egyptian religion than in the Jewish, more in the Jewish than in the Christian, more in the Christian than in the Mohammedan, and lastly, more in the Roman than in the Protestant. And I must add that this tradition of communication by symbolism was originally taught by the Druids, the Arya. I've emphasized in my work, it's a key theme to always remember really, that that there's two schools, two traditions, two perspectives when we're dealing with subject matter like this. The esoteric versus the exoteric schools. And this again is also acknowledged by people within the secret societies. Wilkinson tells us that even amongst the initiated, there was a difference. Some were admitted only to the lesser mysteries. The greater mysteries were for the favored few. So a strong division there between the groups. And it's of vital importance for us to understand that within the elites, within the hierarchy, these high-born demagogues, there are private forms of worship. They revere gods that are not well known publicly, not known to you and I, you see. and that their public life is really a veil or a persona or a sort of a screen, and they perform a charade, really. And we buy into it because we're in the marketplace, we're outside the walls of the silent temple. But no matter what god, like Aton actually is one of these gods, the god Aton, he was a privately worshipped god of a private dynasty, a private family that only later on became public. And we have to really get that into our heads, that there's a private form of worship going on, and we're not really meant to know anything too deep about that. You know, we're not knowing what goes on in the inner circle. And it's important in a way because we need the symbolic literacy, because otherwise we could be swept along with what these elites want us to believe. This is very much the case with the Da Vinci Code or Da Vinci Con and movies of that kind. Entertaining they may be, but if we were to buy into what they're telling us about the history of the world, you know, we might be misled actually. So we can't just believe what the officially vetted productions are telling us. We've got to know how to decode and decipher on our own. Now, the existence of the sisterhood has indeed been expressed and conveyed in the media in many presentations. We can think of Rider Haggard and his She book, and also the film, Cat People, Metropolis, the film, Snow White, Disney's Cruella de Vil. Again, if you're watching with educated eyes, you're just watching for entertainment. It's not people aren't going to get what I'm talking about at all. But The Wizard of Oz, the movie Red Sonja stands out as being interesting. Star Trek, the whole concept of the Vulcan priesthood, the matriarchy there, that the whole of Vulcan, this extraordinary race of people, yeah, but they're ruled over by a matriarchy, aren't they? Superman movie number 2 is especially interesting, with the character Ursa. You know, get that movie out, watch it with educated eyes, check out what's going on. Ursa's ambition jumps to mind, you see, her hatred of humans. And then even in the Marvel comics, we've got the character Phoenix. What's being told to us there? But certainly I think of the James Bond franchise, and specifically the first movie on Her Majesty's Secret Service. It's the name is worrisome enough. But here they are, perched on a mountain, a white mountain. Bear that in mind, because we're going to see how important that motif is later on. In Switzerland, a sort of a matriarchy of women who are being sent out into positions of authority to control the world. Many of them mind-controlled. But in the picture I've selected, just look there where I've circled, you'll see a cross of the House of Lorraine. It's also Scottish Rite Freemason symbol. Very, very high level Freemasons. Very, very powerful royal houses. There it is, right there in the middle. I didn't put it there. There it is. Well, what is that of all the symbols doing? Well, we know that Ian Fleming was a member of MI5. The character James Bond is a Secret Service. Yeah, but in real life, the MI5 used the symbol of the pyramid with the eye. In Russia, you have the Okhrana, or secret police, who also used that. Now, sticking with our media theme, I can think of the Doctor Who series, programs, and especially The Brain of Morbius, an extraordinary program there. And also think of Planet of the Spiders and Snake Dance, which have these extraordinary motifs of ruling females. Can also mention Time Monster, actually. And as another one, in the Blake 7 series, we have a race of vampires. And in Star Trek, the episodes Is There in Truth No Beauty and Cat's Paw would certainly come to mind. But if we move on now and examine instances of the overwhelming prevalence of female symbolism just all around us in the world, in both a more mundane context, in a prosaic way, as well as an arcane way, we start to see some patterns, you know, if we have this pattern recognition. And it will ease us into the right perspective also as we move through the rest of the program. And I write here that the first prehistoric cave art depicted women, not men, and depicted women in charge of the hunt. So right away, the first artwork, I mean, get this, the first artwork is depicting women being in charge of the tribes and the people, the societies. They're the dominant ones. Most early gods are depicted as half man, half beast. It's only goddesses who are shown as wholly anthropomorphic. Why? Does this mean that man was a hybrid entity? as I write about in my Atlantis book, you know. But in any case, the depiction of gods was a very late phenomenon. Okay, it came much later in history. And it doesn't matter what form that god was depicted in, a child lover or what have you, but it was very late in the day. For hundreds of thousands of years, it was goddesses almost exclusively that turned up in the artwork. Many great cultures were matriarchal, such as the Etruscans, the Minoans, the Egyptians, and Celts. Ancient kings, be they Amorite, Babylonian, and Sumerian, etc., right? They had titles such as servants of Asherah, that's a goddess, and diggers of the garden. And we'll see how important the garden is when it comes to female symbolism later on. But these kings, the rulers of the empires, were actually bearing titles that directly relate to goddess culture, goddess worship. Many ancient people, such as the Israelites and Romans, employed a lunar calendar. Well, we got a sun up there. Why are they measuring time by the moon? That's a goddess. Not in every culture, it was also a god, but in comparison to the moon, in comparison to the sun, it's feminine. I mean, wouldn't the sun be a more obvious choice? The Maya and other cultures used the rotation of Venus to set time. The pentagram and pentacle connote the planet Venus. This is a most important diagram, a most important emblem, a most important symbol. It surrounds us in the world. It's been there for since antiquity. The pentagram. Well, it's a symbol of the planet Venus, as well as other goddesses of that type or name, right? Ashtoreth, Ishtar, Inanna, Asherah, and others even. And as we go through this presentation, you can see that the pentagram basically is central symbol in this program. But so is the number 13. And that turns up as a sacred number even 35,000 years ago. Well, why? What's so odd about the number 13? What makes it so special? Well, one thing is that wherever it is found, it signifies the female and the goddess. The vast majority of ancient temples in the world stand on hills or in circles. They often feature Vesica imagery, which is again representing the female goddess. Most temples are terrestrial personifications of the goddess, and this holds true for the Temple of Solomon and almost every other church and synagogue. Many later churches are actually built over the sites of previous sites that were goddess shrines existed. This is a study in itself. All over the world this is the case. In fact, even the word church comes from the goddess named Circe. The word church is actually named after a goddess, not a god. Great cities were commonly named after tutelary goddesses. Indeed, the word city comes from cetus, meaning womb. Right, and this is well known to those who've been to Rennes-le-Château and places like that. With the extraordinary design of churches and even earth geomancy is deeply related to the pentagram and to the goddess. And once you've gone there, you can, and this also holds true for a lot of places in Ireland, like Maeve's Cairn and all the rest of it. Absolutely, you nail it once you go traveling yourself. Then it's you don't need anybody to tell you, and it's not doubted. Now, in Ireland and other countries, nobles were buried in cairns and mounds representing the womb, right, or even the breast of the goddess. In Egypt, the sarcophagi, the tombs in which one was laid, in the upper lid, when it was closed over you, you had the symbol of you had the diagram, an image of the goddess Nut, the heavenly goddess being closed over the deceased. It's all around us, you see. And then there's this incredible connection between the word cross and the word for serpent, keras. They're connected words. We'll see more about that later. But of great interest is this concept of the Sibyls, the Sibylline oracles, the Sibylline texts, the Sibylline books. They're the most revered documents in the Roman Empire. And the Sibyls were what? A goddess cult. And the term Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of the ages, or New World Order, whatever way you want to render it, comes from those scriptures. So that's that motto that's found on the American dollar bill. It comes from a goddess cult. Although it was later borrowed by Virgil, the poet, right? And these texts, amongst other things, predicted the coming of Constantine, I assume the rising of Christianity, and many other historical events. They inspired many of the poets and philosophers of the time, and many thereafter. We're told by esoterically minded people in the East that we're actually in an age of a goddess, Kali. Right? This is the epoch we happen to be in, is named after a goddess. A period of iron and tears, a period of darkness, a spiritual declination where the truth becomes a lie, and men live on a base or hedonic level, out of touch with their true natures. In the Rig Veda, one of the great scriptures of the East, we read of Viraj, the active, creative, feminine principle. Well, it's very similar, isn't it, to Shakti, to the Kundalini concept. It's very similar to Bhavani, the mother goddess of the Trinity, the famous Trinity that's known all over the East, from Burma to India, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Yeah, but what about the fourth overarching part? The mother goddess. Why is that sort of shunted and pushed into the background? The innumerable heroes we hear of myth riding out to overcome some monstrous serpent or beast in order to win the hand of some mysterious, often otherworldly princess with special powers. Right? The hero gets those powers, but he's got to go through a sort of a underworld rite. This was true in Ireland of Cuchulainn, the great giant with his powers. But the story goes that he learned all of that. He learned his martial skills from a witch, a female. His son, the giant Finn McCool, is taught the art of war by two females. And this holds true, reminds us of the Greek Perseus, who's armed by three maidens. In alchemy, again, the esoteric tradition of alchemy is Hieros Gamos, chemical wedding, central motif, central precept. Yeah, but it referred to the goddess Hera and her cult. And later becomes important to the Rosicrucians. We'll hear more about them later on. Now, more crucially, we find feminine symbolism in Christianity. If we turn to Christianity, the God worshipped by Jews and Christians is androgynous, not male. How many Christians actually know that? How many know that Jehovah, Elohim, El Shaddai, I mean, they're just the names of God, but they happen to be feminine terms. We don't need to go very far. We just need to look at the names that they're called. Forget any other levels of research. In the case of Elohim, it's worse. It's not only feminine, it's plural. Elohim is used about 2,570 times in the Bible. It refers, probably, if you really decode it, it really refers to the female goddesses, not the male at all. Elohim, when you hear that term, it's dealing with a feminine creatrix. It's referring to a female demiurge and her helpers. Shaddai. Well, it's Jewish, right? It's the name of God. They call it the Canaanite version of Jehovah. Problem with that is that the word shad in Hebrew means breast. You're suckling at Jehovah's breast? Now, it doesn't quite ring true, does it? But if you're suckling at the goddess's breast, no, it's explained. Ignatius Donnelly, great scholar Ignatius Donnelly, says that Job, this is the book of Job, is in the purest Hebrew. The author uses only the word Elohim for the name of God. All the verses where Jehovah occurs and are later interpolations in a very old poem written at a time when the Semitic race had no other name for God but Elohim, before Moses obtained the elements of a new name from Egypt. So what's Donnelly telling us here? Elohim precedes the name of Jehovah. They were worshipping an Elohim, right? I said that's a female name and plural to boot. Yeah, but it precedes what came later, and we're going to see that this is the absolute chronology. Preceding what we know, preceding the motifs that we know, the traditions we know, was another tradition. And we can't afford to forget about it. There's secrets in there that we need to know. Same thing here. The scriptural references to Lilith clearly describe her as a being created before Adam and Eve, the alleged first parents. Well, what are we to make of this elusive female? These presences such as Lilith and Sophia. What are they even doing there in the text? I mean, as I said before, the thing is complicated enough, and now we've got these unexplained female. There, of course, most traditions demonize him, like Satan. He's demonic, half fish, half snake. How many Christians know that Adam and Lilith, not just Adam and Eve having Cain and Abel, but wait a minute, there's another tradition. In some traditions, Adam and Lilith had a daughter, considered the first beauty, the first beautiful woman to exist. What about the bloodline that may have descended from her? That's not openly taught in Sunday school. Is that an instance of a sisterhood that we're not being told about, that descend the descendants of this daughter of immense beauty and Adam. The Temple of Solomon is really dedicated to Venus. It's aligned with conjunctions of Mercury and Venus. Right? It's alignment. It's actually aligned purposely, deliberately, with conjunctions of Mercury and Venus. This astrological alignment is known to high-level Masons and Judites as the Shekinah. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. And as I said, according to Clement of Alexandria, the veil that separated the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple was pentagram shaped, or at least had a pentagram on it. Yet the Temple of Solomon's put before us as, that's Jehovah, that's all the Jews, that's all masculine and patriarchal. Well, I can tell you one thing. The pentagram has nothing to do with male symbolism. So the symbolism is telling us something in contradistinction to the normal traditions. And I'm very interested in why that is. Angels, right? Cherubim and seraphim. They're words that also refer to shining serpents. Could these also be euphemisms for females, I ask? Seraphim are considered by some to be identical with a Nahash. The word root SRF from seraph actually means serpent and also to burn. But later when these cherubim and seraphim are being depicted in art, they're often long-haired, androgynous, and even female. So what is the artwork telling us? Now the Essene masters, right? Some traditions even think Jesus was an Essene. Well, they were known as the star, and that is a reference not just to the sun, but more esoterically to Venus, the morning star. The name of Jesus in the rabbinical tradition, Yeshua ben Panthera, is an appellation for Jesus Christ, right? But the panther and later the lion, which are often put before us as male symbols, actually were symbols of the ancient mother goddess. So the name of Jesus is directly linked to the goddess tradition. He was also known as the shepherd, right? We all know that. But this is an ancient title bestowed on the son lover of the goddess. As we saw before, the number 7, the number most associated with the primordial goddess. Hence, the Sabbath day is truly dedicated to the female goddess. It's a day of rest because it symbolized the goddess's period of menstruation when no work was allowed. And the tree of Asherah or Ishtar, earlier forms of Venus, featured 7 branches. The original goddess gave birth to 7 lesser gods. The crucifix symbol originates with the goddess with outstretched arms, known as the Orantes. And although in Greek the name of the Holy Spirit is gender neutral, in Aramaic and Hebrew it is rendered in the feminine aspect in the Trinity, an attribution consistent with Gnostic traditions. So when we see the Pharaoh with the crossed arms, what are we to think? Mary Condren tells us that the triple goddess would be replaced by the Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Timothy Freak and Peter Gandy say that from the Christian myth cycle, we know that the Holy Spirit is a pseudonym of the goddess. Heracleon and Ptolemy tell us that the dove symbolizes Sophia, the mother above. The dove was a widespread symbol of the goddess in the ancient world and was adopted by the Christians as a symbol of Mary. So we got one thing on the surface. We got one thing on the surface known to the rank and file, and we've got something quite different just beneath that surface. The great Gerald Massey tells us that in the 10th or 11th century, the Holy Ghost began to appear in Christian art as a little child, next as a youth, and lastly as a man. And the female nature, which had been first, was finally excluded from the Trinity. So we got somebody out there with a rubber duster, changing things. It morphs, it transmogrifies, but you can either, as I said in the very beginning, believe that that's a deliberate action, or it just happens of its own. And we know that in the 8th century is the first time, 800 years AD is when Jesus first appears near a cross, anywhere near a cross or a crucifix. He wasn't even depicted as an adult male until the 6th century, 600 years. How authentic is that? And Helen Ellerby tells us that other older temples and sacred sites, once dedicated to pre-Christian goddesses, were rededicated or replaced with churches for Mary. In Rome, on the Esquitine Hill, the Santa Maria Maggiore replaced Cybele's temple. Near the Pantheon, a church dedicated to Mary adjoined Isis' sanctuary, while another was built on the site which had been dedicated to Minerva. On the Capitoline Hill, the Santa Maria supplanted a temple of the Phoenician goddess Tanit. In Cyprus, shrines that were Aphrodite's hallowed ground easily became those of Mary, who to this day is still called Panagia Aphroditessa. So transmogrification, plagiarization, cannibalization. In fact, the very Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Rome is built over a site dedicated to Venus, you see. Many sites in Rome and Vatican are built over sites that were sacred to Aphrodite or to Cybele, this interesting ancient goddess. Now, Christianity truly founded not by Constantine, but by his mother, the Empress Helena. So all this banter about what Constantine did, both of them died as members of pagan organizations, by the way, of solar cults. The word Amen that you find at the end of prayers derives from men, an Egyptian word meaning moon, which refers either, as I said, depending on what tradition you're coming from, to a moon god or goddess. There's even some traditions where the sun is female. Now, the bread of the Eucharist is an ancient goddess symbol, right? Because the four symbols of the goddess was water, yeast, salt, and grain. And so anytime you had the concept of bread, it was absolutely patently a goddess symbol. And wine, that's so important to religion. Wine is also a patented goddess symbol, the vine and the wine. That wine represented blood, all right, but not the blood of Jesus. It represented the menstrual blood of the goddess. There's nothing male about it whatsoever. Now, baptism waters happen to be salted. You should ask the local priest why that is. But this is a deliberate move to equate it with the uterine waters of birth. Your birth waters that you was born in are salted. It also feminizes the symbol of baptism. One is born anew in the waters of the female, not the male. This is just one of many appropriations from cults, goddess cults. Now, Jesus was immaculately conceived. He is no earthly father, but does have an earthly mother. Or she's emphasized anyway. So why is Joseph's role diminished so, and Mary's role emphasized? Why is that? The common idea in Catholicism is that salvation occurs by way of the Virgin. She's considered the mother of all men. Well, I ask, is Mary then a stereotype? An actual Mary lived and birthed Jesus? Or are we dealing here with an archetype? Is she out front as a symbol for something that's operating behind her? Because even in the Jesus story, the male is the father is utterly demoted to the point of non-existence. Now, why is Jesus anointed by a woman? Like Mary Magdalene anoints him. And why did women oversee and perform the highest initiatory rites for ancient kings and pharaohs? The plethora of mysterious females surrounding Jesus in the New Testament were downplayed and denigrated by the patriarchs of the church. And we have those women. They're there at his resurrection. They're there at his crucifixion. They're there at the anointing. And they're there all right. Are we to take the descriptions, believe the descriptions given to us by the official sources? Now, cryptic terms such as prostitute and harlot actually allude to female members of powerful and wealthy ancient cults and castes. See, this will come as a big shock to you if you're a newbie to all of this. But this is an absolute, verifiable fact. These were the temple prostitutes and vestal virgins, which meant that they were highborn aristocrats. So why is this special role of women concealed in the Bible? We're talking about daughters and wives of the highest rank, from families of the highest in the lands in those days, serving in this way. Now, after the crucifixion, John and Mary traveled to the city of Ephesus, the major capital of the cult of the ancient mother goddess. In fact, that city became their new home. Ever look at that wonderful Arabic Islamic architecture? Do you know what you're looking at? Those are tree symbols. Those arches are actually of the date palm, but that date palm was sacred to the goddess. It was actually called Tamar, Tamar, which means beautiful female or beautiful woman. And the fruits of the figs or whatever, these beautiful orange fruits, they're euphemisms for something else. Just like the apple in the Garden of Eden story is a euphemism for something else. We'll be looking at that later on. And this tree symbolism, we mentioned symbolism, we mentioned etymology, but my God, as I showed in my Tree of Life books, tree symbolism is another all-important royal road to the truth, right? You want to decipher and decode properly? Get into tree symbolism. That'll take you somewhere all right. We'll move on from Christianity, a few anecdotes we had, and look at Masonry, which is allegedly, is it not, a very patriarchal institution? Every Mason novice participates in a ritual which simulates the death, dismemberment, and resurrection of Osiris. This means that each Mason is given new life by a representative of Isis, that is, by the goddess. And he's even known as a widow's son. A lot of female symbolism there. Each Mason isn't even a Mason until he's initiated, goes through this underworld cycle that in the original, right, the archetypal motif is orchestrated by the female goddess, not the male. In fact, the male's dead. He's cut up into lots of different pieces. Well, what's patriarchal about that exactly? The initiation to get you to become a Mason is entirely goddess-based. They undergo what is referred to as a second birth. All right, well, okay, let's just go back to first births, let alone second birth. Who gives birth? Which animal, creature, sex, gender gives birth? Now, is it based on Osiris and the Isis? That's it? The whole Masonic thing? That's what most of the commentators believe. It's just a replaying of Isis-Osiris thing. The whole idea of being given a second birth and all of that. Yeah, but is it? Could that itself be a cover? Masons wear aprons, which obviously refer to females. Now they say, well, we got that from Jewish tradition, the Kohanim, the Cohens. They wore aprons, that's where we got it. And we think that's an answer? That you tell us that somebody before you, earlier Masons were using it? That doesn't explain anything. Where did they get it? Oh, not going to answer that. We're on our way. So do we rely on that? Why can't we dig deeper and find out? The beehive is a cardinal Masonic symbol, but beehives have at their center a queen bee. See, if you study the regalia of Masonry and the traditions of Masonry, you'll find that the beehive it's not just in Masonry, but in Masonry it's cardinal symbol. Well then, okay, it's their symbols. Let's decode why it is sacred to them. Well, it's because it's a hierarchy and all the other worker bees serve a queen bee at the center. Well, that's very masculine, that's very patriarchal. That explains it. Now, the center of an ancient sacred temples and of modern Masonic lodges is the ashlar. This apparently phallic object is yet again a goddess symbol representing Asherah, the consort of Jehovah. That column, that altar, is often known, instead of being shown as a phallic symbol, it can often be shown as a pole or a tree. So there's, and also as a square block, by the way. But it sits in the center. Now, interestingly, when we're talking about these secret societies, we find that these equestrian orders, these chivalric orders, even these livery orders, what are known as livery orders, what do these terms mean? What does the term equestrian refer to? Or even chivalric? Knights of this and knights of that. Knights of Malta, knights of Columbus. What do knights do? Well, they ride horses. That's why they're called equestrian. So equestrian statues represent goddesses such as Tanit and Epona. The horse is the whore for whom the knight officiates. This is a pun. This is breaking into some of the way that they work. So the horse is central. That's why they're even called equestrian orders. That's their own name for these chivalric orders. They're knights. Well, knights ride on horses. The kings of the world. And we find these statues all over the world, don't we? But do we ever stop to understand what's going on? We just think it's a bunch of just military stuff going on. But it's symbolic. You've got to learn how to decode this. The horse is the sisterhood, the goddess tradition, the matriarchy, which the king is merely the servant of. And white horses represented the planet Venus. Black horses represented Saturn. The horse in general, in the esoteric tradition, represents the vehicle by which the hero goes into the underworld and returns. It's the actual vehicle that the hero needs to become a hero, to matriculate. The horse is the means by which he does it. It's sent to him by the goddess so that he can go on to his travels. In Latin, Caballus, the word, it has a double meaning horse, but Kabbalah, Kabbalus. So again, there's a pun, there's a take on words that represent an esoteric arcane tradition that ordinary people are not initiated into. The Kabbalah, the secret tradition. So when they're riding the horse, they might as well be riding the Kabbalah. They're riding the secret tradition. It's nothing to do with the military. It's to do with a man, a hero, who's gone through the initiations to become who he is, because he's gone through rites and traditions you've never heard of, must be they Masonic or any other thing. In fact, in this symbolism, when you really get to know it, you'll find out that very, very, very rarely do you see a woman, a female, on a horse. There are exceptions, but it's extremely rare, because it's the wrong symbolism. It's the male who rides the horse. Innumerable commercial products, from Nestle to Starbucks, feature Masonic symbolism that does not originate from patriarchal sources. From street and civic architecture to money, from cars to politics, much of the symbolism connotes ancient and obscure goddess traditions. So that's our big question, isn't it? This is the one to take away after you've watched this program. Where is the patriarchal symbolism in Masonry and religion? I'd like you to tell me where it is. In occultism, the so-called left-hand path of black magic is associated with a female polarity. Sinister, right? On a chessboard, the queen is the most powerful piece. Psyche is the word we use for mind. So even when we're talking about thinking and the mind, we use a female word. Psyche is a goddess. Well, alma in Spanish means soul. In Hebrew and Latin, that same word means female, alma. More prosaically, more concrete examples, the simple city architecture. Another royal road for us to uncover the truth. Etymology, symbolism, tree symbolism, and then just pulling back and looking at the great designs of the cities. In Washington, D.C., we've got the Statue of Liberty. What does that tell us? The city is littered, as the whole of America is in other countries, with just goddess symbols. Goddess on the top of domes. Goddesses in the streets outside the universities. America's original states were named after goddesses. We'll see that later. Maryland and Virginia have an interesting history. We've got the Owl of Minerva turning up all over the place. We've got sphinxes, as we'll see. We've got the Albert Pike statue, which reveals a lot, as we'll see. We've got the George Washington statue. We've got the number 13. The Pike statue is actually on 3rd Street. He's buried at the House of the Temple. We've got the Oval Office. We've got the Pentagon. We've got the Washington Monument or obelisk. We've got triangular street geometry. We've got America's own birth, its astrological birth date. And we find out that the Oval Office, the Pentagon, and the obelisk, right, the Washington Monument with this little pyramid on at the top, well, that happens to be, in concrete, the symbol of the star Sirius. Sacred to who? Isis. Right, there it is, right in front of you there. I didn't draw it. That's the hieroglyphic of Isis, the hieroglyphic of the star Sirius. A pyramid, or pyramidon, or a cone is often called. A star and a dome shaped. In stone, deliberately created by Freemasons, but it's under, for now we just need to remember, it's under the goddess. Near the obelisk you have water running, right? It's a very important motif to observe when you're simply literate, about the water running by, a river or a pool of water nearby. And there's 22 other astrological symbols encoded into the architecture of Washington, D.C. You know, and we hear stuff about going up on the hill. Well, are hills and mounds associated with male symbolism then? I don't think so. What about Shooter's Hill? What about Camp David? Is any of this patriarchal? David Oveson, an expert on this subject, tells us that in the years following the revolution, the Masonic fraternities held ceremonial layings for such new enterprises as bridges, locks, universities, government buildings, state houses, memorials, and even churches. Such buildings were aligned with the stars and with the spiritual beings who ruled the stars. He's just emphasizing the tremendous ritual elements of all of this layings of cities. The tremendous emphasis on astrology and astromancy and divination and siderealism and astrotheology. He goes on to say, the ancient records indicate that it was a practice in former ages for the mystery centers that directed civilization to hand out newly founded cities to the care of specific spiritual beings. Well, you've heard all about that. You've heard all about that. That's taught to every school kid. That the city or town that you live in, the men who designed it, have handed that city over to the care of spiritual beings. The extraordinary truth is that the very existence of the Washington Monument is intimately linked with the Egyptian star Sirius, the Sihor, that the ancients represented in their sacred hieroglyphics as an obelisk as well as a star. How is it possible that this most important star of the ancient world should find itself, as it were, resurrected in the architecture of the United States? In the course of that day, when the cornerstone of the Washington Monument was laid, the sun would have passed over Sirius. Computations clearly show that on the day the Declaration of Independence was agreed in Philadelphia, the sun was on Sirius. The sun was in conjunction passing over the star Sirius. Now, whoever was directing the planning of Washington, D.C., not only had a considerable knowledge of astrology, but had a vested interest in emphasizing the role of Virgo. You know, Cancer is America's birthday, but when you really do your homework, you find out that Virgo is dominant in a lot of the signings and the layings. Yeah, but that's the most female sign of the 12 in the zodiac. And actually, there's about 88 constellations. So it's the most female of them. In fact, the Egyptian New Year opened in Virgo. Right? The Constitution of the United States was put before the people in Virgo. What's male about that? Now, Pierre Sabac tells us that the Egyptian word for star, Saba, or Shaba, is written in the hieroglyphic with the sign of a 5-pointed star, the pentagram diagrammatic of the orbit of Venus. Saba is related in Arabic to the word Saba, morning, suggesting an early correlation with the morning star, which we already seen as Venus, isn't it? That's the word Saba that gives us the word Sabian, Sabianism, the star watchers, the ancient star gazers. I apply it to this cult of Venus, or the dragon sisterhood. And by the way, even the dog star, which is the colloquial name for Venus, for Sirius, can also be, some people think that's erroneously. It's not dog, it should be dag, they say. Dagon, dragon. So it's the dragon star, or the star of the dragons, or the star of the dragon court. So you'll see how important all this etymology and symbolism is. What about the car company Saab? And then they have the US Pentagon, as we said. But okay, you got the US Pentagon, that's magnificent enough, startling enough. Go over to Rennes-le-Château in the south of France, you'll find pentagons and pentagrams galore. But it wasn't ordinary men who made, that was the Templars, the Masons who did all of that, just as they did Washington, D.C. and many other cities. So and in Rennes-le-Château, it's an open fact that those constructions, that geometry, that land is sacred to Mary, sacred to the representative of the goddess, the Magdalene and her cult. And I say that proves, does it not, the connection between the Templars and the Mary cult. I mean, it's intimately connected just from you visiting there and even reading the signposts. You don't even need to open a book. It's just openly admitted. But what does that tell us? This is really very, very, very strong proof of the thesis of this program. Just that one fact. And believe me, that's not the only instance of that kind of geometry in the world. And anyway, what are Templars, who are meant to be Catholics now, doing erecting labyrinths and dealing with pentagrams, aligning Notre Dame Cathedral with Virgo and other constellations? You think it was only done in Washington, D.C.? That's all goddess symbolism, as I've just shown. But on paper, the Templars and the designers of that locale are meant to be Catholics. So what's going on? Well, pentagrams surround us everywhere. Start opening your eyes again if you're a newbie to this. Don't take my word for it. They surround us. And once we understand why they surround us and what those symbols denote, well, we're on the right track and we become very, very different in our understanding of what's been going on in this world. And Pierre Sabak goes on to tell us something interesting. He says, the Sabai, right, the Saba, or the Sabai priestcraft is rendered in Greek as the Sibyl. So he says they're Sibyls. They're identical with the Sibyls. An oracular priestess. And that entity can be described as the goat. So the symbol of the goat is the symbol of the Sibyls, of the Sabians, of the stargazers. Well, it is a star. Of course it's the symbol of the stargazers. But a goat as well, that's where the goat symbolism comes in. And goat is the original origin of the word God. In Anglo-Saxon, G-O-T-T, got, meaning goat, is where we get the word God, by the way. But these Sibyls, their acts of prophecy took place during important transits of, guess what? Venus. Other planets as well, probably Sirius, but Venus specifically. And in Rome, it was a committee of 10 men who translated and interpreted those Sibylline texts. They were cult. Male, yes, priests, but they were decoding the information provided to them by exclusively female books. And then that percolated down into social and political spheres of operation. There's the goat. Goat of Mendes, Baphomet, George Washington in the shape of the god Baphomet, which is ostensibly a goat-headed entity or deity. You can find that another symbol of the Sibyls is the dove. That's all around you. Learn how to look for that symbol. It's a cardinal symbol of the Sibyls, especially in their connection to the Pleiades constellation. But the word dove is interesting because it also connotes divide and David. As we said, the goddess is connected to the city. The very word city can mean womb of the goddess. What do we see here? This is the goddess Tyche, T-Y-C-H-E, of Constantinople. Actually, she is the personification of that city. All right. So Constantinople was personified by a goddess known as Tyche. What is she doing here? Crowning Constantine. The goddess is crowning the founder of Christianity, the king of Constantinople. He can't become who he is, he can't do his work without first having a superior being, a goddess, literally the goddess personifying the city. And she was based on Cybele. As I said earlier, him and his mother remained members of secret societies like Sol Invictus for the whole of their lives. This image on the right is Minerva, the goddess Minerva, supremely important goddess. What's she doing? She's dictating the Constitution of the United States. Do we need to go any further in this program, or are we getting the picture already? Going to take a short break, and in the next section we are going to summarize what I already wrote about this subject in the Atlantis book. You'll find that very interesting. Give you a sort of a thumbnail sketch before we get into the heavy Masonic stuff. We need to sketch in what my previous work has said, especially for the ones of you who've been following my work for a long time. You'll find that very helpful as a refresher, and you go, oh, okay, now I can see where you're going. So guys, let's take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're back. In the Atlantis book, it was dealing with the chronology, is what we need to look at. I stated there that about 13,500 years ago, or BC, the Nephilim, the fallen angels spoken of in the great scriptures and chronicles, arrive. Now that date is just my take on it. I mean, these dates are subject. Lots of different authors have different times. This is the one I think is the most legitimate, but again, new discoveries also helped us to rectify what we know. Tiamat, a planet within our solar system, is destroyed. The asteroid belt is the remainder of it. That caused the first of the great modern cataclysms, which in turn created a traumatic situation for consciousness. The Nephilim establish Atlantis after they arrive. And it's in the Arctic, it's in the Appalachia, it's in the Atlantic Ocean. It included Britain, Greenland, and the Arctic region. That's where it was. As intelligent students have always said. Homo Atlantis, the sons of the serpent, are genetically created, right? A hybrid race that I refer to as Homo Atlantis. Sons of the serpent, as they're often called. But later on they rebel against their warlocks, against the original Atlanteans, against the Nephilim warlocks, and they vacate the planet. They vacate Atlantis, moving to Lemuria to set up their own culture. Went into this in the book, you see. Because of their rebellion, and because they left Atlantis, the warlocks of Atlantis, the original Nephilim, go ahead and create a new race, Adamic, this time with intelligence centers turned off or lowered. And so in the Atlantis book I was saying that we are that race. We are a hybrid race with both alien and human DNA. These atoms, the more dumbed down creatures, servants, they're actually rescued by the Lemurians who knew what was going on, knew that a new race had been created, and so they went in to sort of save them. We went into that. Because of that action, the warlocks were incensed, and so a war erupted, the War of the Gods, that all the mythologies and tribes talk about. Michael Tsarion did not write that. It is there for you to read in all the tribal legends and sagas of the ancient times. I just get into it because my culture, the Irish, talked about it. And I start pulling that thread to see where it would lead. That war precipitated Earth's second upheaval. It was so furious. And the legends talk about that too. And that then in turn led to a pole shift and the loss of the ancestral homelands, because obviously they're not there now. What happened to them, you'd ask? Well, they were destroyed. And that then led to something very important for the Nephilim, for the fallen angels, which is the loss of their technological hardware, because that was what they were all about. And I made that very prominent theme in the Atlantis book. They then decide to continue forging ahead. So the plan for history is agreed. We've lost a lot of our technology, not all of it, but we've lost a good portion of it. Hey, we like to genetically manipulate. We've got all sorts of super technologies and weapons. A lot of them are now damaged and broken. We have to continue to rebuild that technology, which means we've got to commit to a timeline. We've got to commit to pursuing that through the ages. And that's a tremendous project that also means dominating the world, dominating the planet. The descendants of the Nephilim discover they're trapped on Earth. We went into this. It has to do with a thing you could call, for argument's sake, the Stargate, in which they found out that they were interned on Earth. A kind of a quarantine. They couldn't get out even if they wanted to. That leads them to contact pan-dimensional entities around about the 16th, 17th centuries, a very fascinating period of British history or world history. And then as a consequence to what they're told by these pan-dimensional entities, they move from the British Empire to subdue the world, and actively and ruthlessly do so. And so where most of us will track our history is from the rise of the stock exchanges, from the great maritime powers, from the growth of the City of London, and the change within the status quo, where this one predatory country or a cabal within the country seek to dominate the minds and the economies and the slaves of the whole of the world. And even though the technology was reduced, I mentioned that other genetic manipulations and experiments did continue, but they were more primitive, and that's the origin of the reptilian concept, where you have your unicorns and your hybrid animals like your minotaurs and centaurs and sirens and all of that. And I also wrote of a serpent being, at that point, being a force for good. So this was the controversial aspect, of course, which others have commented on, that the biblical story of the fall and the Garden of Eden and what happened there, and the coming of the serpent into the garden to talk to Eve, is not to be thought of as an act of evil, as has been portrayed. In fact, in this context, it is a moment of freedom and awakening and salvation, where the Eve race is the one that responds to the call of what the Lemurian elders are saying, you're being enslaved, you don't have to be, come with us. Now, it's a very unfamiliar and controversial reading to those of you who are new, of course, but again, let's be open-minded and take on board some of these ideas as I do in that book. And this is, again, a concept that is backed by certain scholars. Joseph Campbell, for one, tells us that in Eve's scene at the tree, nothing is said to indicate that the serpent who appeared and spoke to her was a deity in his own right. Right? They don't tell you that he's a deity in his own right, who had been revered in the Levant, that's the Middle East, for at least 7,000 years before the composition of the book of Genesis. 7,000 years at least. The being that turns up in that story has been revered as a goddess or a god in its own right. We're not told that, is what Campbell is saying. And of course, this is so important because it opens the door, tells us that there was indeed, before the visitation, an antique pre-visitation goddess tradition operating in the world. So when it comes to the Lemurians, for one, this more positive Lemurian culture, the females who constitute that, there's males and females, so the female group that moved to Lemuria can benefit from a tradition that precedes even their own maker's arrival, if you get what I'm saying. Before the visitation of the Nephilim and their genetic experiments, this planet has known a tradition, a goddess tradition, that's in excess of 200 and maybe up to 300,000 years old. Even though some scholars date it much younger than that, and that's only because they're dating stone statues. They forget that wooden statues, which rotted and decayed, precede. So if you date by the wooden statues of the goddess, these figurines, they're hundreds of thousands of years old. So what I'm saying is that even after the time of the coming of the Nephilim and their antics, the Lemurian sisterhood could draw upon an earthly terrestrial tradition that was very antique. We need to bear that in mind. Helps connect dots. And we know very little about that nursery period. And the reason why we also know little about it is because, like Druidic traditions, it's been suppressed. There's been an active campaign of suppression to not let us know what was going on. And the patriarch is right glad that these wooden statues of the goddess do decay and did decay. It helps them no end that is the case. Now, of key importance to this is the references in ancient texts. So let's take a look at just a few of the most intriguing ones. In the book of Enoch, we read that, "And it came to pass when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters." Now, they're talking about this visitation directly. They are talking about the visitation. It's not the concoction of mavericks, it's right there in the scriptures. But when these Nephilim came, they decided to take unto themselves the daughters, the beautiful women of the world that they found here. "And the angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And all the others, together with them, took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and defile themselves with them, and they taught them charms and enchantments." Please note that last line. They taught them charms and enchantments. We'll be coming back to that in a minute. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. So something pretty hideous took place. In Genesis 6, the same refrain. "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives all that they chose." Now there is one book, the book of Jasher, that seems to indicate that the women were taken by force. Only one book out of all the scriptures that talk about this event, only one indicates that the women were taken by force. But that is a ridiculous idea, as we'll show. So I concede that there is one book that says that there was force involved and the women went unwillingly. But as you'll soon see, that is a ridiculous notion. Now the scholar Commodianus, he takes my view that it was a consensual union, and that changes the face of history, ladies and gentlemen. And he says, the women who seduced the angels were of such lewdness that their seducers could not now desire to return to heaven. Let's read this again. The women who seduced the... What? Wait a minute. It's the Nephilim who are doing the seducing, right? Well, Commodianus is saying, the women who seduced the angels were of such lewdness that their seducers could not now desire to return to heaven. Now remember that line I told you to remember? That the Nephilim are teaching the women? I don't know about you, but if you're teaching somebody, they're sitting down and being attentive to what you're doing. They're not in chains, they're not bound, because nobody learns anything in that state. So the fact that we read that they taught them something means consensualness, absolutely refuting the idea that the book of Jasher tries to put before us about this. Now in the Ethiopian text, the Kebra Nagast, it speaks and says that the daughters of Cain with whom the angels had companied conceived, but they were unable to bring forth their children, and they died. And of the children who were in their wombs, some died, and some came forth. Having split open the bellies of their mothers, they came forth by their navels. Pretty hideous stuff. But this is backed up by other texts as well. For instance, the Book of Giants. There's actually a book called the Book of Giants, an old apocryphal work that speaks about monstrous races, not one but several, and how each of them wiped the other out. And this impossibility to have normal sexual relations, in the Atlantis book, I say that that's what led to the genetic experiments. After this point, this lack of success, it's at this point probably that the genetic experiments were decided upon by both groups. In the Corpus Scriptorium, it says that the daughters of darkness became pregnant. And as a result of the beauty of the forms of the emissary whom they had seen, they had abortions, and the fruits of their body fell upon the earth and consumed the blossoms of the trees. So as we say, normal pregnancies, normal conceptions and births just were producing horrors. Well, we are on a good pedestal to know what this all means. If you would have read this 200-300 years ago, it would have been, I don't know what it would have been, but it wouldn't have made a lot of sense. Well, we're standing on a pedestal today where we have cybernetics, and we've got implants, and we've got genetics, and cell reproductions, and all sorts of parthenogenesis. So we can understand better than our forebears what this all referred to. The book of Enoch again says, and they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have bore giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And Uriel said to me, the angels who have cohabited with women, and their spirits assumed many different forms and defiled mankind, leading them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. They shall be bound here till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall be judged. What? And the women of the angels will be judged. There's complicity. Innocent people taken by force aren't given over to any judgment, are they? This implies collusion, folks. And on the evil of the fallen angels, the book of Enoch tells us, and now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh, right? They're a combination of spirit and flesh. I read that as just meaning that they're hybrids. Shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men and from the holy watchers. That's their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. So they're talking about the origins of evil here coming from this event. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. But if I'm implying that there's a collusion, an attraction, and a consensuality about the taking of the women, There's no fighting back, because none of the books talk about there are. Even the book of Enoch is not talking about any wars. There's no resistance from the women. And believe me, if there was, then the next thing would be that the men of the earth rise up, and that would be what our mythologies are reading. So how come there's silence upon that? My God, they talk about insignificant details. Absolutely insignificant details. Pages of pages of pages of text talk about it. Wouldn't they talk about the resistance of the females and the men coming heroically to save them? And wouldn't that then be a story worth telling in all the legends? None of the legends have it. So this is what interested me no end, you see. So when we ask, what was the attraction then? If the women are going with these creatures from another world who've just descended onto our planet, what's the attraction? Well, the book of Enoch tells us plainly. And the third was named Gadriel. He it is that showed the children of men all the blows of death. And he led astray Eve, and showed the shield and the coat of mail and the sword of battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. Technology, folks, technology is super technology, unbelievable technology, was the attractor that forced a group of women to turn traitor. No question about it. So we have the identification with the visitors, an interesting subject. They're seduced by their appearance and technological and magical powers. We have an animosity aspect towards the earthmen, born, as I say, from a neurotic envy over man's physical strength and endurance. It's a whole subject, we can't get into it here, but it's to be borne in mind that it wasn't just the attraction to the technology and the beauty and the handsomeness of the fallen angels, the visitors. There was also another psychological neurotic factor working between those women who turned traitor and the earthmen. And it has to do with a neurotic envy, which is still in our world today, by the way, over man's physical strength and endurance. Just like men have envy over women, women have envy over men. And it is this act or this syndrome that also contributed to this, is my belief. And it's not just my theory. Many of the world's myths speak of this power hunger, speak of this factor in females. In fact, even nowadays, envy is a major cause of disruption in women-to-women relationships. Well known, well treated by sociologists and in women's studies. And I just say, look, if it exists today, it existed in the past, and probably was even more destructive in the past. If you find a tendency, and I mean any tendency, mentally or emotionally today, why are we assuming that even thousands of years BC, that same tendency didn't exist? This is lunacy. Intelligence is in accepting that it did exist, and then fleshing that out, thinking about it. Wow, do you think these are just envies of the 20th century? The conflicts between the sexes is of the post-AD period? Well, it's not. And if we want the keys, the solutions to the troubles of humanity, if we want to get this humanity advancing in a positive direction, which seems almost impossible, but it's not impossible. But we're going to have to take on some very interesting ideas in order to get moving, to get this car out of the rut. Now I say that the sisters of the snake are favored and empowered. This is axiomatic. Thereby becoming queens over the earth, but they rule cruelly and ruthlessly. Eventually, in their envy and wrath against the men of the world, the sisterhood commits history's first act of genocide. Most, if not all, of the planet's aboriginal men were annihilated. So obviously when I talked about earth cataclysms and I said it was the first one 13,005 years ago, a lot of you would go, hold on, the earth has been visited by millions of years ago by awesome destruction. That's what I assumed. I know that. Right? It wasn't the first. I'm just using that word in parentheses. The first visitation, the first cataclysms. But the real first genocide of human beings, this is dated to that time and is original, is first. And it occurred, let's just get this straight chronologically, it occurred before the creation of the sons of the serpent. Right? This wasn't brought into the Atlantis book because it wasn't at that thesis yet. So those who've read the Atlantis book, mark this, note this, because it'll make sense. This destruction of the aboriginal men happened before the sons of the serpent were created. They were the first slave race, remember, even though they were intelligent. Well, before their advent. And again, many myths of many nations speak of this event. And they also speak about the dreadful goddesses and sorceresses, which mythology is absolutely chock-a-block full of. Evil women, strange goddesses like Durga and Kali and Kalich and many others. Where's that all coming from? The evil witch. The destructive, thoroughly evil witch. Where's that coming from? Now, I go on to say that the racial memory of this act has been completely repressed into the darkest regions of consciousness. This is so crucial. In fact, this thing goes through all my work, but it's very, very crucial here. The racial memory of this act has been completely repressed into the darkest regions of consciousness. However, although deeply buried, the memory constitutes a major wound at the base of consciousness. Now, knowing this is important for many reasons. One is, again, the healing process. How can you heal what you haven't diagnosed? How can you heal what you don't even know? In our day and age is an important day and age because it worked like this that starts to address what is really wrong psychologically with us. How the ego came into existence and what might be buried in those recesses of the Freudian unconscious, so to speak. And if it turns out to be traumatic content, can it be healed? And the answer is yes, it can. But if it isn't healed, then trauma is the number one thing, as I've said from the beginning of my work, that plays into the hands of the evil archies that rule our world. Please get this. Subconscious trauma is the essence of the power of even an external tyranny. I don't know how many times I've got to go into this, but this architecture of control is based on this. And nothing will change until it's recognized. Now, importantly, the repressed memory is the root cause of many men's subconscious antipathy towards women. Right? Look how that's changed history. The atrocities that women have suffered at the hands of men, right, malignant men, through the centuries is a symptom of this collective amnesia. And this isn't something esoteric, actually. It's 101 when you really understand what's going on. Genesis 3:14. Can we make sense of this now? And the Lord God said unto the serpent, right? That's not a serpent, that's a race. Because thou hast done this, done what? Saved the other slave race. Come in and said, no, you're not going to have them as slaves. We're saving them. We're taking them to Lemuria with us. Well, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above the beasts of the field. Upon thy belly thou shalt go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between the seed and her seed. Remember, the females, Eve's, listened to the serpent, meaning the Lemurians. And it will bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. So there's wrath involved here. There's races involved, not individuals. It doesn't work if you think of these as individual stereotypes. We're talking races. But there's code words being used that have to be deciphered. And what are we meant to make of this anyway? What's God going around doing, demonizing women that he's just made 5 minutes before, according to the Bible? Why is the demon in Judaism and Christianity, this demonization of the serpent and of the female? Well, we got to realize, as I said, it's not the penalization of an individual, it's the penalization of a whole group. And this Genesis 3:14 is then, when you understand it, it pertains to the rise of the malignant patriarch. Something's being demonized and demoted, yeah, because something else is being exalted and raised. Malignant patriarchy, which we've been under for over 2,000 years. Now later, after the war of the gods and loss of their precious technological hardware, the Nephilim and their female counterparts realized that a new Adamic race needed to be created. Physical strength was again needed. So you might have wiped out this group, the original Aboriginal group, but all your other servants have basically left you, and you've lost your technology. So it's not just so simple to go back to the drawing board, create a new race with all that strength and power. So it's up, we can debate, is it the Neanderthals with their colossal strength, or some other race, whatever, or is it, another Adamic race, which is what I tend to believe, or it could be a multiplicity of it all. A combination of the lot. But a new race that had the physical tensile strength and endurance was yet again needed, even though that was so loathed by the sisterhood. So a new Adamic race, the third hybrid experiment, was made and dumbed down to function merely as a slave. And that's us. We're that. We're the descendants of that one. In the Maya text, the Popol Vuh, we read something absolutely astounding. I've used this quote many times before, but it's always well worth looking at again. It's harrowing. Let us make him who shall nourish and sustain us. What shall we do to be invoked and remembered in earth? We've tried with our first creatures, but we could not make them venerate us. So then let us try to make obedient, respectful beings who shall nourish and sustain us. The Sumerian creation epic says, I will create a primitive, man shall be his name. And I will create a primitive worker. He will be charged with service to the gods that they might have their ease. The epic of Atrahasis dates to about 1630 BC, found in the Assyrian library of Nineveh. In a similar vein to the Enuma Elish, this is another text, a Babylonian text, one of the main ideals is to show why man was created by the gods. It was so that they themselves need not work on the earth to produce their own food. Genesis 3:17, by the sweat of thy face will be thy bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, for dust thou art, and to dust thou will remain. And of course people into the etymology know that even the word Adam or Adamu means of the earth, the red man, the humble man, made of low-grade materials. Leonard Schlein, recounting Plato's symposium account of this episode, they have different language for it, but we understand exactly what's being said. Zeus gathered the gods into council to express his concern that these unusual creatures would one day challenge their hegemony. He was loath to exterminate them with his thunderbolts, though, because there would be no one to bring the gods offerings. He solved the problem by putting each creature into a trance and then splitting it down the middle. Upon awakening, each half only dimly remembered what it had been prior to being cleft in two. Zeus explained to the assembled gods and goddesses the cleverness of his scheme. The creatures would no longer pose a threat to the gods because they would dissipate their considerable energy by spending the rest of their days searching for their missing halves. Does this sound familiar? Well, it's Plato, is it not, that gave us the story of Atlantis. And maybe 200 years ago or 100 years ago, well, it doesn't exist. But see, 20th century and 21st century science proves it does exist. They're digging it up every 5 minutes. So then, is this account meant to be also then labelled as fantasy? If half the other stuff Plato talked about has been proven, which was once considered mythical, are we still going to then reserve judgment on these other amazing claims that tomorrow science is going to say, oops? In the book The Apocalypse of Adam, an apocryphal text, we read, when God the Demiurge Sataniel, the ruler of the aeons and the powers, divided us in wrath. Then we became two aeons, and the glory of our hearts left us. After those days, the eternal knowledge of the God of truth withdrew from me and your mother Eve. Since this time, we've learned about dead things, like men. Then we recognized the God who created us, for we are not strangers to his powers, and we served him in fear and slavery. So the human race in slavery to the gods who made them. Popol Vuh again. Then the heart of heaven blew mist into their eyes, which clouded their sight as when a mirror is breathed upon. Their eyes were covered, and they could see only what was close, only that was clear to them. In this way, the wisdom and all the knowledge of the four men were destroyed. So huge seismic changes, but also psychological, you see, genetic, biological changes they're talking about. Genesis 3, the famous passage, and the Lord God said, behold, the man is become one of us, to know good and evil, and now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever, we better get down there and do something. Right, so the gods have made man, but they are very, very selective about what he's going to do. And they certainly don't want him to raise his consciousness and become anything like them. And if he even tries it, there's going to be penalization. Come, let us go down and then confound their language. Well, who's us for a start? That's a whole other lecture. But let's go down and confound their language. Is that a sign of loving gods? In the Atrahasis epic, a Babylonian account of the deluge, man is afflicted with plagues and other pestilence just before the disaster. Interruptions in the flow of waters from the mountains caused the Mesopotamian plains to become salty and unproductive. The reduction of fresh water allowed the Persian Gulf to back up at the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. As a result, the waters became brackish, and as the epic describes it, there's destruction. The second book of Enoch tells of a period of chaos just before the deluge, when society broke down and when peoples and nations waged war against each other. Second book of Enoch. So that was a summary. But one of the most interesting things, no matter what context you're dealing with the Garden of Eden, we really understand that mythologically speaking, a garden suggests a female zone or precinct. That's just the bottom line, where females have domination. And that image of the garden is simply not an image that originates with Judaism. Thousands of years before that, the Druids met in open groves, under the skies. Look up the word nematon. It represented the goddess. Or look up Rex Nemorensis. Because the Roman priests of Diana and Artemis was known as Rex Nemorensis, the king of the grove. You keep coming across these titles. The Babylonian and Akkadian kings, as I said, diggers of the garden, holding a pine cone of the tree of life. Holding pollen bags, little bags of pollen, because they're going to plant something. In fact, we see this today where potentates and various officials will go out with a spade and start digging up and planting a tree. Have you ever caught that act? It's very, very ancient. Now, you see, the problem, though, is that we have inherited all of these images, like the Garden of Eden scene, they're old, they come from the dawn of civilization, but we've lost the original meanings. That's why we constantly need to go back to these scriptures and reread it every year, because there's modern stuff happening today that helps us understand, so that we don't have to stick with the preposterous accounts and explanations that have been given to us historically. We can go back new and phenomenologically and look at it and tear it apart and re-evaluate these incredible legends. John G. Jackson says that the Bible version of the fall of man is incomplete. The role of the serpent is not explained, and the tree of life is not given due prominence in the story. In fact, those trees of life that seem to be so important one minute, there's really only 2 or 3 references in the whole Old Testament or the Bible to them. Well, you think that something so important to cause the fall, they got plenty to say about the woman and her sin. That's on and on and on it goes. But the actual motifs are just cast aside as if they were, no, we've used those, we'll throw them away now, scrub it. Why don't we hear any more about it? Monica Shu says that at least 2,000 years ago, before the Hebrew patriarchs wrote of the Garden of Eden, the Neolithic great goddess had her magic garden of immortality. That's why you don't hear about it. Because if you keep following that thread, it's going to lead you somewhere where these patriarchs don't want you to go. In Genesis, she says, are all the recognizable elements of the much more ancient mother goddess myth, symbol and ritual. Here is the garden of the goddess and her wise cosmic serpent, the tree of knowledge with its dark soma fruit, which became for Westerners the magic apple of the European white goddess. So she's fair complexioned. The earliest descriptions, the earliest goddesses described as fair complexioned, red haired, pale, that kind of thing. Golden haired. Yeah, you get them in the West a lot. As I said, etymology sends us in the right direction. I've said it throughout my work. And also as Beaumont, Commons Beaumont, already revealed in the 50s and 60s, that most of these Old Testament motifs that you find in the Levant, that you find in the East, they actually originated in the West. And if you want to know the origins of Eden, it's not that hard. Just go to the Norse, Scandinavian mythologies. There she is. Eden, or Idun, is the goddess. Ishtar is the Babylonian Asherah, coming from the German goddess Ostara. Okay, you understand that? Ishtar, that they're all talking about. Eastern, right? No. She comes from the Western goddess Ostara. Isis, Egyptian, right? No, she comes from the Nordic god Is, I-S. Kali, evil goddess of India, right? Well, no, that comes from the Ireland, Kailich, the Celtic goddess. Diana, right? The Greeks, Diana. No, well, guess what? That comes from Danu, the Irish supreme goddess. What about Hera, the head of the Greek pantheon? Well, sorry, that comes from Eri, after whom Ireland is even named. A goddess, one of 3 important ancient goddesses of Ireland. What's going on here? Ernest Busenbach tells us the name of Aphrodite, the Cyprian mother goddess, has the same meaning as the Persian word paradisa, or garden. The Hebrew word gan, or garden, appears to be closely related to the Greek word gun, meaning woman. And in some ancient languages, it's used as a metaphor for women. There you go. Garden of Eden, the very term garden, why did they choose it? Or paradiso, they wrote it, I didn't. Well, they might have put a footnote in there saying, oh, it means woman and the place of the woman. And the whole damn thing is about something to do with the female history, biology, and psychology. That would have helped, wouldn't it? Where weren't we told that? In the Count Goblet de Alveola, he says that according to Professor Sayce, one of the greatest Babylonian scholars, the divine Lady of Eden, or Eden, was termed in northern Babylonia the goddess of the tree of life, before receiving from the Semites the name of Babilu, gate of God. She was called in the old language of the country Tin Tir Kel, which most Assyriologists translate as the place of the tree or grove. Whoa. Yeah, the garden is a symbol of the female now, and the specific tree of life is her symbol? He goes on to say, in Palestine, the Bible tells us they venerated the simulacra of Ashtoreth, or Ishtar, representing this goddess of the fruitful and nourishing earth under the form of a tree. Tim O'Callaghan tells us that away from the temple, Asherah was worshipped in sacred groves. Indeed, her name means grove. The Asherah was the Neolithic goddess. Inanna, Ishtar, Ashtoreth, Astarte, Asherah, or it was the symbol of that goddess. It was a conventionalized or stylized tree, perceived as she, and planted therefore at all altars and holy places. Semiramis. The name actually may derive from Z, Emir, Amit. Semiramis, from Z, Emir, Amit. But that means the branch holder or branch bearer. Well, doesn't that identify her with the tree of life? Don't we still use the word branch when we're talking about the branch of a corporation or a school? Don't we use the word staff when we're talking about our personnel? Well, it's Druidism. Don't we go to the office? I'm off to the office. Well, that's from ophis, meaning serpent. Henry Shepherd tells us that the traces of serpent worship in this part of Greece are so numerous, and it would be perhaps wearisome as well as needless to recount them. Some sculptures, however, may be mentioned. One of these represents a tree encircled by a serpent. An altar appears in front. Another shows a tree with a serpent entwined about its branches. A priestess stands by the altar. A third has in it, the center, a tree with a serpent enfolding it. To the right of the tree is a naked female holding in her hand a chalice under a serpent's mouth, and near her a man in the attitude of supplication to the serpent. Remember the symbolism and etymology. The symbolism and etymology. Boy, you can cut through all the lies if you just follow the symbols. One circumstance which forcibly struck my attention, says Foster's Sketches of Hindu Mythology, was the Hindu belief of a trinity and a beautiful woman and a serpent. Hindu, not Christian. John G. Jackson says a drawing brought by Colonel Coombs from a sculpted column in a cave temple in the south of India represents the first pair, right, that's the primal couple, at the foot of an ambrosial tree, and a serpent entwined amongst the heavily laden boughs, presenting to them some fruit from his mouth. But the Bible does allude to the very being we're talking about. You just got to look for it. Proverbs 3:15, she is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honour. Her ways are the ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her, and happy is every one that retaineth her. Well, you're reading Proverbs, why don't we rewind to Genesis and connect the dots? She is a tree of life. She is the tree of life. As I said, the garden and the tree are female symbols par excellence. But of course we have the two characters, don't we, as well, to decode. The Eve and the Lilith. And dozens of ancient nations speak of this peculiar primordial female, the singular female. Certain versions of the Bible even call her Adam's first wife. As I said, they may have even had a daughter. And that might in itself also talk about the annihilation of the original man, by the way. Remember we said the aboriginal man was destroyed? Yeah, well, Lilith wouldn't sleep with Adam. She thought of him as lower. She disobeyed him. She had distaste for the male. The Bible's account is stressing her superior status. And once we really decipher and discover who Lilith and Eve, for that matter, really are, and we're referring to, we're again on the way to unlocking a lot of secrets. That original sin that everyone talks about also could, in my view, pertain to this destruction of the aboriginal male. That's where its origins might be, even though it's garbled. Now, Edward Carpenter tells us that Adonis, or Tammuz, the Syrian god of vegetation, was a very beautiful youth, born of a virgin, and so beautiful that Venus and Persephone, or Proserpine, the goddess of the upper and underworlds, both fell in love with him. What is this? What's this about? Is it that these queens of the Nephilim, this particular sisterhood, could they maybe have used men as sacrifices? Did they take them as consorts and playthings? Did they seduce them? Is there also that level of eroticism to bear in mind? I mean, the ancient texts seem to talk about it. They seem to emphasize a lot of sexual liaisons and eroticism. And so do the mythologies. Adonis and Tammuz, beautiful youths, born of the goddesses. The goddesses fall in love with those children that they've borne. This goes for Attis. It goes for Adonis. Adonis was a simple woodsman, seduced. Attis, the same. By the way, Attis's mother was Nana, right? That's the Western archetype of Inanna over in the East. Just as an interesting fact. Now, what we really have here, what we're really dealing with at this point, is two groups. A benign group driven to near extinction, which I've coined the term Sophic to cover them. Sophia meaning wisdom. So let's just refer to them for convenience as the Sophic sisterhood, versus Sophianic. And I just chose that because it rhymes with satanic. So it's kind of easy to remember, isn't it? This is a Stygian or Medusan group, exposed here in this program for the first time, really. Now, neither group's thought or mentality is really comprehensible to us without a lot of hard work, especially that of this Sophianic branch. That's what we're going to try and unpack as we go through the program. But, at the end of the day, to even get to think like both of these groups is itself a task. Because of the thousands of years that separate us, yes, but also because of the psychology that separates us. We're not as we were. We've got an ego, we've got a threshold, we've got a subconscious, we've got repression, we've got dissociation, we've got historical amnesia. How could we possibly start to conjure? Well, some people have done it in science fiction, as we saw earlier on. Some people have tried in book form, in art form, and in these texts we can get to grips with it. But for now, we understand there's a rival sisterhood going on. The Sophics are the Lemurians, wise ones. And then the Sophianics are the consorts, the consensual, consenting, identifying females. That's the branch. Their thinking is atavistic. This is a word you need to look up. This is a word you need to research and think about. Chronically fixated on the past. Past-oriented. That's friendly definitions, to be chronically fixated in the past. When you really are, it's something else. This is cobwebs, this is underground caverns, this is the kind of thinking that doesn't acknowledge the movement of time at all. And evidence. When you look around in our world, you find plenty of evidence of this atavistic thinking. It's right there in front of you. Hopefully by the end of this program you'll be up on it. You'll know how to go about looking for it. And when you do, it's one of the trails of the predator. It's this atavistic thinking and your knowledge of how to spot it, right? Like a detective that actually opens the door to the threshold of this sisterhood. So somebody's going to say, "Oh, Michael, how did you find out about all this?" I've just explained it. When you know what atavistic thinking is and you see its evidence in the world around you, in the magazines and billboards and TV programs and in thought, it's an incredible thing to be matriculating in, because it leads you somewhere, okay? It will help you to understand what you see around you in the world. Another thing about this Sophic versus Sophianic rivalry is the rivalry, the intense hatred that exists between the sects for each other. The latter sect, the Sophianics, have sought through the generations, you see, through the centuries, to humiliate and sabotage, totally undermine the work of the former. That's why you don't see a lot of the work of the former, but you see plenty of the work of the latter. And it's a major reason for the suppression. All you feminists, start listening up. You thought it was all male violence, right? No. In this rivalry, it is the rivalry and the action of destruction from the Sophianics to the Sophics that truly accounts for the repression and historical suppression of womankind. Can you take that on board? Well, you better, otherwise you're not going to see no progress. You can stick with your theories as long as you want, but you're dooming the human race to permanent arrestation by just simply blaming men, malignant men only. There's something so much more subtle going on. Now, the feminists want us to believe what we know they want us to believe. Yes. Put the blame at the door of men only. They haven't even scratched the surface. It's time to move on. Now, we are given hints. We are given hints in the artwork. Interestingly, the wife of Cain is called Luluva or Luluwa. She's thought to be Eve's daughter. All right, get this. Wife of Cain is Eve's daughter. I bet you a lot of you have heard of this. They just love talking about Luluva. Their son, right, Cain and Luluva are given birth to Enoch. We rarely hear of her. She's another one of the early beauties. Beauty is emphasized. Other sources think she might be the daughter of Lilith and Adam, as we said. But just understand that their son is Enoch, the son of Adam. Now, this animosity changed the course of history. This is the key thing to grab. This Sophianic versus Sophionics changed the world we know. So we're living today. We get to be who we are. We get to have the problems we have because of this. Partly because of this. Our world history is shaped by this. By occult forces. Right? Occult forces and their history. What they've been up to. And we're so expertly distracted that we know next to nothing about these conflicts. That's what comes as a big shock when somebody talks about it. But the references exist. Jewish scriptures describe Lilith as fish or serpent-tailed. Other traditions speak of her having strange markings. You know that whole thing about the witches with their strange markings. In Celtic legend, you have the dark and fair sisters. It's endemic to the Celtic legends. Those familiar with Arthurian lore may have heard of the white and red dragon and their conflict. And that's been totally misinterpreted. It's actually about this sisterhood, again, in metaphor. They have to create metaphors. They don't talk openly about it. That's just the way these people do things. In Scandinavia, the rivalry is between the Sidr, S-I-D-R, the Sidr, and the Volva, two female groups. Sorcery versus magic. In the Baltic tradition, in the Baltic lands, there's rivalry between moon goddess and Venus. What happened was that the sun fell in love with one, the moon, but then changed his allegiance to Venus. And behind that story is the tale of the friction and the rivalry of the female groups we're talking about. And now can't you understand when you hear this, that it makes sense about the ambivalence of the dragon culture and the serpent? The serpent is, why do some traditions have the serpent as being good and other traditions have them as negative? Well, because there's two serpents you're talking about, not one. It's not one entity, it's two. So once we realize that we're dealing with two different contingents, all that weird, incomprehensible rivalry and ambivalence, especially between good and bad women, or a witch character who's kind of part good and part bad, and it seems all very confusing. You know, a female who's sort of neurotic, good one minute, bad the next. We're not dealing with one person. You have to understand you're dealing with a story of two contingents. And Shuttle and Redgrove tell us there's a Dogon myth that a certain woman found the fibre skirt of the Earth Mother, and it was stained with the sacred blood of the goddess. The human woman wore the skirt, and as a consequence became a great queen, with rule over men. Eventually men stole the sacred skirt and established dominion. So there's a lot being told to us here in this Dogon myth. First of all, the Earth Mother must be menstruating. That's very interesting and ritualistic, isn't it? An Earth woman finds it, wears it, and immediately gains power which she misuses. She becomes a great queen. They've got to steal the skirt away from her because all hell is breaking loose. In prosaic world, in modern movies such as like Metropolis, The Wizard of Oz, so many others we could mention, you get this motif. It's not old, it's not ancient, it's not dead and gone. It's there in our own consciousness. It's in your consciousness. And it'll come out in certain forms. Now both these groups, or both these contingents, cherish the symbol of the sacred garden, the tree and the serpent. Both of them. But for different reasons. The Sophics regard it as a symbol of liberation, awakening and healing, right? The Lemurians, because for them it is. And that's why you have the ambivalence of the story. But the Sophianics regard it as an emblem of their secret knowledge and occult power. For them, the tree and the serpent symbolizes something different. It's about their union with the Nephilim. Now, we find the symbol of the serpent and the tree haunting and mesmerizing for a very important reason. It's the symbol of DNA. We are DNA. It speaks of our own ancient origins, our beginnings, and the beings that give us our beginning, the powers that made us what we are. We are all, everyone listening to this, is Homo Atlantis, part alien DNA, part human DNA. That's why we are schizoid beings. That's why we have the problems internally, existentially, and socially that we have. This was all gone into in the Atlantis book. R.A. Boulay tells us that elsewhere in world mythology and history, the origin of man is not lost, nor is it discontinued. In China, the most ancient of books relates how dragons were the benevolent ancestors of mankind and taught him all the arts of civilization. In Hindu literature, the serpent gods are explicitly mentioned as man's true creators, or true ancestors. Elsewhere, the flying serpents, dragons, and the feathered snakes are recorded as our beneficent creators. J.B. Dean tells us, Plutarch supposed that the serpent python typified destruction. Adamantius conceived that he represented a race of demons to whom dragons and serpents perform the part of ministering attendants. Pierus teaches us that by the serpent the ancients symbolized destruction, misfortune, and terror. And Diodorus Siculus asserts that the serpent twisted in spiral form was the hieroglyphic of evil. So the ambivalence is explained when we understand there's two contingents using the same symbolism, but for different reasons. And this connection between the serpent and the woman, it's not only in Genesis that you find it. E.J. Squire tells us that if we pay attention to the strict sense of the Hebrew, the name Eve or Evia signifies a female serpent. So the name, the etymology. W. Winwood Reade, in the mysteries of Bacchus, women used to carry serpents in their hands and twined around their brows. With the horrible screams, they cry, Eva, Eva. So the serpent priestesses. Ernest Busenbach says that the Phoenicians honored as queen and mother goddess a deity named Hawat, who was associated with serpent worship. And there are indications that other early Semitic people worshipped the same figure under the name of Hawa. That's where Eve comes from. It can be rendered with an H at the beginning, which is silent. Awa, Eva, Hava. The word Eve, pronounced Hawa in Hebrew, is the same as the Aramaic word Hawe, denoting a serpent. The word Nagash also signifies a serpent in Hebrew and is pronounced almost exactly the same as the word, I suppose it's Neshach or Nesh, meaning sexual intercourse. So there's another feature. Serpents, women, goddesses, and sexuality. Let's take another 10-minute break, folks, and come back and look at some other interesting concepts with the symbolism, and also move into deeper, darker waters regarding the sisterhood and their secret role in our world, in the shaping of history. So, we have been emphasizing the antiquity, basically, of the symbols of the female and the serpent and the tree. And we really realize that the myths are telling us that these symbols are primordial. They're even saying that the lover and the mother are the earliest gods, preceding even the gods of Olympus, for that matter. Before the gods of Olympus were born, you've got this motif of the lover and the goddess. So we're talking about primordial symbols. Merlin Stone tells us that in both Hebrew and Arabic, the terms for magic are derived from the words meaning serpent. So now we have another ingredient. Magic, sorcery, being associated with serpents. But if they're associated with serpents, we now know that's associated with the goddess, because the goddess is firmly attendant to the serpent. So one dot connects to another. The word Nahash is a noun meaning serpent. Hebrew, Nahash. As a verb, it means diviner, somebody who works with the divination arts, and deceiver is also another word it can mean. As an adjective, it means shining one, a reference to beauty as well as to skill. Because there's nothing wrong with the divination arts, but it's the intention of who's using it. Are they manipulating it? Are they deceiving you? So there's that ambivalence when we deal with the serpent energy or the serpent people. We're dealing with glamour. We're dealing with physical beauty and the allure of physical beauty, connecting to even deeper powers like magic. It's all inclusive. Jean Marcal tells us the word serpent, which comes from the present participle of a Latin verb meaning to slither, was feminine in gender for most of the Middle Ages, a usage that persists in local dialects. The classical Latin word anguis was feminine, as still are today the German schlanke, the Breton ner, and the Welsh neder. So, in many languages across the globe, important languages, the word serpent is feminine. Charles Morris tells us in the Annals of the Mexicans, the first woman, whose name was translated by the old Spanish writers, the woman of our flesh, right? Implying again the making of human beings, the making of flesh, is always represented as accompanied by a great male serpent who seems to be talking to her. It's the familiar, the attendant of the goddess. Tim Callahan tells us, according to some Greek myths, a goddess named Eurynome and her husband Ophion, the serpent, ruled on Olympus before being overthrown by Cronus and Rhea, who were in turn displaced by Zeus and Hera. So before the gods of Olympus, before the official gods of history, the universe is ruled by a serpent and a goddess. In Greece, Cecrops, the founder of Athens and of all Greek civilization, supposedly sprang half man, half serpent from the Greek soil. In Athens, the temple of the city guardian, Athena, contains serpents as divine presences. Athena herself bears a serpent on her shield and is often identified with that creature of the gods. Quihuatl, meaning snake woman, a chief mother goddess of the Aztecs, connected to abandoned and sacrificed children and sons. There's a concept of sacrificed children around the goddess. She was a great serpent mother who gave birth to humanity with her consort, the serpent god Tonacatacotl. Her name translates as wife or woman of the serpent. Karl Weinfurter tells us the uraeus is a serpent issuing forth from the forehead of many gods, being also an ornament of the royal crowns. The amulet of the serpent head is the symbol of the goddess Isis, who is often represented by a serpent. Marilyn Stone, though in later Greek writings Python was male, in the earliest accounts Python was described as female. So we've got that transmogrification again. Ge, or Gaia, was a vague and ancient deity who was sometimes identified with the earth snake. The Great Mother, says Eric Newman, is so often connected with snakes, not only in Creto-Mycenaean culture and its Greek offshoots, but as far back as Egypt, Phoenicia, and Babylon. And similarly, in the Bible story of paradise, the snake is the companion of the woman. I mean, even the goddess in Babylon, Inanna, actually bore the title serpent. In Ur and in Erech, they found in the lowest layer of excavations primitive representations of very old cult images of the mother goddess with her child, both having the heads of snakes. Early levels, right? The bottom excavational layers. Very, very ancient motifs. How did they come into being? It's not until the Middle Neolithic, circa 6,000, 5,000 BC, that figures of the Great Mother holding a child appear. And as we said, it was around this time that goddess figurines and images were a duad. There's two goddess images, which is very interesting. One mother goddess is holding a child, the other embracing a lover. This is the kind of way that they found them. And as we said, those are dated to about 30,000 years. But if the wooden ones of the same images had survived, we'd be dating them a lot further back, which again helps to change what we know about our history. Great live snakes were everywhere kept in the goddesses' temples during the Neolithic. In wall paintings, bas-reliefs, statues, she was often represented carrying snakes in her upraised arms or coiled around her. Or she was imaged as a serpent herself, with a woman's body and a snake's head. Now, we've seen a lot of these images, but do we ever question where their origin is, what they really refer to and where they come from? Though Upper Paleolithic images of copulation between women and men occur, icons and myths of the Great Mother do not show her actually mated with a human sun lover until the Middle Neolithic times, about 5,500 BC. So this very late is what they're saying. Do you even see the inclusion of a masculine or male figure? Joseph Campbell tells us that Jane Ellen Harrison demonstrated over half a century ago that in the field festivals and mystery cults of Greece, numerous vestiges survived of a pre-Homeric mythology in which the place of honor was held not by male gods of the sunny Olympic pantheon, but by a goddess, darkly ominous, who might appear as one, two, three, or many, and was mother of both the living and the dead. Her consort was typically in serpent form. The Greeks portrayed Hygeia, Medusa, and Apollo with serpents. Serpents encircled the body of Athena. Demeter had her attendant at Eleusis, the snake Kykrus, who was probably an ancient snake god. As goddess of the Phigalians in Arcadia, Demeter had snakes twined in her hair or encircling her body, and her chariot was drawn by snakes. Priestesses at the great oracle at Delphi were called Pythonesses, or snake women. Snakes were kept in Apollo's shrine at Epirus and fed by snake priestesses. In the anonymous work Ophiolatreia, or Ophiolatreia, the priests of the temple of Isis had a silver image of a serpent so constructed as to enable a person in attendance to move its head without being observed by the supplicating votaries. So the temple of Isis featured a gigantic movable snake. And the same book tells us the mythology of the Druids contained also a goddess, Cerdwen, whose car was drawn by serpents. Just like Isis, the archetype in the East originates in the West. Valentia Straighton says that all ancient religions were symbolized by a serpent. In Egypt, the resurrection of nature was represented by a serpent having human legs. A serpent on two legs also meant a high initiate. So there we go. This is crucial. A different rendering, a more accurate one than's delivered in the Christian and Jewish scriptures. The serpent on legs, a talking serpent, is a high initiate, somebody special. A Lemurian, a wise one. Is that what we're dealing with, that the serpents are a race? Well, anybody educated who's done 5 minutes of homework knows that you had snake priests and Orphites and what they represented. But the digging really uncovers the connection between the serpent and not just the woman, but a special kind of woman, a sacerdotal woman, right? A ritualistic woman who held high office in the ancient world. And she had other symbols around her which we're going to be exploring in this presentation, but I just want to emphasize the fact of the serpent at this point is absolutely crucial to lay down. And in the East, it's not hidden like it is here in the West. The goddess and the serpent is absolutely axiomatic and accepted. In Thailand, in ancient Babylon and Egypt, in China, here we have in Mexico, the serpent priest. Just like the Egyptians, he's got the serpent headdress. So he has special duties. But all over the world, it's the same story. Minerva, Atargatas, and even Mary Magdalene. And when they stand upon the serpent in this manner, it's because they're serpent priestesses. It's their tutelary symbol representing the sun lover, but also the magical powers, the strange powers that they possess. All over the world you see the same images. Here we've got Hecate, which is herself based on a more ancient rendering, the crescent moon, which represents Venus, as we'll see, not just the moon. This is another fallacy, that the crescent represents only the moon as we know it. That is not true. But always you see the serpent. It can be rendered as a serpent throne as well. A very, very powerful and common motif. And here you see it in the most ancient Akkadian Babylonian. It's always on the side of the female. Here's the tree of life. The Garden of Eden story just being a re-rendering of that story. And always the women in attendance. Not sinners, not deceivers, not betrayers. But as we said, the garden and the serpent and the tree are female symbols. The grove is a place of the goddess. That's what you're reading when you read the Bible. But you have to decode it correctly. And we also find it in more prosaic, mundane forms. Here's the man being born from the serpent, so he's the child of the serpent. It's actually the symbol on the left there is from the Bisconi family of Italy. It also turns up on the Alfa Romeo company with a Templar, Knights Templar cross. But it's being born from the serpent. I'm the spawn of the serpent. What does that all mean? But as I said, in prosaic, in movies, you might think it's all dead. You see all of this information, one part of your brain is thinking it's all of the past, it's all dead, what are we bothering with this for? But the smart man knows, no, it's not archaic by any means, it's all around us. If you go to my website, the Female Illuminati website, we've put that, stuff there so you can see it, prove it, show people and see that it's anything but dead. All the symbolism, all the connections and correspondences and permutations of this symbolism in our modern world. And it needs to be decoded correctly. But every now and again, the insiders are handing it to us on a plate. In this movie, the new movie Beowulf, 2015, we see a mysterious evil female, yes, but that she spawned a race of monsters. And always, when you do see the male, he's not only the sun lover, he's her champion. Whatever he happens to be doing, see, it all looks very masculine and Sir Lancelot on the surface. But what is he up to? What is he actually doing half the time? He's out there doing whatever he's doing is at the behest of the female. Or he's enamored of a certain female. You get the two females in the Arthurian legend. He's not just enamored by Guinevere. He's out there married to Elaine and servicing Elaine. Two women. There's also two renderings of the Lady of the Lake. But the man is always doing something at the behest of the female. Every temple, Neos, shows by its title that it is intended for the honor of the serpent, Nas, as moist essence of the universe, without which not all of existing things, immortal or mortal, animate or inanimate, can hold together. So every temple is a personification of the moist essence of the serpent. In the Book of Kings, we read that until those days, the people of Israel had burned incense to the serpent. The word Kiro or Chiro means serpent holder, but that happens to be one of the monograms for Christ, the Chi Rho. And as we said, cross comes from Keras, meaning serpent. The Kerastes, look it up, C-E-R-A-S-T-E. Kerastes is a kind of serpent, a horned serpent for that matter. It's where we get the word cross. Now, in these images, you're being told a lot. If you actually go and examine these famous Christian images, especially this one of Mary, they always tell you that she's crushing the serpent, because that's what they want you to believe. As a matter of fact, she's standing on the serpent, as many of the other goddesses are seen. She's not crushing it, she's emanating from it. Because she's of the serpent race. She's Lady Pendragon, the head of the dragons. Pen is head, dragon is simply dragon as it is today. So Pendragon, right, in the Celtic legends, in the Arthurian legends, in real life, the Pendragon was the head of the dragons. So she's standing on the crescent of Venus, and she's standing on the serpent, not because she's crushing it as they want you to falsely believe. And if you read my Trees of Life book or astrotheology book, you'll know there's a huge connection with the serpent and astrotheology. That you can also decode these biblical symbols, this artwork as well. before proceeding into the next section, just let's remind ourselves of some of the facts pertaining to what we know to be official history, and that it's not really being explained correctly by the sciences. Lawrence Gardner tells us that it took man over 1 million years to progress from using stones as he found them, to the realization they could be chipped and flaked for a better purpose. It then took another 500,000 years before Neanderthal man mastered the concept of stone tools, and a further 50,000 years before crops were cultivated and metallurgy was discovered. Hence, by all scales of evolutionary reckoning, we should still be far removed from any basic understanding of mathematics, engineering, or science. But here we are, only 7,000 years later, landing probes on Mars. How did we inherit this wisdom, and from whom? I mean, all those modalities, music, basket weaving, pyramid building, poetry writing, very sophisticated in Bardic Ireland, for instance. Oh, we're meant to just accept that all of this came into being with no antecedent stages? Only an idiot believes that. So there must have been antecedent stages. Well, suddenly it's all in a mythological cycle that we're not meant to study or know anything about? Well, this is answered. Even Gardner, the man who wrote this, they're open to the idea of extraterrestrial intervention, as well as genetic manipulation. The appearance of Homo sapiens happened virtually overnight in terms of the millions of years that evolution required. There is no evidence of intermediate stages that would indicate a gradual change from Homo erectus or ape man to modern Homo sapiens. While the hominid of the genus Homo is a product of evolution, Homo sapien is the product of a sudden evolutionary event. Juno, mother of the gods. An Orphic hymn describes her saying, "The race of mortals is thy constant care." Rhea, the goddess Gaia, were also titled Mater Deum, mother of the gods. And as we saw, the goddess is the consort of the female. Now the word Hagi or Hag, properly meaning a serpent, was applied to the woman who is believed to be possessed or inspired by the supernatural being that was supposed to reside in the serpent. And this is in exact accordance with the general practice among the heathens of calling the priestess of their idolatry by the name of the god they served. So there's that other idea that the serpent and the goddess are conduits for something else, conduits for a supernatural entity. There's another interesting dimension to look at. This hag, who according to one folk tale existed from the long eternity of the world, was not only the mother of giants, but also the ancestress of the various tribes of mankind. Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? We just saw earlier that they are the mother of giants. All these different crazy, monstrous races. The Scots-Irish hag is known as Cailleach, Old Wife. She was the mother of the giants, the Fomorian race of Irish mythology, who had monstrous forms and against whom gods and mortals waged war. And as I said before, Cailleach is the origin of Cali, pure and simple, west to east. In her right hand she grasped a hammer or magic wand, like the gigantic Cretan goddess on her lion-supported mountain peak. When standing stones were struck with the magic wand, they were immediately transformed into giant warriors, fully armed and ready for battle. So she creates with her magic wand. She's the creator. The Egyptian Khifa, as the first mother, meant mystery and can be identified as our Eve. She is the serpent woman, the goddess of gestation, and in Egypt she had a serpent placed on her head. Now you're going to see why I'm harping on this connection between the woman and the serpent as we go. It's crucially important. The name Eve is synonymous with the word for life and snake. In Arabic, the word serpent, Hayya, is itself cognate with life, Hayat, and with Eve, Hawa. Jewish traditions link this very rare name with the primal verbal root Hayya, to make live. So now we're moving in an interesting direction. What's this connection? Oh, life. Life, the life giver, the life maker. To make live, to bring to life. Well, I thought that was God's duty. I mean, we've already analyzed that the whole Garden of Eden story, if it's even set in a garden, means that it's a female story. But now, it looks like through the etymologies, you're finding that even the act that is meant to be attributed to the male god now looks different. Nintud Arura, or Ninhursag, was a Babylonian goddess who was associated with Marduk in the creation of the first man. A tablet says Aruru fashioned the seed of mankind with him, with Marduk. Jewish records have Eve saying practically the same thing, i.e., I've gotten a man with Jehovah. So the woman is now fundamentally involved in the process of making the man. The goddess Ninhursag, also known as Ninma, seems to be closely identified with the worship of Enki, that's the Sumerian god Enki, as his wife and sister throughout the earliest legends. She plays a rather dominating role, and her name often precedes those of Enki and Enlil. So suddenly a goddess's name, a goddess, is so important that she's preceding the two more famous creator gods. She's preceding them as a creator, a creatrix. Now from Tim Callahan's Secret Origins of the Bible, we read that the story of Atrahasis begins before the creation of human beings, when the lower gods, the Igigi, tired of laboring to keep the high gods, the Anunnaki, in luxury, they revolt and refuse to do any further work. Since this upsets the divine order, two of the Anunnaki, Ea, called Enki by the Sumerians, and the goddess Ninti, you see she's also called Ninhursag, kill Wa'ila, leader of the Igigi, mix his blood with clay, and mold from the mix 7 pairs of savage humans called the Lulu. So again, the woman right in the middle of the genetic manipulation. From Leonard King, his book Legends of Babylon and Egypt, in relation to the Hebrew tradition, he writes, the idea that a goddess should take part with a god in man's creation is already a familiar feature of Babylonian mythology. Thus, the goddess Aruru, in cooperation with Marduk, might be credited with the creation of the human race, as she might also be pictured creating on her own initiative an individual hero, such as Enkidu of the Gilgamesh epic. So the first hero is created by the female goddess. The role of mother of mankind was also shared, as we have seen, by the Semitic Ishtar. So these are goddesses right in there. And though the old Sumerian goddess Ninhursag, the Lady of the Mountains, appears in our Semitic text for the first time in the character of creatress, some of the titles we know she enjoyed under her synonyms in the great god list of Babylonia already reflected her cosmic activities. Right? This is the Ninhursag, very important ancient goddess, Lady of the Mountains. And her epithets are builder of that which has breath, the carpenter of mankind, the carpenter of the heart, coppersmith of the gods, coppersmith of the land, and the lady potter. We later on, as I said, the patriarchy takes over, and these are same epithets are attributed then to gods. Ishtar was an independent deity, owning no allegiance to a husband, and standing on the footing of equality with the gods. But this was because she had once been one of the chief objects of Sumerian worship, the spirit of the evening star. So again, a connection to Venus. To the Sumerian mind, accordingly, the female spirit was as powerful as the male, acting independently and possessing the same attributes. Hence it was that in taking Ishtar over from their Sumerian predecessors, the Semitic inhabitants of Babylon took over at the same time a goddess who was the equal of a god. In the myth, we are not told her method of creation. But from the above titles, it is clear that in her own cycle of tradition, Ninhursag was conceived as fashioning men not only from clay but also from wood, and perhaps as employing metal for the manufacture of her other works of creation. Moreover, in the great god list, where she is referred to under the title of Mak, that's probably where we get our word maker, And Ninhursag was a Babylonian goddess who was associated with Marduk in the creation of the first man. A tablet says Ururu fashioned the seed of mankind and with him Marduk. Jewish records have Eve saying practically the same thing. I've gotten a man with Jehovah. And all of which points to the probability that Eve is a survival of an ancient Semitic mother goddess who was transformed under Babylonian influence into a goddess of childbirth and who, as the first mother, naturally became the spouse of Adam, which in some Oriental languages means phallus. So what they're basically saying is that this is not a passive creature and the cause of the fall of man. She's a goddess, supreme even over the gods, who is the creator of man. Now, I don't know what that tells you and what that does for world history and what it does for the history of woman. In a Sumerian myth, the god Enki violates a taboo by eating forbidden herbs created by Ninhursag, who then curses him with death. Later she relents and revives Enki by creating deities to heal each part of his body. The goddess Ninti is created to heal the rib. Ninti literally means lady of the rib. The name is related to Nintu, lady who gives life. So remember that load of palava about Eve being born from Adam's rib? Which you just got to dig back into the origin of these things and find out, no. That's a coded way of the mythmongers, mythographers, to hint to you, to the initiated, as we said, it's the esoteric tradition we're really dealing with, not the exoteric story for Joe Sexpack in the pews. This is the real story. Ninti is lady of the rib. So the story of the rib encoded into the Bible is just a nod and a wink to say, you know what the real story is. She's the lady who gives life. Lady of the Mountaintop was the fourth senior Sumerian god, or goddess it should be. She was the half-sister to Enki and Enlil. In early days, Ninhursag was of higher rank than Enki, so there it is, and preceded his name when they appeared together. She was later reduced in status and practically disappeared from the pantheon as a major and effective influence. Now that has happened not just in Sumeria and Babylon, that has happened worldwide. There's such a complete inversion, as I said earlier. We're given the motifs, we're given the leitmotifs in some sort of fairy tale version, and the truth of it, the way to decode it, the knowledge of what it really all means, that's lost. Now we have to regain that, because it's only in regaining our history and ancient primeval history that we're going to understand who we are and diagnose the problems that we have correctly. And as for the genetic manipulation, it's clearly disclosed in the ancient texts. It is said that those ones who created and shaped, they had no father and they had no mother. Yet they were called men. They were not born of woman. They were not produced by creators and shapers. Only by a miracle, by magic, were they created and shaped. Now, 100 years ago, we would have just taken that literally and think in some Disney World situation of waving magic wands and all of that. Now, when we know about the technologies, because we rebuilt them, we can easily see that this implies something technological. Not being born of normal mothers and fathers, yes, because the genetic manipulation is what has been involved here. As amazing as that first sounds to the uninitiated. Now, in that story, once you fully decode it, you realize, as I said before, that the sisterhood is really the original destroyer of the aboriginal man. Let's call him Adam Mark I, for argument's sake. But then they go on to create the new man, which is the sons of the serpent. And I speak about in the Bible, an intelligent race, even though they're really meant to be servants of the gods. That being can be called Adam II, Adam Mark II. But they're seduced away, or they're not seduced away, they leave. And then, it's Adam II that is seduced away by the sons of the serpent. And then Adam III is created as the perfect slave. But let's never forget that act of original genocide, as I said, has been forgotten, repressed and forgotten. So we can see, you see, from all of this, that it is very easy for a creatrix, whom we've been describing, to be portrayed in a variety of different ways. We have the Garden of Eden story, but every little myth from Ireland to Babylon to Egypt to Africa to the Mexicos and South America are going to have a different rendition. Some they're going to bring out more of the terrible aspects of that female goddess, but they'll admit that there's a benign aspect there as well. Others will focus more on the benign aspects and play down some of the terrible aspects. You got Lilith and Eve, depending upon the tradition. But what we're interested in is the archetype behind it. Ninhursag, Venus, Ishtar, the sisterhood. We're probing deeper behind the facade of these made-for-TV images. The worst rendering is probably that which you find in the book of Genesis, the Old Testament. Eve is not the wife of Adam. It's Asherah. Because as these writings are saying, Eve is just based on an earlier archetype. And this Asherah, this earlier archetype, is the co-creator of man. The Jewish texts even admit this. And as earlier Babylonian texts admit, the Bible is based on that, based on those earlier texts, but it's a corrupted version of it. In fact, what has caused the problems is that the clumsy, inept rendition in the Bible has actually served the opposite purpose. It's so preposterous, like the thing about the rib, and then this thing about a talking serpent and all the rest of it. It's been so badly rendered, the old Sumerian, Babylonian, ancient primeval renditions were so garbled by the mythmongers who created the biblical version that actually alerted scholars and thinkers that this is so garbled it doesn't make a bit of sense. How can a woman be born from a man? I mean, you're going to have a lot of trying to prove how that one makes any sense. But there's little concessions dotted through it. Like Eve gives rise to Cain, who becomes the father of a race of giants. As we said, this Lulawa. There's stuff in there, right? Lilith, what's she up to? Why is she not a friendly person who works with Adam as a wife? No, there's a hostility, even a great hatred there. What's that all about? So there's all these other elements there. This is original sin. Where did that come from? We know it's St. Augustine way later on. But does that concept actually originate with something that happened in ancient times? So these ancient texts often give you some concessions, flashes of the truth. Eve is a survival of an ancient Semitic mother goddess who was transformed under Babylonian influence into a goddess of childbirth, and who, as the first mother, naturally became the spouse of Adam. So there you have it. The Eve is just made for TV. It's a composite. It's a stripped down version, a placeholder for something much more august. The figure of Eve is based on much older mythology and may be traced back to the ancient mother goddess or world mother and the serpent cults of the pre-biblical period. Closer examination of the name Eve revealed her serpent origins. For the Hebrew for Eve is Hava, meaning mother of all things, but also serpent. Likewise, the Arabic words for snake, life, and teaching are closely related to the word or name Eve. But as long as we keep thinking of an individual, even this level of revelation still is going to make little sense. We've got to throw that out. It's not a stereotype, it's an archetype, and then all is revealed. And the archetype was Asherah, Ishtar. In the old text of the Ugaritic Middle East, Asherah was known as the creator of all deities, not just man, but even the gods. It seems readily evident that Eve was at one time a goddess in her own right, or at least an aspect of either Astarte or Asherah. Asherah is a very ancient goddess in the ancient Ugaritic text. She is called she who gives birth to the gods. So there you have it. Ashtart and Asherah are frequently shown holding serpents, and there are numerous statuettes from Minoan Crete of women, presumably goddesses holding serpents. So we have, as I said, the symbols in the Garden of Eden story. There's the serpent, there's the tree, there's the dramatis personae. But it's like pieces of a jigsaw that have been completely turned upside down. Now, is this the reason why the X chromosome, right, which is the female chromosome, is dominant biologically? in all of us. It's stronger and more plentiful. There's a whole other field of research which we don't have time to get into. Monica Shu says that human females and males are not equal genetic parents. The female X chromosome is 3 to 4 times longer than the male Y chromosome. It carries the overwhelming preponderance of critical genetic information unrelated to sex needed to create the human being. What, doesn't that tie in with what we're talking about? If the original creatrix, if the original demiurge was a female, or a female cult of females deeply involved in the biological, as we say, genetic manipulation of a slave race, well, it seems that biology overwhelmingly proves this and confirms it, because it's the X chromosome that dominates. Further, while only half the population has the Y chromosome, all of us, male and female, contain an X. So there's a biological tie-in. As I said, we don't have time to explore. But if you go over to the Female Illuminati website, we're posting stuff all the time, also on this, interviews and information there. Make sure that you also, return time and time again to that website to follow up on things that we can't possibly deal with here. Now, we'll move into the next section. Let's take a short break and move into the next section where we actually get deeper and darker into the antics of the sisterhood.
Simple soldier marching on into battle, sound the alarm, enemy.
So in this section is going to be dealing with the elixir of life, focusing on another intriguing aspect that the early females, sisterhoods, Sophianics, and even Sophics were involved in. And get a little deeper, an extension of what I was doing in my Trees of Life books, 2 volumes there, which dug into this whole concept of the pharmacological, hallucinogenic, psychedelic aspect that's been suppressed, but was central to what these sects, matriarchal sects, were involved in. And a few anthropological basics first concerning prehistoric women. Monica Shu tells us that Evelyn Reed shows that during the food gathering epoch, stretching over hundreds of thousands of years, the human group's main nourishment was supplied by women collectors who dug the earth for edible roots, plants, and grubs. That they collected fruits and nuts and hunted such small animals as lizards and hares. So women deeply involved in husbandry and agriculture and food gathering, which implies a lot of other skills as well, from time immemorial. Women converted plants and herbs into medicines. Some substances discovered by women are still used today for their narcotic properties. And World Health Organization figures show that 95% of the world's health care today is still provided by women using many of these ancient remedies. So we're talking horticulture here, herbalism. Plant gathering women would be involved in highly detailed tabulations of various plant and herbal properties. What is edible, what is poison, what is medicinal, what is hallucinogenic. And in transferring this information onto others over generations, an incredibly complex and replete botanic and pharmacopoeic catalogue would be filed in each female mind. The legend of the goddess Idun, who kept in a box the apples of immortality. This was the fruit which, on approaching old age, the gods partook of in order to renew their youth. Well, we've heard about the goddess being involved in the creation of earthly men and hybrid children. We even heard, even more preposterously sounding, that they were the progenitors of the gods. But now we're hearing that they have other talents, other skills, other artifacts that the gods partook of in order to be gods and to renew their own youth. So as I said, it's another angle, another tangent here. The ancient Egyptians had the legend of the Tree of Life. Oh, back to the Tree of Life again. Yeah, deeper into that story. The fruit of which enabled those who ate of it to become as gods. The cross was said to be the Tree of Nutriment, or Tree of Life. This island in the midst of the ocean, we're talking about Britain here, the Fortunate Isles, was not affected by any sickness. There were no thieves or criminals, no snow, fog, or extreme heat. Eternal peace reigned. There were always flowers and fruits under the foliage. The inhabitants were without fault and always young. A royal virgin, fairer than the fairest, governed that island. So a goddess, a virgin, ruled Britain, which was a place in which death was not known and crime was not known. Rhea, or Cybele, was worshipped in Phrygia under the name of Adia Mater, the mother of knowledge, and that she bore in her hand as her symbol a pomegranate, which we have reason to conclude to have been, in pagan estimation, the fruit of the forbidden tree. There are even legends of the prehistoric plant which women first took to cause their menstruation and the experience it gave them. It was called Lygos. So now we're getting into something very, very heavy. Branches of it made bowers at the great women's autumn festival, the Thesmorphia, from which men were excluded, though there are indications that they might be admitted in women's attire. So if the man dressed himself as a woman, he was in. In fact, this product and these rituals is where we actually get the secondary meanings of hysteria and even aphrodisiac from Aphrodite, you see. And given that this all is indeed referring to this mendicant level, to pharmacopoeia, to hallucinogenics and psychotropics in the keeping of the women, I mean, this is heavy enough, but now it might help us to explain Genesis 3:22. And the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become one of us to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever." Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, that's angels, and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. So is this what the prohibition was? Because we have the tree of life being a euphemism now for these psychotropics? Well, I think it makes perfect sense of this passage. We're dealing with an ambrosia here, with an elixir that the women had learned to take originally for benign reasons, right? The Sophics knew all about healing with these plants, and also they needed for their menstruation, as many modern women need to take pharmaceutical drugs today, or some homeopathic remedy, to lessen the pain. But they were taking products in those days, they were taking substances in those days which had other hallucinogenic properties. And this then opens a whole other history of the world, which conventionally people don't want to talk about. But the artists seem to know the truth and have portrayed it, because they keep showing the tree of life as a mushroom. And here's the primal parents near that tree. Here's the serpent, the talking serpent. So some clever artist insiders. Here's a picture of Adam and Eve where Adam is actually picking from the ground, as one does when they're picking mushrooms. There's the sacred tree. And in this instance, the so-called serpent is actually rendered as a hybrid, part human character, backing up a lot of what we've been talking about. Here's an extraordinary image of the tree of life with a skull of death and small round fruits, very much looking like the wafer that's used in Catholicism at the Eucharist. There's the goddess figures. There's the Mary figure plucking from the tree, the sacred fruit. Here's the Amanita muscara cap with the red and white dots. We went into all of this in the Trees of Life book. The primal parents plucking off the tree. So we have a whole other dimension here. The goddess of Crete wears 3 opium poppy seeds on her head. So important was this that it actually adorned the goddess. In her crown, no less. But the startling thing is that these potions included serpent venom. Snake venom injected into people who have previously been immunized against it has highly hallucinogenic qualities. Some venom is chemically similar to mescaline, that's peyote, or to the psilocybin of mushrooms. Reported effects were clairvoyance, extraordinary mental powers, enhanced creativity, prophetic visions, and illumination about the primal processes of existence. So when you're using the term for these people, priestesses, well, now we're looking at what they actually knew to justify that kind of term, or prophetess. Where are they getting all this power? Well, now we're digging into it. They had an arcane knowledge. They had a wisdom. Where was it coming from? When bitten after the immunization, especially by crate cobra or other elaptids, the subject experiences an emotional and mental state that has been compared to the effects of hallucinogenic drugs. We can be sure that ancient women, shamans, worldwide were aware of this property of snake venom, and that this was one of the recognized meanings of the snake symbols and images inscribed everywhere. So when I told you earlier on that I'm making a lot of noise about this connection between the women and the serpent, you're starting to see now why. Because it is fundamental to what the serpent really represents. Much like mescaline, a product of the peyote cactus, or psilocybin found in certain types of mushrooms, both used as sacraments in some North American Indian religions, the chemical makeup of certain types of snake venom may have caused a person, especially someone in the expectant frame of mind, to feel in touch with the very forces of existence and a sensation of perceiving the events and meanings of the past, present and future with great clarity and comprehension. This type of sensation is certainly often reported by people using mescaline, psilocybin, and lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. Well, that's what you're dealing with when you see the chalice. It's not just containing wine, the boring explanation, which of course is interesting to a point when you realize, well, it's the menstrual blood, but it's menstrual blood with a little bit of a kick. It's the starfire of the occult tradition. It's the Holy Grail. It's the soma, the elixir of life, the sacred ambrosia. Don't be fooled just because it turns up in Christianity as something else. We also have to understand when you do your research into these matters that this is also a concoction that's going to affect the pineal gland. It's going to affect a lot more than that, but it's going to also affect this pineal gland. That's why the pineal gland is symbolized as the pine cone and connected to these goddess traditions. We have to also understand that the taking of these potions wasn't done randomly. It was synchronized with certain planetary alignments. Yes, the moon, but other planetary alignments as well. So the taking of it was ritualistic with certain sidereal conjunctions. And we'll see one of these sidereal conjunctions later on in the program is of the most greatest importance, especially when we start digging deeper into the Masonic aspects. But as I said, this is originally the Grail symbolism. But the Grail was originally shown as a flat plate, not as a cup. And of course that recalls Salome with the head of John the Baptist, something we're going to look at it later on. But the cup is important because, to Christians anyway, because that's Joseph of Arimathea's cup with Christ's blood. So the crossover, there's a sleight of hand. Suddenly we get Jesus' face. Right? Strip that away and you've got the woman and her menstruation and all the things we're talking about. But no, we're going to have something else going on and we're going to color it and distort it with a male appropriating symbolism that is not masculine. This causes a great deal of historical and mythological confusion. And this Grail, as we'll see, was central to the Rosicrucian concept. But time and time again, it always appears, wherever it appears, it's a woman bestowing it. A beautiful woman, for that matter. In fact, the Grail legends first appear in Perceval, the Story of the Grail, by Chrétien de Troyes in about 1180. And he was commissioned by Count Philip of Flanders. He was the organizer of 2 crusades, actually. In the Arthurian legend, of course, the most spiritual knight, Galahad, he has a special chair or throne, Siege Perilous, but we'll see that the throne is actually a goddess symbol par excellence, as in the Round Table. And then we have the Wolfram von Eisenbach's account, where Sir Gawain is the seeker. He's protected by a mysterious female. So in all cases, the male is but an agent of the female. She's bestowing the Grail. The female is bestowing the Grail. The knight is merely seeking for it. He's humbling himself to her. Just as is his symbolic wounding. The Grail King, right? The Fisher King is wounded because that's another one of these references, wink, wink, nod, nod, to the menstruation of the female. and the wounded king, that's just a way of saying he's bleeding like she's bleeding. He is now a representative, a male representative of a female cult, a female sect. This is going to become very important as we go. What we're looking at now is just how brilliant the rendering is, how brilliant the symbolic sleight of hand is. You've got to know that. Turns up in Christianity. It wasn't an apple that was the sacred thing of the Garden of Eden. Many traditions point out that it was a fig. And the symbol of the fig is the mandorla or vesica shaped in geometry. But it can be a fig, it can be an apple, it can be a pomegranate. They're all euphemisms for one thing, the drug, the elixir of life. You can symbolize that by mushroom, by all sorts of symbols. And you can also find them all over religious art. Not that anybody who's following those religions is going to have the faintest idea what you're talking about. But they're not meant to know consciously what they're all talking about. This is ancient secret knowledge for secret private crime lords and crime families that have been ruling our world. But down from the ages you see the tree of life and the woman being identified and identical with that tree, always bestowing something from that tree, bestowing the fruit to the initiate. Being the initiator of the Pharaoh, being the initiator of the Adam. She's the keeper of the golden fruit. On the right you see the tree of life. Right behind, just like you saw the serpent. She's the initiator. Golden apples, right? The classic fable of the Garden of Hesperides is another legend of Eden. In that garden, the golden apples of the goddess Hera, right? As we said, she's based on Eri, the Irish goddess, were said to be kept by the Hesperides nymphs with the aid of a dragon, Ladon. So, the sacred fruits is in the keeping of the nymphs. Hell, we didn't even need to know that because the very fact they're in a garden, to those who are initiated know, oh, that's all female stuff. That's female symbolism. In Shibala, or Shibalba, the land that the sun goes down into, the land whose lords are the lords of death, lords of the dead, there grew a tree which was a forbidden tree. None were permitted to approach it. The leaves of that tree were wide and dark. The fruits of it were round and heavy, and they grew like gourds along the branches. The princess of Shibalba said, why should I not go to this tree? The fruits of it must be precious. So cryptic references to the elixir. Gerald Massey says, those who were found to be greatly affected by the serpent were selected to become fetish women, pythonesses or priestesses. They were secluded in training hospitals and prepared to become the oracles of the serpent wisdom, the mouthpieces of supernatural utterance. The stupor caused by the serpent's sorcery inspired a primary form of religious awe, and the abnormal effects produced upon the sensitives were attributed to supernatural power possessed by the serpent. So the stupor caused by the serpent's sorcery inspired a primary form of religious awe. Do you understand what this man is telling you? Well, by the end of this program, you're going to get what that is all about. Metaphysics, supernaturalism, religion that has an origin, not a very pretty one. Now, blood was used in the Delphic shrine to feed the ghosts and make them return to speak and prophecy through the Sibyl. The Sibyl drank the blood, producing in herself prophetic ecstasy. So now we get a grip. Bull's blood was used, I suppose goat's blood was used, menstrual blood was used, but it's blood with a kick. Although you might not first grasp that fact. Now, in a Neolithic cave located in Sacromonte, Spain, 13 skeletons, all in priestess dress and holding amulet bundles, were found. They sat in a circle and apparently had participated in a ritual death. The floor was strewn with beads and seeds of the opium poppy. We thought it was all a matter of the 60s. What the hell is going on here in the Neolithic times? Other forms of ecstatic dancing come down to us from the Near East, Thrace, the Mediterranean, preserved in Greek legend. One of these is the ecstatic dance of the Bacchantes, the wild women intoxicated by chewing ivy leaves, and also the mushroom sacred to Dionysus. The Bacchantes, or Thracian Maenads, the mad women, were the daughters of the Great Mother, her white, wild maids. The cult of Dionysus and the wild women were popular with the common people, especially those in the countryside far into Roman times. Central to this cult were the ancient mushroom mysteries, the communal eating of hallucinogenic psilocybin called the body of Dionysus. And there's no doubt that all ancient religious experience was associated with, if it did not originate in, hallucinogenic experience, and that this was under the tutelage of women, the great Stone Age pharmacologists. Now, we're going to read a priceless piece of information. Let's see how important this statement is. Anthropologist Jacquetta Hawkes also believes that the ecstatic mystery religion of Dionysus, the tender-faced and curly-haired son of the Cretan Great Mother, was originally the cult of the great goddess herself and the wild orgiastic women. Now, I referred from earliest work of mine that this is a cult of Dionysus, a cult of Venus, and you see now why this is. Except for the slight nuance now that we understand that even though the male god is put out front, he's really just subservient to the wild orgiastic goddess. And we need to bear that in mind where we're going here. In fact, if you really read the legends of Dionysus, you'll find that he was actually raised as a girl. Remember those XY chromosome concepts? But again, don't you think for 1 minute that this is all ancient history. Open your eyes, look at the ad copy, how the female is personified as the sacred mushroom, the living tree of life, the living burning bush. It's not ancient history. I wouldn't be here wasting your time or mine if it was. By the way, the lady on the right is one of the dancers of a group you may remember from the 1970s. They called Pan's People. Pan, Dionysus, Bacchus. She's dressed as a mushroom. What the hell is going on? And even more alarmingly, we've got whole industries based on this today. Whole leviathans with their version of this psychotropic stuff. Now, obviously, as we said, it was just simply a beginning for healing and menstruation in the beginning. That's very benign, nothing alarming about that. And that's what I think is the Sophic sisterhood we're up to. So, nothing criminal, nothing weird there. They're not tearing bulls to pieces and hacking up men and some wild Eleusinian craze in the forest. It's just a simple pharmacopoeia, that ancient knowledge that Monica Shu so rightly says, the going about, the learning of the seasonal clock, the taking care of the tribe, the intense detail that is needed when you're out in nature dealing with what nature is teaching you. This is all spiritual. This is all the building blocks of civilization. If you read my Atlantis book, you'll also realize that I talk about the fallout from radiation from the War of the Gods. This is, I pointed out before, where this comes in as the healing of the tremendous infections and diseases that could have been happening in prehistoric times. It's sort of a branch of the field of herbalism. But what we're now saying in this program is, look, there's another female side operating, and they didn't have the same intentions or temperament. They had other reasons and objectives for what they were doing. They saw that the power can heal, but it can also corrupt. And it did. So to summarize, we see that young maidens, this is the way I read it, is that young maidens, it's the virginal menses that really matters, not non-virginal. Right? The best menses, the best grail is young maidens who have the virginal menstruation, the bleeding. Then they themselves have special birth dates. There's a whole astrological tie-in here, but it's not the astrology of the solar zodiac, it's of stellar and lunar zodiacs. So if a particular girl is born to a tribe or to a family and ends up being moved forward as a special prophetess, it could be that in many of the cases her own birth date was already auspicious. That's how the ancients worked. We also have this fact that the rites and rituals involved synchronized menstruation. So it's not just one woman involved here. It could be up to 30. It could be 50. It could be an entire tribe who have learned to synchronize menstruation. This goes back hundreds of thousands of years. And we know that when one stick can be easily broken, put three together, you can't break it. This is called collectivism. So collectivism is the bane of our modern world. It's anti-individualistic. But do you know its origins? You might hate something, you might lament it as a sociologist, as an activist, as a philosopher who's noticing, or a psychologist who's noticing what it is that is destroying individualism, and you might call it collectivism, consensus trance. Do you know where it originates? I believe there's also fasting. You read into the ancient anthropological records and you go out there into the field, you'll find out that fasting and time spent underground were key aspects of the rites. And then, as I said, the elixir is mixed with menstrual blood, snake venom, and other psychotropic substances. And the elixir consumed at precise astrological periods. So even the consuming of it was probably done under important transits and aspects of Venus and the moon. So whatever was done terrestrially, it was never done unless there was something celestially happening. And these lunar priestesses, they are the ones who bear the title the Virgin. Right? Because their goddess was a virgin. They were virgins and their goddess was a virgin. Strong and alone. Be she Venus, be she the moon. And also the cult of her was set apart. This matriarchy, this gynocracy that we're talking about is set apart. They're virginal. In fact, I believe that a lot of the stone circles that you find all over the world were actually erected at the behest of these goddess gynocracies, these priestesses, because that helps you do what? Measure time. If we're talking about synchronizing with celestial astrological time, then you have to build these markers, and they are the stone circles. So stone circles are in a circle. They provide you with measurement of the celestial bodies, the transits of the moon and Venus. And as we said, this is going to be collective activity. Now there's good parts of that, the suffix, right? And there's going to be negative parts of that. There's a lot of battery power if a bunch of Sophianic priestesses, high as kites, are getting together under special transits of their goddess. There's a lot of psychic bioenergy there, which can be used for all sorts of purposes. So those people who smile on, oh, these ancients sitting around collectively, yeah, do you ever concern yourself with the possible negatives of that? Now, ancient women withdrew during their menstrual periods to meditate, fast, pray, and communicate with her. Women living together in cooperative groups do begin to coordinate their time of periods. Ancient women bled and meditated together under the bleeding and mediating moon. Oh, and one point there. All this palaver about magnetic waves, I have to deal with this in my astrological work and mystery school, all of that. But in short, all this concept that any of the planets, including the moon, have some weird magnetic forces that work on you is slowly being debunked. I've been an advocate against it since the beginning, but it's slowly being debunked now because, especially with the moon, it is not any kind of mysterious magnetic power that's really working on the humans. That might be something that's happening with the matter of the earth, the seas and the tides and so on. But when it comes to organic life forms and humans, it's the light of the moon. It's the light that is affecting the hormones and the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. So all the things that happen, at the full moon, which police will always tell you something boogaloo is going on, and all the rest of it, and including these more sacred aspects, where women will pray under the moon and look at the moon and they'll feel changes within their biology and have been even from a Darwinian evolutionary point of view. It's not any magnetic forces working on, it's the light that is causing these changes and also the arousal of a spiritual feeling of belonging. And another reason why the serpent and the female are connected has to do with the shedding of the lining of the womb, which the ancients knew all about. You can't even believe the cult of the placenta, right? There's an entire Egyptian rite, and it's a huge thing of the placenta. They'd cut you open, they cut open the dead, they knew all about it. And the shedding of the lining of the womb was fascinating to them, and it coincided, it was a correspondence with the shedding the skin of the serpent. As we said, the serpent throne. Here we see Demeter, one of the most important gods of Europe and Asia Minor, sitting upon the actual throne of the serpent, officiating for that. They're one. Another important anecdote is the underworld concept. Another female personification, which occurs all through the Hebrew Bible, is Sheol. This is a feminine noun defined by Brown, Driver, and Briggs in their Hebrew lexicon as underworld. Compare hollow place, hole, and hell. This may be one of the Semitic words which have come into the English language and may be related to the Norse proper name Hela, or Hela, the Norse goddess of hell. Well, he's right. It did come from the West. It's not Semitic. It's not Jewish. It's the goddess Hel, the goddess of the underworld. As everywhere, the great mother goddess of Crete, the Demeter of the Greeks, is, as mistress of the underworld, also a goddess of death. Now, if we're dealing with opium and poppies and menstrual blood and elixirs, death now doesn't mean physical death, does it? She's goddess of the underworld. Or are we connecting the dots? The death is a ritual death. Wait till we get to masonry. Right? But this death is a ritual death. Not necessarily a physical death, although that is part of it, because when you die, you go through the underworld. You're also you're moving on to the other world. All prehistoric monuments in Britain and globally are associated with the cult of the dead. All of them. All prehistoric monuments in Britain and globally are associated with the cult of the dead. A very exact ancient science of spiritual invocation and conscious direction of natural forces. The Irish fairy realm is the other world, of the Mexican Nagual, the dream time of the Australian Aborigines, the summer land of the immortal dead who live on in other dimensions of our total reality. So when we see in the symbol of the Magdalene with a skull, we'll understand why those two images have been connected. But getting more into the deep dark point, as the result of taking these potions and performing these rites is actually an obsessive interest in the other world, or otherworldliness. This is where the religion begins. We looked at Massey's quote, and even one before that. This is Pandora's box of evils, folks. This is what's haunting millions, billions of minds today. These out-of-body states led to the belief that someone was talking to you. Some cults just say that's the ancestor. So we have ancestor worship. One of the more primal forms of the religions we know today is ancestor worship. Well, you'll hear ancestors talking, all right, or something talking when you're high as a kite on this stuff. That then leads, in another year, another epoch, to the worship of certain gods. Maybe just personifications of your son, the children. Your love for them is personified and suddenly is a child god. It's Horus and Attis, Tammuz, the rest of it. Right? Then as that moves, it moves on to a more bearded god or something else that's talking to you. I mean, when you're on this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, you will worship a fucking pencil. What the crux of the matter is, we are dealing with a Pandora's box of supernaturalism and metaphysics that can be traced directly to this process. God was female for at least the first 200,000 years of human life on earth. So this is not just some shot in the dark, something that happened once upon a time, passed by, and then we have what we've got. This is what was going on for hundreds of thousands of years. These females were in charge of more history than we've ever dealt with, like the opening quote from Lawrence Gardner was sort of partly referring to. So what I'm saying is that on a metaphysical, religious, theological level, all the gods and the goddesses come from this. Right? There's an astro-theological tie-in, but it's also from this. They come from somewhere. So this develops into metaphysics. This develops away from naturalism, the Sophics and the Sophianics. One is phenomenological. They're here and they're now. And that can be demonstrably proven, by the way. And then you've got another group who's doing something else. Something else has happened. And from that we get the anti-naturalism, the metaphysics. An extension of that is, in the end, if you've got these gods, oh, how wonderful they look, well then the human is automatically in an inferior position, isn't he? Angels above, gods above. Oh, and by the way, we're going to have to sacrifice you for those gods. I mean, this thing just becomes monstrous as it goes. We're talking about the chronology, the etiology of very, very pernicious concepts that are haunting the human mind today. Dionysus, says J.J. Bachofen, is a woman's god in the fullest sense of the word, the source of all woman's sensual and transcendent hopes, the center of her whole existence. It was to women that he first was revealed in his glory, and it was women who propagated his cult and brought about his triumph. Fits exactly with what we've been talking about. Dionysus is nothing but the ordinary stereotypical son loved by any female, moved up a couple of notches. Now he becomes the god, the beloved one. But it's the same thing for Apollo, for Adonis, for Attis, for Tammuz, for Bacchus, and for Jesus. You think we're dealing with anything different? No matter how the story changes? And what was he associated with? What is Bacchus and what is Dionysus associated with? Intoxication and excess. Do we decode that? It's not just wine. What is it? It's not just fruits. What is it? What does the vine stand for? What does the grape stand for? What is the wine standing for? Why is it important to women? Well, look, you think this is dead and gone? This accounts for the bizarre atavistic. Remember that key word? This accounts for when Elvis came out, look at the furore of the females. I mean, have you ever seen anything like that? Can you look at that again phenomenologically? What the hell is going on? Well, it's atavistic thinking which rules generations. That was a perfect phenomenological example of atavistic thinking. Remember I said if you learn how to look for it, you're going to have a whole, the way you turn the pages of a history book is going to be completely different than anyone else. So start considering your James Deans, your Jim Morrisons, your Brian Joneses, your Mark Bolans, your Jimi Hendrixes, your John Lennons, and whatever they've thrown up in this 21st century. It's so garish I don't even want to look at it. But all of these creatures, David Bowie. What is all going on with this? Where is that fixation coming from? Now, none of this stuff makes sense, you see, in the religious experience until we first realize that we are not speaking of consciousness as we know it. That's not going to work. If you're trying to think that this atavistic thinking is something that we can conceive of or have been taught to conceive of, no, you're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. We're talking about pre-visitation traditions. Then we're talking about trauma of the post-visitation. Not just one act of trauma, but many. For those of you who've read my Atlantis book, you know that. Men's minds were changed. They're not as they were. And also, you see, what the mind created while on these drugs for hundreds of thousands of years, while you're on this stuff, more in the negative way, unfortunately, it's very hard to break the spell because it's the mind that's creating all of these phantasmagorias. Well, try changing that. If your mind is seeing something that's existing and you're dealing with it, and for thousands of years your descendants are worshipping that god, that goddess, and performing all the rites, what are you going to do? How are you going to rewind that? How are you going to break it? We haven't broken it. Don't you see when you look around in the world? Do you think this spell has been broken or any even really close to being broken? Now, one of the men, there's many, but the most important man who uncovered the role that these hallucinogenic substances played in religion specifically was the great John Marco Allegro. Is that pad and pen in front of you? It bloody well better be. Write it down. Research it. Do your homework. Find out. Don't listen to me. Don't take anything I'm telling you here. I've sourced this. Write those sources down. Go to the horse's mouth. Men who've explained it way better than I ever could. I'm just synthesizing a lot of other people's work and throwing in my interpretations, but don't sit there passively accepting it. Write it down. Go research it for yourself and you're going to find out how you've been had. He's the man who shows you. What the hell is going on? You think this cult of Dionysus is something of the past? I wish it were. What is a priest? What's all this regalia? What's all this symbolism? What's all these traditions that we know nothing about? And these are occult traditions that bona fidely and demonstrably exist within Judaism and Christianity. It's not outside of it. Within the hierarchies of these orders exist the very people we're talking about, at the higher echelons, of course, average rank and file clergyman or priest or vicar, well-meaning, they don't know about it. You have to initiate. These are hierarchies. Some know the symbolism, others don't. But I don't care about what they know or what we don't know. We have got to know it. So never take your eyes off the symbolism. The chalice. As I say, the symbolism of the mushroom and the psilocybin is going on today. It's parading there in open, right in front of your eyes. Bizarre ad copy. Bizarre movies. This Dionysian cult is ever growing in power. If you know what I'm talking about, you'll find that you make sense of even lyrics. Sweet the sin, bitter the taste in my mouth. I see 7 towers, but I only see one way out. Didn't we say that 7 was an important number to the what? You know, I took the poison from the poison stream, then I floated out of here. In through a doorway, she. Do we need to actually go on with this program? I think the point has been. She brings me white gold and pearls stolen from the sea. Keep that in mind. The sea is going to be an important symbol as we go. She is raging, right? She's terrible. She is raging, and the storm blows up in her eyes. What storm? An outer storm or an inner storm? She will suffer the needle chill. She's running to stand still, like the Red Queen in Lewis Carroll, and the hallucinogenic mind control symbolism that story has been used for by people who shouldn't be using it. She would never say where she came from. Yesterday don't matter if it's gone. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, she comes and goes, no one knows. Picnet and Prince say, it is said of Mary and the women around Jesus that they ministered unto him of their substance. The women around Jesus ministered to him of their substance. Thinly disguised in the Gospels. Now, given that the pharaohs were anointed by female priestesses, what are we to make of Mary Magdalene's act of anointing Jesus? It is not obvious that she was a member. It's not obvious that she was a member of this prestigious line of pharaohs. To me, it is. Now, of course, we emphasized before there's a sexual dimension to all of this. Women had their roles in the ancient cult, says John Allegro. There were the sacred prostitutes, an office well known in the ancient world. It is usually assumed that the woman dedicated herself to the service of the god as a sexual partner in some imitative ritual designed to stimulate the generative faculties of the fertility deity. Doubtless in many of the cults, she did perform such a function, copulating before the altar with the priests or other male worshippers at certain festivals. There are also indications that it was considered necessary to make some sort of booth or covering for the prostitute and the magic plant during the seduction. Ever watched the Queen's coronation? I saw a booth there. I saw a pavilion being drawn over the woman. Well, I didn't hear them saying that she was a whore or a prostitute, but I saw the symbolism. So we've taken another layer of the onion. First we were talking about serpents, then we got over to elixirs of life, or the creators of men, and now we got another one, the sexual stuff. Oh, we got to the magic plants, and now we're into the cult of the sacred prostitute. Even in Christianity, the agape festivals or the feasts of agape come from ceremonies of this kind. Professor Albright says that sacred prostitution was apparently a most invariable concomitant of the cult of the Phoenician and Syrian goddess. Whatever her personal name, a sacred prostitute, the goddess was called the Holy One. Then I just finished talking about the branches of this tree of theology and supernaturalism. Here's another one. These women, actually, the women involved in this, by the way, in these thesmorphias and hallucinating myths, they claim to be the Holy Spirit. They refer to themselves as that. Now, that entity, the Holy Spirit, just got desexualized by Christians and Jews. But originally, it was this, the sacred prostitute. Can you swallow that? The tents of the sacred prostitutes were generally erected on the high place. Well, at the Queen's coronation, there was a high place. 5 steps up, where sacrifices were offered, beside the tablet of Baal or Jehovah. and the symbol of Asherah. The tree as the mother of life, as the teller, and lastly, as the oracle or foreteller, was represented by certain rites by a living woman who was worshipped beneath its branches. Isaiah denounces the sons of the sorcerers who inflamed themselves with idols under every green tree. So there's the tree coming up again in a different context. Jeremiah says of Israel, "She has gone up upon every high mountain and under every green tree, and there hath played the harlot." There was a temple in Babylon where every female had to perform once in her life a strange act of religion, namely prostitution with a stranger. The name of it was Bit Shagatha, or the temple, the place of union. The Hebrew word zana, which signifies the semen emitting, the emittance of semen, was the name of the woman who lived and practiced the same rite outside of the temple. Feasts and holy days were devoted to this passion and generally concluded with excess. Strabo wrote that at Thebes, a very beautiful girl of the most distinguished lineage was consecrated to Zeus or Ammon, and played the concubine and had intercourse with whomsoever she desired until the natural purification of her body, meaning until the expiration of the month. Then, after the purification, she was given to a husband proper. Before marriage, all women of Cyprus were obliged by custom to prostitute themselves to strangers at the temple of the goddess, and Greek inscriptions indicate that the custom was practiced there as late as the 2nd century AD. Saktis are worshippers of reproduction, and their secret rites are grossly physical. The rites celebrate worship of the goddess, personified by a naked girl who is supposed to be in a state of hypnotism or trance. And she is called the yogini, that is the kunti, or the kunti, right? Or personification of the yoni. And in all of this, the role of the priest is very important. Camille Paglia says that self-castration was a one-way road to ritual impersonation. In the mystery religions which influenced Christianity, the devotee imitated and sought union with his God. The priest of the Great Mother changed sex in order to become her. In ancient Mexico, a woman representing the goddess was flayed and her skin put on by a male priest. The Great Mother's eunuch, priest, was called she. Pierre Sabak says that vestigial to the priesthood, the reptile is shown as a hermaphrodite or a transgender priest. In the use of women's clothing, known to have been worn by the Gali, the castrated priests of the Great Mother in Syria, Crete, Ephesus, etc., and preserved in the dress of the Catholic priests today, the sacrifice is carried out to the point of identification. Not only is the male sacrificed to the Great Mother, but she becomes her representative. He becomes her representative, a male wearing her dress. Whether he sacrifices his masculinity in castration or in male prostitution, it's only a variant. Newman tells us that the eunuchs are, as priests, also sacred prostitutes. For the Kadeshim, like the Kadeshoth, or female sacred prostitutes, are representatives of the goddess, whose orgiastic sexual character excels her fertility character. Since these castrated priests play a leading role in the cult of the Bronze Age in Syria, Asia Minor, and even in Mesopotamia, we find the same presuppositions at work in all the territories of the Great Mother. The Great Mother is therefore the sorceress who transforms men into animals. Circe, mistress of the wild beasts, who sacrifices the male and rends him. Indeed, the male serves her as an animal and no more. For she rules the animal world of the instincts which ministers to her and to her fertility. This explains the theriomorphic, right, that means half man, half beast, male consorts of the Great Mother, her priests and victims. And that is why, for example, the male votaries of the Great Goddess, who prostituted themselves in her name, were called kelabim, the kelabim, dogs, and they wore women's clothing. Male priests who engaged in homosexual sacred prostitution were called the Kadesh, literally the holy ones, the male holy ones. Because remember, all of this is very holy. That's what you've got to remember. All of this including the rending and the tearing and the slashing and the hacking and the prostitution and all, that's all holy. Don't forget. Right, now the word evolved in ancient Hebrew to take on a similar meaning to sodomite. The Hebrew word kelev, dog, in the next line may also signify a male dancer or prostitute. Well, it's all there in the text. It's also there in the imagery. Phoenician priests were known as Kohanim. The Jews picked that up later, but they were the original Kohen, was the Phoenicians. And that is a very similar word in Gaelic, Con or Cain, meaning dog. And in fact, it comes from the West. Right? The Kohanim, which is meant to be Jewish, is actually Gaelic, by the way. So the priests are officiating in her name. They wear animal heads, dogs or any other kind of animal that's hanging around. They dress in her robes. We start falsely attributing all the religious aspects to them, to the male persona. What a bunch of crap, that's false. John Remsburg says that prostitutes were of both sexes. The men were called Kedeshim and the women Kedeshoth, that is holy, vowed, consecrated. Deuteronomy bears witness that both the one and the other brought the hire of their prostitution into the treasury of the temple of Jehovah. This paid in part the expenses of worship at Jerusalem. Well, that's good to know. The chosen ministers and priests of the mother goddess are eunuchs. They've sacrificed the thing that is for her the most important, the phallus. The terrible mother is an enchantress who confuses the senses and drives men out of their minds. No adolescent can withstand her. He is offered up as her phallus. So the child is sacrificed. Dark Diana of the Romans, goddess of the witches, wore a necklace of testicles, echoing the castration nature of Kali. As the Gorgon Medusa, her magic hair composed of writhing snakes petrified all who looked at her into rigidity and death. Only the priests, at least in later times, escape being put to death because by castrating themselves, they have voluntarily submitted to a symbolical death for her sake from Egypt to India, from Greece and Asia Minor to darkest Africa. The Great Mother was always regarded as a goddess of the chase and of war. Her rites were bloody, her festivals orgiastic. So, we call this talk the Female Illuminati. And we're going to prove that by the end of the program. But, as Julius Evola pointed out, actually when you're looking at today's priests, you're looking at a female Illuminati. So even if we were to end the program here, you know where to find them. Because symbolically speaking, that's who they are. That's what the Kohanim are. That's what the priest is. And I don't care from what tradition they're coming. Because it's the king, it's the monarch, it's the imperial power that is, ladies and gentlemen, solar. And so just in contradistinction to that, and these are, two forces that run the state, run the body politic, right? But symbolically speaking, if the king and the imperial power is solar, what does that make the priests? They are lunar, no matter how you cut it. And they are feminine to that which is above them. So they're below the imperial power, that makes them feminine. They're feminine because they're feminine to God who's above them. Right? That which is above is masculine, that which is lower is feminine in the esoteric tradition. So in short, what that means is that every priest living today constitutes a female Illuminati, by the way. And in the end, we understand that these males, these eunuchs, these dogs, are functionaries. The priest is the shepherd of the dumb herd. He's just out there doing the shepherd work for people who are too busy. Don't want to be dealing with all that. They're there to keep anxiety at a minimum, right? Give you some bread and circuses. Keep people functioning. Keep the machines turning. You think a politician is any different? Well, the priest beats the politician every time. They're stewards. But that means working for somebody else. And I mean, let's not forget that even in the very beginning, all of mankind was made as a slave race. Possibly by a cult of goddesses, okay? So who says anything has actually changed? Why shouldn't they treat us like this? They made us. That's the way they look at it. And again, back to what we said before. The goddess of the garden is of the goddess. She is Asherah. She is the creator of man. She's presented later as the consort of Jehovah, and then finally they get sick of that and they just cut her out altogether and have Jehovah. That works better. But she's also cryptically portrayed as Eve, or hell, we'll throw in Lilith too, because how are we going to deal with the fact that she's two characters or two sisterhoods? They get confused. So just make the dark sister there, Lilith, throw in some stuff about her, and then we'll have this other one, this benign Eve. That'll handle it. Because they need to translate an earlier canon, an earlier archive of work. Then they got to talk about the central issue of these priestess cults, which is the elixir of life. Oh, throw in an apple or a fig. Oh, throw in a tree of life. That'll cover that. They're just euphemisms for the mind-altering, mind-bending stuff. And since they're religious people that are doing this, well, they got a reason for being interested in all of this, because that's where religion originated. It seems that in the Bronze Age, Levant, trees were all but synonymous with goddesses. Not only do pendants depict goddesses with trees growing up from their vulvic triangles, but one of the most beautiful objects from Ugarit presents a goddess as a tree. The Amorite king was entitled Servant of Asherah. A major rite of Asherah involved the erection of a wooden pole representing a tree. Well, I'll tell you what. By now you must understand that this helps us decode one of the most enigmatic stories of the Old Testament. The famous story of Moses who goes in front of a burning tree. Well, now that we know that, upside down, backs, inside out, the tree is a female symbol, so now we can understand what this is all about. The male goes down on his knees, not in front of Jehovah. Oh, no. That's the later Disney version. The tree is a symbol of Asherah, consort of Jehovah, who precedes Jehovah, the goddess. Oh, he also does it on a mountain, which I want you to remember. And the burning bush or the burning tree also happens to symbolize the drug. And what happens and what you hear talking to you when you're on it. Now, before he goes up on the hill, he hangs around with this shepherd who's got 7 daughters. One of whom is called Zipporah. He kind of marries her or something, which means bird. Just get the decoder out. It's all priestess initiation symbolism. If you really want to delve into it deeply, that particular aspect of what we're talking about, the psilocybin, psychotropic stuff, go to my Trees of Life book. It's all there. John Remsburg tells us that Asherah, the voluptuous goddess of fertility, was a Hebrew goddess and was worshipped along with Jehovah in the temple itself at Jerusalem, which accounts for why there's a pentagram over the Holy of Holies. Associated with the worship of Asherah and other goddesses of this character was what is known as sacred prostitution. Thousands of women, the fairest and best lured of their race, and also men, the sodomites, prostituted themselves for the support of their religion. Wonderful, lovely stuff. It was practiced for centuries among the Hebrews, constituting a part of temple worship, the Jewish kings, with the exception of a few, like Hezekiah and Josiah, sanctioning it. Solomon's temple was largely a pagan temple. Before it stood 2 phallic pillars, while its doors were ornamented with symbols of the phallic and solar worship. Solomon worshipped, in addition to other pagan deities, Ashtarte, right? That's Ashtoreth, the Sidonian Asherah. Women also celebrated orgiastic rites among themselves. These rites, often known to us only from the later mysteries, mostly revolved around orgiastic dismemberment of a sacred animal or animal deity whose bloody portions were devoured and whose death served the fertility of women and consequently the earth. The archetypal figure of the mother appears in the most primitive myths and sculptures as huge, all-powerful and overwhelming. Correspondingly, the rituals practiced in religion to her were concerned not with seeking her love, but rather with placating her. The mother of these myths is represented in a barbarous or bestial aspect most repugnant to civilized people. The mother goddess, giver of life and fertility, guardian of childbirth, is also the terrible one, Death, the devourer. In the Celtic countries, the mother goddess was represented by a great stone cauldron over which human sacrifices were made. The chief priestess was charged with the slaying of the victims, who were generally prisoners of war rather than infants offered in sacrifice by their parents, as you got in the Phrygian ritual. When infants were sacrificed, it was believed that the goddess drank their blood, which renewed her own powers of fertility. Decoded, what this means is that, are we going to take it that with this elixir of life, it's not only got menses blood in it, it's not only got snake venom, it's not only got all sorts of other hallucinogenic substance, we're dealing with even ritualistic blood, the blood of dead, ritualized, sacrificed children? In the most barbaric days, the mother goddess devoured the human infants sacrificed to her, and there is no indication that she experienced any emotion other than satisfaction over her ghastly meal. Human sacrifices appeared to be offered to her. This is to Artemis or Neith. Spartan boys were flogged and sprinkled with blood at rites connected with Artemis worship. She was a terror-inspiring conception among the common people. In isolated areas, her memory was perpetuated by a repulsive and bloodthirsty hag who terrorized the people and demanded annual dues of human and animal victims. In Rome, during the festival of the Phrygian mother goddess, the priests formed processions which were accompanied by frenzied music and ended in orgies. Worship from Egypt to India, from Greece to Asia Minor to darkest Africa, the Great Mother was always regarded as a goddess of the chase and of war. Her rites were bloody, her festivals orgiastic. Artemis, Orthia of Sparta, required human sacrifices and the whipping of boys. Human sacrifices were likewise required by the Taurian Artemis, and the Alphaic Artemis was worshipped by women with nocturnal dancing, for which they smeared their faces with mud. Everywhere the rites are frenzied and orgiastic. And speaking of the Persian goddess, Walter Schubert tells us, a consecrated courtesan took the role of the goddess. She sat on a luxurious throne. Everyone could see her on the sanctuary's raised mound. With all the pomp and ceremony of the Orient, her divine partner was brought to her, chosen from among the slaves. The official union between the sacred courtesan and her lover, taking place in the presence of all the faithful who joined in with elated cries, represented the high point of the religious festivities and the invitation to a general orgy. The mysteries of the Great Mother were celebrated by women, peaceably enough in Eleusis, but in a sanguinary manner, that's a bloodthirsty manner, in the cult of Dionysus, and the orgiastic rending of goat and bull, and the eating of the bloody fragments, as a symbolic act of fertilization. Extends from Osiris to Dionysus Zagreus, and to Orpheus and Pentheus and Actaeon. As the Orphic saying has it, the victim must be torn asunder and devoured. Julius Avila tells us that the Sakian festivals, which were celebrated in honor of the great goddess, culminated in the slaying of a person who represented the male regal figure. Right? In chess, the king is knocked over, right? The queen is the most powerful on the board. The dismissal of the virile element on the occasion of the celebration of the goddess was also found in a dramatic way in the castrations performed during Cybele's mysteries. Sometimes the priests who felt possessed by the goddess would go so far as to emasculating themselves in order to resemble her and to become transformed into the female type, which was conceived as the highest manifestation of the sacred. Moreover, from the temples of Astarte and Artemis at Ephesus to Hierapolis, the priests were often eunuchs. So the male is really considered nothing. He's unimportant. On March 24th, the Festival of Blood was celebrated. The most fanatic of the faithful slashed their shoulders and arms to water the pine with their blood. There's the pine tree coming in. And thus to participate themselves in the Passion of Attis. The pine was then lowered into a cellar in the temple where an evening of purification took place. Now you can find a giant pine cone in the Vatican of all places. Well, we said that the priests represent a female Illuminati anyway, end of story. Now, J.J. Bachofen has shown convincingly that the Dianads, or Danaides, by killing the bridegrooms whom they have been forced to accept, belong to the sphere of the emancipated virgin mothers. So these wonderful glowing terms like goddess, mother, and virgin have a very dark side to them. Joseph Campbell says that the executioner, likewise pronouncing sacred syllables, struck off the man's head, which was immediately presented to the goddess on a golden plate. Ever heard that story before? About a man's head being severed at the behest of a female? Just you wait till we get to the Masonic section to see how this becomes important. The lungs being cooked were consumed by yogis, and the royal family partook of a small quantity of rice steeped in sacrificial blood. Well, I always like rice with it myself, actually. A bit of ketchup does well. On an Etruscan bronze relief, the Great Mother is depicted in her original form as Gorgo, strangling lions with both arms and spreading her legs wide in the attitude of ritual exhibitionism. In a hymn, she is called the glad-eyed goddess of desire. Sometimes she calls herself a loving courtesan or a temple harlot. In this respect, she is portrayed in art as a nude woman with a prominent pedendum, or as lifting her robe to disclose her charms. In another hymn, she says, I turn the male into the female. I turn the female into the male. All lovers of mother goddesses have certain features in common. They are all youths whose beauty and loveliness are as striking as their narcissism. They are delicate blooms symbolized by the myths as anemones, right? Narcissi, hyacinths, or violets, which we, with our markedly masculine patriarchal mentality, would more readily associate with young girls. The only thing we can say about these youths, whatever their names may be, is that they please the amorous goddess by their physical beauty. Apart from that, they are, in contrast to the heroic figures of mythology, devoid of strength and character, lacking all individuality and initiative. Those flower-like boys are not sufficiently strong to resist and break the power of the goddess, break the power of the Great Mother. They are more pets than lovers. Pets. The goddess, full of desire, chooses the boys, pet shop boys, chooses the boys for herself and rouses their sexuality. The initiative never comes from them. They are always the victims, dying like adorable flowers. In Assam, it was the custom of certain royal house to offer one human victim at the Durga Puja every year. Durga is a goddess, you see. After having bathed and purified himself, the sacrifice was dressed in new attire, daubed with red sandalwood and vermilion, arrayed with garlands and thus bedecked, installed upon a raised platform or dais before the image, where he spent some time in meditation, repeating sacred sounds, and when ready he made a sign with his finger. So as Joseph Campbell telling us here about the willful sacrifice. Walter Schubart again says, for 5 days all the ties of marriage and relationship are suspended. Any woman can have sex with any man she desires, and any man with any woman. In the ecstasy of the nocturnal celebration, each woman is the image of the divine Anatas. At the end of the holiday, the lover is burned, a cruel illustration of the man's subservience to the woman. At Argos, during the feasts to Aphrodite, the priestesses drugged and drank themselves to the height of mystical ecstasy. Flagellation played an important part in such rituals, notably in Sparta, where children were whipped before the statues of Artemis, a practice that replaced the child sacrifices evident in the legend of Iphigenia. And in Rome, during the feast of Cybele in Attis, at the Lupercal, when the priests used to flagellate the faithful, particularly the young women. So similar rituals occurred in the Christian era with a medieval practice of mortification and corporal punishment and the processions of the flagellants. Well, we still have that with Opus Dei. This stuff hasn't gone away. And all that Christian symbolism of flagellating oneself is a goddess tradition, pure and simple. Like we said in the introduction when we looked at a few anecdotes, this female symbolism is all around where you'd least expect it. Her, the goddess, her cult evidently dates back to the Stone Age, as indicated by the fur garments that were worn in the ritual. And as I said, this penchant for the fur garment turns up in the most prosaic forms. What does it represent? Well, it represents the shorn hair of the priest, the shorn hair of the male victim, the ram's hair that's being worn by the goddess. But never for a moment think that this is just something relegated to the past. There's something going on today. Remember Samson and Delilah? Now, hair has always been connected with the idea of cosmic power. Witches believed their magic power was in their hair. Here it is again, Lady Gaga with a hair dress. Oh, what is this? You would think that was really bizarre, wouldn't you? Well, these rituals were all at the call or the behest of the goddess. They were done to appease her. Now, what kind of nature goddess would call for such thing, demand such a thing? No, it was something else, created and conjured by this, the human mind. None of it's natural, none of it's needed. And as we said, as you see in the ad copy today, there's a ubiquitous collectivism that to me is very worrisome. I don't know about you. Because to me it's a warning sign, because it's door to door today, isn't it? It's wall to wall today. It's absolutely implicit. Even the modern ad copy is not only orgiastic in exactly the way we've been laboring to show you, but this is the place where the individual is sacrificable. The individual as such is a flower child. He's unimportant. He's the one with the truly feminine disposition, actually. Because he doesn't have any masculinity about him. But see, even more alarming is that the fact that there's a vampirism involved here, because these rituals were actually done as a kind of sustenance. Remember the quotes we've just gone through? They're replenishing their own energy. Right? The moon wanes and weakens and even dies or tires as it sinks down. Persephone, when she goes into the underworld, she languishes there in her underworld prison. What does all this mean? It means that the goddess is a vampire. Her disciples are satiating themselves orgiastically. Now, I ask you again, what is sane or spiritual about any of that? Is this what the Aztecs were into with all that ritual sacrifice that we know actually did take place? Is this the reason for other weird ritual slaughters and madness and mass ritual deaths around the world? Like the Solar Temple, so-called, and many others? The Heaven's Gate? Coatlicue of the Maya and Aztecs, Kali, Durga. Even the Nordics have, as I said, their Hel, H-E-L, receiver of the souls of the dead. In that context, it's just simply the womb that receives the dead as it gave birth to the living. Female priestesses who can easily sacrifice their children because they say, the child I bore is merely an extension of my womb anyway, it belongs to me, I created it, and if I want to have a period of time where the children will be held up to me, sacrificed up to me, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Because I am the Alpha and Omega, I am the beginning and the end. I gave birth, and I am the life taker. Now, of course, this is a million miles away from what the Sophics were doing, and from also the Sophic perspective. If you want to know more about that, go and watch my program, Divination and the Goddess Tradition, where we go into more of that. Go to unslaved.com and you'll see the program there for free. We cover that tradition in detail, and showing how by the loss of that Sophic tradition, the state we're in today. But even more disturbing, as we saw from those quotes, is this whole concept of sacrifice. And we'll get into that later as well, more about it. Just for now, just understand, we're talking about atavistic consciousness, which is not as we understand it at all. And the symbolism, even though it may look horrific and gory, well, it is horrific and gory, but it conceals something mythological, something that you have to understand intellectually. We're into the perverse world of occult societies here. Now, if it's not murder, you see, it's not murder if the victim is willingly participant. Suddenly you've transcended the normal morals. Get out the movie To the Devil a Daughter with Christopher Lee and Richard Widmark. Watch it. Also, because I've been emphasizing that the virgin can also be a truly a younger woman, a younger girl. Well, see, that follows on that if that same matriarch, if that same figurehead ages, well, then it's all over for her. So the sacrifice is almost embedded, because as she ages, she loses her virginal status and becomes redundant. So now she can be sacrificed, and it is often a willing sacrifice. Her lifetime is curtailed now because she's just a channel, not a person. And she has to be replaced with a new version of one that's coming up, who's going to be a better channel, isn't it? That's the point. And we'll be dipping back into this concept again when we later in the program, when we look at the technical advances of today's technological world, how the same thing is tying in, actually. It's not ancient as we would think. We already read that most goddesses of the ancient world were goddesses of the dead. Athenians, right, called their dead the people or the children of Demeter. That's why caves were always sacred to the goddess, because that's, and why we're even buried today. You never noticed that? We are buried in the earth. Right? Persephone descends as the daughter. She's ritually given by her mother. Do you get, a lot of people have heard this myth, but do we realize that Demeter is offering Persephone to the gods of the dead? The younger daughter is being sacrificed by the older woman. She overcomes death in the ritual, comes back from the underworld, and she's now the queen of death. She becomes a new Demeter who offers her daughter up. They're archetypes. It's the indestructible nature of the archetypal goddess. And that indestructibility is going to become important also as we go through the program to resolve some major lies that some of these Masonic lodges are putting out. As far as the Palestinian excavation illustrates the religious life of the Hebrews, it is mostly on the darker side. The standing pillars of Gezer enable us to picture the orgiastic rites at the high places. The jars containing infants' bones are gruesome testimony to the revolting practice of child sacrifice. The nude and coarse Astarte figures that are found in all the strata of the pre-exilic period give added emphasis to the fierce denunciations of the prophets. Right? The prophets are denouncing this. This is going to be important when we look at the rise of patriarchy. Among the Greeks, the goddess of the dark moon was Hecate. She was queen of men of the ghosts and of the crossroads, where many midnight rituals took place. Hecate was the destroyer. The newborn children and animals were sacrificed to her. The dead are especially sacred to the goddess since they directly partake of her being, spirits awaiting rebirth through her physical manifestations. So the dead are coming back. They cycle out as part of the ritual, and they await in line rebirth whenever the goddess of the wheel wants it. Now these symbols of ritual death and rebirth are all over the place. And they actually symbolize these sick traditions. They're especially alarming when they're in the company of a female, a blonde female, or some other sort of nymphette. When we start to decode these symbols, we understand exactly what's going on. And it's not just about a bunch of mind control people who don't know what they're doing. The ritual aspects we're talking about were very conspicuous. For instance, in Helter Skelter in the Manson murders. Go do something witchy was Charles Manson's term when he sent them off to do their murders, their ritual murders. And they were all timed astrologically. Actually, he was just a small part of a larger satanic wing. What he was doing was to try and ingratiate himself with that satanic branch. A much more sinister group. But go do something witchy. And those who've done their homework, checked out my Age of Manipulation program. As I said, they know that Manson wasn't in charge of the whole process. They'll understand that there was something infinitely more sinister relating to these goddess cults going on. And I refer you, the viewers, to Age of Manipulation. Just head over to unslaved.com. You can watch it there for free. So let's take another 10-minute break and come back.
Found my mind like an open book, lost on the top shelf. The dusty pages are mere reflections of a thought, and I am falling into my shadow self.
When you're doing any kind of presentation, Egypt, of course, looms up as a big subject. Merlin Stone tells us that the use of the cobra in the religion of the goddess in Egypt was so ancient that the sign that preceded the name of any goddess was the cobra. I.e., the picture of a cobra was the hieroglyphic sign of the word goddess. Now you're going to see in less than half an hour here how this one statement has changed the history of the world, of your forefathers, of their forefathers. What you're reading here is not just dead history. Everywhere in world myth and imagery, the goddess creatrix was coupled with the sacred serpent. In Egypt, she was the cobra goddess. The use of the cobra in her ceremonies and icons was so ancient that the inscribed picture of the cobra preceded the name of all goddesses and became the hieroglyphic sign of the word goddess. The uraeus is a symbol of the goddess Wadjet, or Udjat, who was one of the earliest Egyptian deities and was often depicted as a cobra. She became the patroness of the Nile Delta, which runs into the Mediterranean, the lower Nile, as the protector of all Lower Egypt. So her image was worn by the pharaohs as a head ornament, first as the body of Wadjet atop the head, or as a crown encircling the head. The pharaoh was recognized only by wearing the uraeus, which conveyed legitimacy to the ruler. So they're saying that the crown, even if it was only a circlet, even if it didn't have any other symbol on it, was a goddess symbol, let alone when it did show a serpent. What have I been saying all along? This implies that the male enthroned, the priest, even the king, even the pharaoh, is merely the subject, the officer, the officiator, the agent, the snake priest of the goddess. Now, not a great deal is known, says Merlin Stone, about this most ancient cobra goddess, but we later see her as the uraeus cobra worn on the foreheads of other deities and Egyptian royalty. The cobra was known as the eye, the symbol of mystic insight and wisdom. So we have the cobra is known, identified, corresponds with the eye. The eye is one of the permutations of the goddess. The eye is literally Wadjet, not a symbol of, well, it's a symbol of Wadjet, but it's actually her, just as the cobra goddess is her. Her name, Wadjet's name, can be rendered Udjat, meaning eye. The so-called Eye of Horus is in fact the Eye of Wadjet. The male is out front, the male is on the center stage, but what's in the wings? What lies behind the scenery and the window dressing? These are anti-types. Look at it. The Eye of Horus there with the symbol of Wadjet on the right, the cobra goddess, and her sister Nekbet on the left, the vulture goddess. Wadjet was titled Lady of Flame. Remember that burning bush? Wadjet was entitled Lady of Flame. This connection to fire means that she is the original burning bush or tree. She was the goddess of Lower Egypt, of the Delta region, which is always likened to a many branching tree. Given that she was a serpent goddess, we have a clear origin of the famous motifs in Genesis and Exodus. So if you didn't get it before in the previous sections, the connection between the serpent and the goddess, you've got it now because those symbols in Genesis pertain, there's an Egyptian tie-in as well. Because from the air, from satellite, the Egyptians knew that the delta looks like a placenta-like tree and the river Nile being the trunk. But that then was personified by this most primordial goddess, Wadjet. And she is the serpent coiling around the tree. So we haven't been finding a lot of masculine symbolism in the last couple of hours, have we? Wadjet had a famous oracle in the city Pur-Wadjet, the Greek name of which is Buto. According to Herodotus, this may have been the source of the oracular tradition which spread to Greece from Egypt. The serpents were considered the protectors of the temples and the chthonic, that's the earthy, masters of the ancient earth goddess. In Greece, the old oracles were devoted to the mother goddess. In Egypt, the rite of regal initiation included 3 separate moments. First came the purification, then the rite of reception of the supernatural fluid. Well, we've already found out what that is. Symbolized by the crown or the uraeus, or by the double crown, the crown that was often called the great sorceress, who establishes the right at the left hand of the king of the gods of eternity and of stability. And finally, the ascent to the temple representing the other world, the Padunt, and the embrace of the solar god. But what did we just read there? That the crown, we're talking the double crown, these even larger crowns, were actually called the great sorceress. There it is. Now, we're all familiar with the more famous goddess archetypes of Egypt, Isis and Nephthys. But we may be unaware that they're actually based on the older duad of Nekbet And Wadjet, Isis, is just a later rendition. The Egyptian name of Isis means seat or throne. It's highly significant. She actually made the king, being both throne and mother to him, as shown in the relief depicting King Seti I sitting on the lap of Isis, seated on the royal throne, and also in the reliefs portraying Horus or the pharaoh being suckled by Isis. Similar features are found in the chief mother goddess of the ancient Mesopotamian pantheon, the Sumerian Inanna or the Akkadian Ishtar, connected with the fertility of the earth, patroness of love and war, playing a role of in chthonic mythology by her descent into the underworld. Right? But look at Isis's crown. It's the seat. There she is with her sister Nephthys, just as Wadjet is with Nekhbet. And the pharaoh sits upon the throne. Now you understand when it's decoded. He sits upon Isis. He's the child in her lap. He's the pharaoh being suckled by her. In later matriarchal times, Isis was the throne. The throne symbolized her lap. The queen came to power by sitting on this lap or womb of the goddess, so becoming one with her power. So it's not just the kings of the land, it's the queens as well. The queens sit upon the great queen's lap, and by doing so, are sitting on the throne. The absolute symbol of royalty. Right? So temples, the priests in their temples, the temple is a symbol of the goddess. The royalty of the world sit upon the throne, it's a symbol of the goddess. How clear can you get it? But this duad, and in many roles, she is the serpent. It's not just her serpent lover, the sun. She is the divine serpent. Here she's as a Renut. Isis is also personified, or Wadjet is also personified by Renut, the snake-headed woman. We find it again in the Christian tradition, the exact same motif. Now, Gudea and Entemena may be cited as additional examples of Mesopotamian kings who claimed to have been suckled by the mother goddess. Thus the plea of the king Gudea of Lagash to the goddess Gatumdag. I have no mother, you are my mother. I have no father, you are my father. So for the kings of the world, you see, the goddess was the father and the mother. Sort of hermaphroditic concept. And wouldn't you know it, Wadjet's most important festival day just happened to fall on December 25th, the winter solstice. Well, I wonder what else happened on December 25th. Now, the actual origins of a serpent goddess, you see, of this nature, is really no mystery. This is the earliest version was Ta'urt. And in fact, the name of Ta'urt in hieroglyphics contains a vulture and a serpent, right? She's the keeper of the polar heaven. The circumpolar zone is dedicated to her. And those stars of the circumpolar region are the fruits, right? The pole is the tree, Draco is the serpent, and the little stars all around there are the fruits. It's a mythograph that is really one of the earliest origins of the tree of life symbolism from an astrotheological point of view. And since the Great Bear, which is also up there, moves in a swastika, so she's the lady of the swastika. And as we said, the great tree in the Egyptian context is the river Nile, but it's also Wadjet, the serpent goddess, the serpent round the tree. Now these two sisters were known as the Nepti, N-E-B-T-Y, you can look it up, the two ladies, primordial goddesses. The earliest Egyptian queen that they know about right now was Neith-Hotep, meaning Neith is satisfied. But she was also called, this pharaoh, female pharaoh, was also labeled as the consort of the two ladies. As we said, these two ladies are primordial goddesses that give rise to all the other kings and queens. Their symbols are being worn. They're also known as the mothers of Ra. The mothers of Ra, so the supreme sun god of Egypt. And this is a public god, worshipped not privately, but openly amongst all the people. Right. But he's got two mothers. There you see on the diagram there. The two mothers of the sun. Here they are in a more familiar symbol of the orb, the winged orb, but there's the two serpents, two different goddesses, sister goddesses. Here they are with the Jed column representing Osiris, the ancient god. Here they are, as we pointed out, on the very headdress, vulture of Nekbet and the cobra of Wadjet. Wadjet was also known as the Lady of Spells. This is her title in Egypt. And the very fact that there's two goddesses, this duad thing which turns up so often, is just again connected to Venus. Venus is the morning star, but she's also the evening star, right? A duad, a stellar duad. And as we said, most other goddesses and even gods are really agents or emissaries or personifications of the original archetype. And you'll know this because the goddess, like the one on the left here, is wearing the sign of Wadjet as a headdress. You see the same symbol above the head of Ra. Remember, the mothers of Ra is a circle, a sun with a serpent coiled around it. That is the symbol of Wadjet. But the key of this section is to realize that the prime symbol, this is going to be so important for where we're going, the prime symbol of Wadjet and Nekbet is the caduceus. It's one of the most misunderstood symbols, and the misunderstanding of it has led us into all sorts of troubles. And when we analyze the caduceus and go back to its origins, many mysteries throughout the world are uncovered. Much deception is shattered. It's actually the symbol of the two ladies. In this picture you can actually see at the top of the caduceus, right, the twin wands. One is of Nekbet, the other is of Wadjet, so it couldn't be made more simple. But by being a symbol of the two goddesses, we have to understand it's also the symbol of all the matriarchies that they gave rise to. All the queens, right, and the orders to which these queens belong are symbolized by this caduceus. In other words, it's not a male symbol. And so when you see it near the pharaoh, it's again representing the suzerainty, the dominance of the goddess. Now note the shape of the reed. You can see the cobra serpent on the right, but it's sitting on a reed, or it's coiled up. Look at the shape of the flower of the reed just below the serpent. This is going to become important, this triad, this tripartite, trifoil. Look above the goddess's head, you'll see a vulture at the top of the picture. That's Nekbet, the vulture goddess, the sister of Wadjet. That's going to become important down the line. And the reason is because the vulture transmogrified into the eagle. And these are, of course, they're duad because they're goddesses of death and rebirth. But that eagle is very important because it later was transmogrified into the eagle. Ishtar of Babylon, successor to Inanna, was identified with the planet known as Venus. In some Babylonian texts, this planet was called Masat, literally defined as prophetess. Ishtar was depicted sitting upon the royal throne of heaven, holding a staff around which coiled two snakes. So it's not just Egypt. The Babylonians associated Ishtar with serpent worship. The sign used in writing her name seems to represent a serpent coiling around a staff. Here's an image, ancient image. On the left you see the goddess Hathor. What is she holding in her hand? The symbol of Wadjet, the primordial mother goddess. The caduceus. Not of Hermes, not of Mercury, but of Wadjet. Here's a picture of the goddess Minerva. She's holding a mirror because that relates her to Venus, which is again a duad. She's seeing her reflection, and that's morning star, evening star. But look what she's holding in her hand. Here's the terrible mother, the Gorgon, representing the Sophianic sisterhoods. What she got as a belt. So we see now the spuriousness of the male holding the caduceus as has been put before us. It's not a male symbol. We have other renditions of the two mothers. Here's one sitting in the lap of the other as Leonardo da Vinci, Mary and then Catherine. The two mothers at the foot of the cross. It's so old it's new. The two Marys, Miriam and Martha. Now what we want to look at as this program proceeds is that this sisterhood of which Wadjet and Nekbet are the tutelary deities, right? It didn't die out. Could it still exist in one shape or another? An ideological or a biological connection? Well, here we have Queen Elizabeth I, and when the painting on the left was restored, it turns out she's holding a serpent. Here's some Christian patriarchs of the Eastern and Western churches holding the caduceus. Why are they holding the caduceus when you know what it is? Here's the Bishop of London's crozier. There's a lot of symbols you can choose. And if you're a Christian, you would think that the cross is more than adequate. Well, we've got a caduceus. Here's a Masonic diadem, a Masonic jewel. Around the figure we see, in this sign you will conquer. But what is the sign in which I will conquer? The caduceus. On a Masonic diadem, here's the Orange Lodge, powerful Masonic body. Look at the symbols, the pentagram and then the caduceus. Here's a £1 note featuring what? The caduceus. We must not omit to notice the caduceus, which forms, it is said, one of the most striking examples of a talismanic serpent. Now, according to Montfaucon, Kirchen and others, the notion that this belonged exclusively to Hermes or Mercury is erroneous, as it can be seen in the hand of Cybele, Minerva, Amebis, Hercules Ogamius, or Ogmius, and personified the constellation Virgo. The serpent was mixed up to a considerable extent with the worship of many other of the Grecian deities. The statues by Phidias of Minerva represent her as decorated with this emblem. In ancient medals, as shown by Montfaucon, she sometimes holds a caduceus in her right hand. At other times, she has a staff around which a serpent is twisted, and at others, a large serpent appears going in front of her, while she is sometimes seen with the crest composed of a serpent. It is remarkable, too, that in the Acropolis at Athens was kept alive a serpent who was generally considered the guardian of the place, and Athens was a city specially consecrated to Minerva. Now here's where it gets really interesting. This serpent, this caduceus, is the motif, the symbol of not only those goddesses. As they said, the cobra was always shown in the hieroglyphic representing a queen or even a princess, but even a noblewoman. So the hieroglyphic name of any noblewoman of elite standing in Egypt, as well as a goddess, bore the cobra. That was what was immediately the emblem, the stamp that told you this is a noblewoman of high degree. And as we said, it goes back to the first dynasty. You're talking about the earliest of the goddesses here. So in other words, that symbol is given really as a title. To what? To a group known in Egypt as the Great Royal Wives, a very powerful gynocracy, matriarchy, and sisterhood. And there's no reason, as we're going to see, to think that it died out. It may have changed its form, but there's no reason to think it died out. And one cannot stress the power of this order of Great Royal Wives. It was kind of as we saw, the reason why certain pharaohs became pharaohs. Now, Queen Tai, who is the wife of Amenhotep III, the mother of Akhenaten, grandmother of Tutankhamun, was a member of the Great Royal Wives. Now, I think in her case it was bestowed upon her. It wasn't that she was born to an elite family, but Egypt bestowed her. She was actually probably of foreign blood, you see. But her father was the richest man in the world at that time after the pharaoh, so there you go. The Queen Sitamon, daughter of Tai and Amenhotep III, sister of Akhenaten, aunt of Tutankhamun, was a great royal wife. Nefertiti, daughter of, they think, the pharaoh Aya, but they're not sure, wife of Akhenaten, was also entitled a great royal wife. And as a matter of fact, the scholars of Egypt start to notice that as you approach the reign of Akhenaten, just about this time of Nefertiti and Akhenaten, the cults of women gain greater power. Women are seen all over the place. Suddenly there's an increase in female power at this time. Now there's no mention of who established the tradition of the Great Royal Wives or why such an institution was thought important by the ancient Egyptians. Why in many cases did a nobleman have to be married to a princess of this line in order to qualify as a pharaoh? Now that wasn't the case in all circumstances, but it did happen. But in any case, the very presence of this original dragon court is not a patristic institution for all of its incredible power. Not only the royal families of Egypt were matriarchal, but also the common people. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus wrote that of the Egyptians, among private citizens, the husband, by the terms of the marriage agreement, appertains to the wife, and it is stipulated between them that the man shall obey the woman in all things. So, the great royal wife's institution is in a land where women hold already high office, even commonly. Surviving records also show that men and women seem to have received the same pay rations for doing the same work. Some royal women are known to have controlled the treasury as well as owning their own palaces, estates and workshops. And women, as independent citizens, could own property, buy and sell it, make wills, and choose which of their children would inherit from them. Now this is important because in my Irish Origins series of books and the program, we showed that Moses, the biblical Moses, the Old Testament Moses, was Akhenaten. And he was banished after his 17-year or whatever reign, despotic reign. You know, closing temples, forbidding the worship of other gods, religious persecution, the suppression of other traditions, in a land of Egypt which had been very tolerant before his reign. Of course, what that means and what we went into in that book is that the so-called Israelites and their exodus from Egypt is really, really when you render it correctly, it's the removal of Akhenaten as Atnists. So the Israelites are really Atnists. The Judites are Atnists. And the story of the exodus of Akhenaten and his people is cryptically told in the Old Testament. And it's a preposterous telling, by the way. Just as we saw that Moses and the burning bush number is preposterous and needs to be decoded, so does this story of the exodus of the Israelites, the exodus of the Atnists. I said earlier that Aton wasn't even a public god. He was originally a private one. And he was detested by the Egyptian people. They tolerated it for a while until Akhenaten's behavior got out of control. In the end, we see that it was just an exclusive god being promoted to people who didn't want it. And when monotheism began from its outset, it was exclusive and it was violent. The god of a bloody private crime family. Solar worship in a crude and brutal way. Now, I don't have time to retell the whole story of the Irish origins here. We can only focus on one fascinating anecdote, and it concerns this exile of the Israelites or the Atnists. But it has the most enormous meaning for our times, and everything we've been doing in the last couple of hours really is the background to this. This is the key, one of the most important keys of the program here. And to understand what we're talking about, we turn to Numbers 21. The Jewish encyclopedia talking about Numbers 21. An image set up by Moses, which is said to have healed those who looked upon it. When the people of Israel, near to the close of the desert wanderings, were marching southward to go around Edom to the east of Palestine, they murmured against God and against Moses. As a punishment, fiery serpents of the region were sent against them, and many died of their poisonous bites. So the exiles are having problems. On their showing repentance, Moses was bidden to put upon a lofty pole an image of bronze of such a serpent, which according to 2 Kings was known as the Nehushtan. The sufferers, when they looked upon the image from any part of the camp, were healed of their sickness. This brazen serpent became an object of adoration to Israel, and so remained until Hezekiah destroyed it by breaking it into fragments. So what we're reading here is that this brazen serpent, for whatever reason it was erected, actually became sacred to the Israelites. Right? It was used up until a very late date and was one of their chief emblems. This Egyptian symbol we've just been analyzing, sacred to the goddess, now suddenly reappears in the history books, in the great scriptures. At the heart, Moses is meant to have put it up. Well, wait a minute, that doesn't work because Jews are not associated with serpent worship. They're the only ones that have always considered the serpent evil in their traditions. but it's easy to decode when you understand the symbolism as a higher order. We're not talking about ordinary Jews. We're talking about Atnists. In the book of Numbers, while Moses was in the wilderness, he mounted a serpent of bronze on a pole that functioned as a cure against the bite of the seraphim or the burning ones. The phrase in Numbers 21, a serpent of bronze, is a word play, as serpent, Nahash, and bronze, Nahoshet, are closely related in Hebrew. So there's already admitting that wordsmithery is going on. It's all biblical embroidery, and it must be decoded correctly. I believe that the fiery serpents just simply is reference to the goddess Wadjet and to the cult of the royal wives. They are the fiery serpents. The cult of the royal wives themselves, and the goddess of which they're under which they operate. In other words, the ancient dragon court. So when you decode the language, I mean, how can you be bitten by tiny snakes flying through the air and all of this stuff? No, this is a symbol of the cult of the serpent wives that rejected Akhenaten. It wasn't Moses who was being thrown out, it was Akhenaten and his coterie, stripped of their title, and Nefertiti, his wife, stripped of her title. Now, some scholars have correctly discerned that the staff refers to the pharaohs. Right? There are scholars out there that know that that staff is just simply a pharaonic symbol. Not all of them, but a few who've done their homework. But in my opinion, they haven't gone deep enough, because it is pharaonic, but it's not just pharaonic. As we said, it's a female symbol. We've just been looking at that. But what it reveals is monumental. What it tells us is that, because we know it, we just looked at it, is a female symbol, it means that the Atnists, after the time of the exile, in other words, the death of Akhenaten and then the exile, were under female dominion. They were under female control. That's what we need to understand. So, the anecdote of the raising of the standard conceals a major shift in status, in the status quo. The one they're talking about is not necessarily is Nefertiti, but her daughter, the daughter of Akhenaten, Meritaten. As we said, Nefertiti is a great royal wife, but it's the daughter Meritaten, right? Because Akhenaten had 6 daughters, 4 who died in a famine from disease, plague I think it was, and 2 who were left. One of them is the most important woman in history, Meritaten. It is she that announces herself Pharaoh at this moment. So you have to cut through the patristic image of the bearded Moses and understand what's really going on here. Now this woman Meritaten is very, very powerful. She's an Atnist in the tradition of her father, but they're also of the Hyksos nobility, shepherd kings. And those shepherd kings are ensconced in Tanis, outside Egypt, and in Alexandria and many other places. And these Hyksos people, this race, consider her father and her to be legitimate nobility. They're rulers, she's a queen of royal blood. And they consider her the head of their order. They now consider her the head of Atnism. Now we're not told this. We're always shown that Atnism is Akhenaten, and that's where the story stops. She's also the head of a new branch of the royal wives we've been talking about. Because her mother was slurred and her father was slurred and ousted from power, Meritaten, in my belief, said, well, the hell with you and the royal wives of the Amonist cult. They've thrown us out. To spite them, we don't need them, and I'm going to break with them as they broke with my mother. And I'm going to create a new line, as of now, of the great royal wives, of which I am the head. And that brazen standard, as we have seen, irrefutably represents the great royal wives. But there was a break. It's not the great royal wives of the Amonist school, traditional to Egypt and going back to the dawn of time. It's a new dragon court, a new Wadjat line. And because they put a man, Moses, there in the story, we don't get this. Now she's motivated in her mind, and in one way we can see the truth of it, Because actually in my Irish Origins book, I show you that their line, her mother, who the scholars always can't tell you the ancestry of Nefertiti, you only have to look at her face to know she's Western. In fact, she's Scythian. And if that is the case, then according to the Scottish and Irish legends, they're higher than the pharaohs. Right? You've got to read the Irish Origins books and the West to East. You got to get into all of that concept that I've gone into in previous years to show you that the Western Arya and the Western disciples of Horus, or the Hyksos, or the Scythians, rank higher than the pharaohs of Egypt because they were the original pharaohs of Egypt. So in Meritaten's mind, she's saying, who are you people to depose us? I will outshine you. I will create everything anew. I will not only restore my father's solar cult that you've banished, his version of it, Atonism, but I'm going to set up a new tree, serpent tree in the desert. Not the physical desert, but the desert into which they've been figuratively put, sent to Coventry, as one would say it more prosaically. Amenhotep III, as we said, had a lot of powerful women around him at this time. Akhenaten's own mother, Queen Tai, was the most powerful female in Egypt. So when the Atonists are put in front of us as being patriarchal, we're not being told the truth. Now Akhenaten also increased his power, the power of his queen Nefertiti. Women in ancient Egypt had enjoyed equality under the law, and many had high positions, riches and privileges. The great wife was even accorded her own palace. However, Akhenaten went much further. From her depictions, it is quite apparent that Nefertiti enjoyed far more influence than almost any other Egyptian queen. Now, how many times do you see this symbol, the triangle or the Trinity, whether it's secret societies or in other places? Why is it that it appears everywhere? Here it is even in layouts of Buckingham Palace. Here it is on the dollar bill. It's because at that time when she raised the brazen standard and took over the rule of the Atonists, she actually continued to form what we can only call as a syndicate of power. As I said, the Atonists on one side, the Hyksos, who are really stellar, and then she's a great royal wife. That's lunar, because the great royal wives were the power behind the solar throne of the pharaohs. So she did something that her father probably wouldn't have approved of, but times were tough and changes were made, and she was also a woman. So at this time, the syndicate came together, and that's why you see the triangle. You see, if you look at the dollar bill, it's three-dimensional at the bottom, but two-dimensional at the top. So this triangle is used a great deal. That's why you have Norvis Ordo Seclorum at the bottom, the new order of the ages. We looked at one meaning of that earlier on. But this new world order, or the one out of the many, each of these statements will make sense when you understand that it's about it's about Meritaten's desire to restore the old order that was lost. In fact, during the design of the dollar bill, Benjamin Franklin had asked that on the dollar bill there was actually an image or a depiction of the Israelites, hello, Atonists, leaving Egypt. That's what was going to be on the dollar bill if Franklin had his way. And Michelangelo furnishes with proof of what we're talking about. The horns that he is talking about is not linking Moses to Jehovah, but to Asherah. His meeting at the burning bush, we said, is all about Asherah and the female. Now, those horns which are associated with the goddess, they don't make sense if Moses is only exclusively identified with Akhenaten, right? The Moses Akhenaten thing, which is accepted and all of that. But it will make sense if the Moses fictively is standing in also for Meritaten. Then that's where the symbolism is leading us, whether we like it or not. We have that other story as well about Moses and his brother Aaron going back to the Pharaoh to get the Israelites to be freed, and they engage in this weird scene where the staffs are turned into serpents. Remember that one? But Israelites were strictly against magical practices. So it's another preposterous story meant to convey information to the initiates. So I say, what happens if Aaron in this instance is a female stand-in? What happens if it's Akhenaten who is Moses, and it's Aaron who's been introduced to represent the next in line, the powerful Pharaoh, Meritaten? Now, it's interesting that Aaron comes from a word in Hebrew meaning crafty snake. Yeah, there's craft going on, there's sleight of hand going on. Also, Moses and Aaron are from the famous 13 tribes. The tribe of Levi, the priests, or the Kohanim. They come from Levi, the town of Levi, in Egypt, which used to be called Malevi, or Maliwi. which was the town of the Hyksos Atnists. So as far as I'm concerned, these fictive events directly refer to Meritaten, but her presence was occluded. It's about her rise to the level of Pharaoh and the establishment of a new dragon court, a new great royal wife, and a syndicate of Atnists and stellar cult Hyksos shepherd kings. What's this all got to do with today's world? I said it did earlier. Well, it turns out that Meritaten's husband, Meal, took his people from Egypt and moved to, guess where? Ireland. Now the dates of their coming are fraudulent. This happened after the expulsion, not when the Irish scholars are saying that it happened. But these are the Gaels, or the ancestors of the Gaels, and the word Gael means stranger. So these were the ancient strangers who came to Ireland after the death of Akhenaten. What was their symbol? Professor Keating assures his readers that the Milesians, from the time they first conquered Ireland, made use of no other arms of distinction in their banners than a serpent twisted round a rod, after the example of their Gadalian ancestors. So the conquerors of Ireland, coming out of Egypt, bore the symbol that Meritaten rose in the desert, in the wilderness. And in Jerusalem itself was the serpent of bronze, said to date back to the time of Moses, and treasured as a sacred idol in the temple there until about 700 BC. Archaeologist R.A.S. McAllister described the excavation of Gezer in this way. In an enclosure close to the standing stones was found a bronze model of a cobra, which may have been a votive offering. It recalls the story of the brazen serpent of Moses. Possibly this object was similar in appearance. So another remarkable find made within the precincts of the high place was a unique figure of the two-horned Astarte. So the two-horned Astarte, that's why Moses is the horns, doesn't identify him as a disciple of Jehovah or agent of Jehovah, but an agent of the gods. And there you have it within early Judaism, that symbol of the caduceus. Now she married a foreigner, Meritaten, married a foreigner, Meal. Might have had two daughters with Semnakari, the half-brother of Tutankhamun. Might have even had other children. And these are the ancestors, after they come to Ireland, to Britain, to conquer. These are the ancestors then of the British royalty up until the 7th century. And perhaps even beyond that point. As I said, her mother's ancestry, they always hesitate to determine that. Probably because they absolutely know that it was from the West. This is also indicated because Meritaten's nickname, Scota, was the original name of Ireland. Now it's Scotland today, but that's only because Irishmen went there and gave it the name. Scota, that's Meritaten, the Egyptian pharaoh's name, the daughter of the Egyptian pharaoh, a pharaoh herself. Her nickname is the name of Ireland. Scota, that then became Scotland, which before that was called Caledonia, and other names. What were they even doing in Ireland in the first place? Well, she's buried in County Kerry. In fact, Akhenaten's remains, for all we know, may even be here in Ireland. The Milesian Gaels initiated, these are the Milesians, by the way, this is important for us because they are the ones who initiated the destruction of the Druids that they found there when they got there. The ancient bards and the ancient Druids, they were put to death and their traditions taken by these people. The Atnists turn on their own megalithic predecessors. We also must understand that there was cults of female Druids here when they got here. Druids have been put before us almost as exclusively male. This is false. There was female Druidic orders all put to the sword by this group and their traditions appropriated. In fact, in Old Norse, the word Druid is Drot, which means queen. Druid is Drot, which means queen. So you can bet they had Druidic orders. And just as the conquerors of Ireland envied the Druids seeking to take their knowledge, they also envied the female branch of the Druids and sought to take their knowledge. And the Milesian queens took their knowledge, and that descendant that goes right up until modern times. He was absorbed by the sisterhood, by this female Illuminati. And these are the events that totally changed the history of Britain and thereby through the world, for the worst. Right? When the Templars came in, they supplanted the Druids, created their own organization, a crypto-druidic order called Christianity. Christianity is merely Druidism, a corrupted version of it. And they destroyed the female orders of the Druids and cannibalized their mighty traditions. But we ask, why did they even come here? Because everyone in the East knew that the original homelands were in the West. The original Atlantis, the original Garden, the Fortunate Isles, the original homelands of their ancestors were in the West. That's why they came back. The Celts of Britain had a legend that part of their country once extended far into the Atlantic and was destroyed. These catastrophes are mentioned in the Welsh traditions. The Egyptians knew this about Britain and how important it was. Now this Atlas group was also very small, so complete successful takeover of Britain or Ireland was a difficult thing. The suppression of even Druidism was not easy. And so we have the invasions of Vikings and Normans and Knights Templar and even the Romans. We've got to understand that this was orchestrated mercenary action. They were being called in to help. They weren't doing it autonomously. That's what the story that's been put before us by duplicitous historians. And who else is going to, how else are they going to present it? Do you think they want us knowing what all the stuff we're talking about? And of the presence of Atnists? And even of an evil sisterhood? Of course not. Now, we'll take a break, and in the next section, we'll dive right into the Masonic concept and other key secret societies and find out what their enigmatic symbolism is really all about.
Sheep beware, monsters under the bed, smell the scent of fear. Shepherd kings wearing wolfpack owls, now bow down. Feel the power of the great old owl's deception. Ride the nightmare stallion through hell's fire. Flames rage.
So now we turn to Masonry, specifically. And we start with information about Masonry's antiquity, which cannot really be doubted. And Tony Bushby agrees. He says that in excavations at Dindira about 100 years ago, British Egyptologist Sir William Flinders Petrie found a 5,000-year-old vignette of a carpenter, square and plumber placed on the left breast of a mummy, which often represented the candidate for initiation. The Eleusinian mysteries were very important to the Masons, says Glenn Alexander McGee, who traced their initiations back to them. So Masons are tracing their traditions back to the Eleusinian mysteries, very early cults. Albert Churchward says that if Masonry has not got its origins in the sacred mysteries of the ancient Egyptians, then how could these rites and ceremonies, signs and symbols have found their way into it? Well, what signs and symbols? The star, the pentagram, the owl, the lunar crescent, the ashlar, as we said, the royal arch, the coffin, the symbol even of the temple, the importance of Solomon's temple. And then my question, are any of these symbols masculine? The modern first degree of Freemasonry almost certainly dates back to Old Testament times, while the third degree is many thousands of years old, and its key elements of resurrection beneath the light of Venus are undoubtedly pre-Canaanite in origin. So there's an interesting reference to Venus there. But again, the antiquity question. And an Italian author reveals what English guys won't. Flavio Barbiero says that Athelstan, the first king to unite the whole of England, was the illegitimate son of Edward the Elder, who died in 924 AD. King of Wessex, of undoubted Saxon origin. On succeeding his father in the kingdom of Wessex, he quickly took control over the whole island, being recognized by Saxon, Welsh and Scottish kings alike. Eventually he established himself in York, and he founded the first Masonic lodge because it was in York in 306 AD that Constantine had been proclaimed emperor. So Masonic lodges at a very early dates. The word Freemason appeared for the first time in the Statutes of England dated in 1487, and the term Master Mason first appeared after the name of William Orchard of Magdalen College in 1479. What is certain is that Scottish Freemasonry predates English Freemasonry. Rosslyn Chapel was begun in 1440. In 1483, the burgh of Aberdeen is recorded as having been involved in the resolution of a dispute between 6 masons of the lodge, not stonemasons or craftsmen, but masons of the lodge. As Freemasonry began to spread, new lodges were established throughout Scotland, candidates were initiated and given the Masonic word. The earliest surviving lodge minutes from Edinburgh date from 1599. James VI of Scotland was made a Mason at the Lodge of Scone in Perth in 1601. In 1602, the Lodges of Scotland affirmed William St. Clair of Rosslyn as the hereditary Grand Master Mason of Scotland from time immemorial. It was not until 1603, when James VI of Scotland became James I of Great Britain, that he took Freemasonry to England. In 1641, nearly 40 years later, Sir Robert Moray is recorded to have been the first man to have been made a Mason on English soil. So about the 17th century, it comes to England. Officially, the Grand Lodge of England was founded in London on St. John the Baptist's Day. This is important. 24th of June 1717, when 4 existing lodges gathered at the Goose and Gridiron Ale House in St. Paul's Churchyard in London, and constituted themselves as a Grand Lodge. The 4 lodges had previously met together in 1716 at the Apple Tree Tavern. There's a Book of Genesis reference. In fact, St. John's Chapel, Edinburgh, is said to be the oldest Masonic lodge room in the world, dating from about 1736. Albert Churchward tells us that a committee from the 4 lodges then existed in that city met at the Tavern of the Apple Tree and nominated Anthony Sayer, who was elected Grand Master on the 24th of the following June, the day of St. John the Baptist. And for that reason, St. John was elected the patron of the order. Now, we said earlier that there was orders of female druids. We don't know about them because they were wiped out. So there's no reason to believe that there were not other female orders abounding. And that they also may have continued up until modern times. What about Catherine de' Medici in Italy? What about obvious examples of the female Freemasons? What about Madame Cagliostro? What about Maria de Reims? Or Anna Kingsford? Or Annie Besant? Aren't they prominent enough for us? What about the women of the Golden Dawn, many of whom belong to Masonry and other secret societies? What about Henrietta Herx? As I said, get that pad and paper out, write it down. What about the order known as the Daughters of Isabella? Or the Order of St. Catherine? What about the Belizean Grove that meets in exactly the same way as the Bohemian Grove? What about the Order of Women Freemasons? And I said, go to my Female Illuminati website, look it up. Freemasonry and Women. Co-Freemasonry. And Dudley Wright, an expert on female Masons, says that in the 18th century there were 4 Grand Mistresses of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, which was an emanation of early Masonry. In fact, that order, bizarrely, that order he's talking about was actually known as the Eden Lodge by its members. And he goes on to list about 25 other known orders that accepted women or were mostly women. In fact, the Polish lodges of adoption for women go back many centuries. And the skull was central to those lodges, just as it is with the Knights Templars. Madame Cagliostro became Grand Mistress of the Lodge of Isis, which in 1784 counted among its adepts some of the most prominent of the French titled women. Remember the great royal wives? They were titled, they were privileged. But we're talking here about women of enormous wealth. There's also the 9 Sisters Lodge, an offshoot of their husband's order, formed in about 1700s by the master astrologer Joseph Lalande, and even Benjamin Franklin was a member of that. And he, like the rest of them, were all infatuated with Egyptian, this is the whole key, Egyptian, right? Read Atenist, symbolism and occultism and magic. In fact, the oath in Cagliostro's personal order was spoken to a Grand Mistress. You gave your oath to the Grand Mistress. So it has Cagliostro at the front. And Dudley Wright goes on to say, the origin of adoptive masonry is placed generally in the 17th century, and its author is named as the widow of Charles I of England, daughter of Henry IV, and sister of Louis XIII of France. After the death of Charles I, she is said to have been proclaimed the protectress of the children of the widow, Freemasons in those days being known as the children of the widow. She is said to have formed a society of women to whom she communicated certain signs and passwords. Now, this Henrietta, the picture on the left is Henrietta Marie of France. Her daughter wedded the Duc d'Orléans, one of the most powerful leaders of Freemasonry, Grand Orient Freemasonry. He's co-founder also of the Illuminati. Well, his wife was the daughter of a royal figure, Henrietta Marie of France, an incredibly powerful person. He was co-founder of the Illuminati along with people like Baron von Nige, a member of the Grand Orient Freemasonry, and also Strict Observance, another Illuminati founder. And she, Henrietta, was connected to all the Catholic nobility throughout the world. Just as Duke d'Orléans was a Templar, a Strict Observance, and she's related to the Stuart monarchy. She actually was involved in the fomenting of 3 wars with England. That's how powerful she was. But guess what? Maryland is named after her. It's Henrietta Maria of France. And right beside that, Virginia, Francis Bacon, named that after the psychopathic Queen Elizabeth I. One is Catholic on the surface, the other is Protestant on the surface. What's going on here? Well, behind the lodge door, those things mean nothing. These allegiances, they have allegiances that transcend all of that stuff, those lower level rivalries. What about Queen Christina of Sweden, who sent men with $1 million checks to loot the whole of Prague's occult libraries? She worked very closely with the top occultists of the time, worked on a level even above Masonry. Before she died, she moved to the Vatican and took her entire library of stolen books from the archives of Prague with her. Now, we can accept in normal life the existence of Faustian, even evil women, right? Queens dominating the world and stretching their talons out in a political context and in economic. Nobody even bats an eye about that. The world doesn't change also because women are enthroned on the seats of power, do they? You can have Ivan the Terrible one minute, but you can have some female queen. Does the world actually change just because there's a woman on the throne? The Queen of England is on the throne now. Do you think a lot of stuff has changed in the world for the good? So why do eyes bat and heads are scratched when you talk about, no, they're even working on even a higher level than that? If you can accept the one, you can accept the other. And my point is that if such a sorority exists, well, they're going to operate exactly the way that other Masonic lodges do. It also means that there's nothing stopping people from joining them or even becoming promoted. They may later be portrayed as the girl next door. Yeah, that's for, as we said, the veil of lies. And you have no idea, you see, about the fraternal connections that these have, or even the bloodline ties. And we know that some of the top societies also use worker ants. They have lower level initiates to do their work. And the thing that I've emphasized a lot is that they will then communicate their allegiances and their memberships, not verbally, but by gestures and non-verbal means. And you often know that they can employ a whole bevy of airheads and molecule minds who are easily seduced. They'll bow to any demagogue as long as their own petty little ambitions are satiated. The little man syndrome gone wild. But it's government approved symbolism. So yeah, they're not telling you verbally, but my God, what is the symbolism telling us? And it would all go unseen. We wouldn't even know what we know, except that it's part of the ritual for us to be told in this way. It's a key part of our awakening to grasp this, that we're being told. All master-slave relationships are based on some level of consensuality, even if one party is unaware of it. And it also means that the symbolism, if it's not important to us, well, we know it's important to them. That's why they use it. But the question is, are these ancient orders you've been talking about, Michael, Meritaten and all of this great, are they still around? Well, the answer blatantly is yes, they are. How do we know? Because they advertise it loudly enough, using this kind of symbolic literacy. Remember that quote from Mazzini, the head of the Illuminati, that I've used so many times? There's a secret order above us that's unknown. Well, we have Baron von Hund, one of the senior Masons of the earlier 18th century, talking about these superiors that are elusive. Hey, on my Female Illuminati website, I've got Christopher Knight, a modern Freemason of Scottish Rite, admitting that he would never have believed it before, but he's come to believe that behind Scottish Rite Freemasonry is a hidden power that's elusive, and he has no clue what it is. Modern Masons finding out, whistleblowing it, that some extremely elusive forces are working behind what they know. You can go to my website and look up on section 3 of the Sisterhood Symbolism. The interview with him is called Secret Agenda of High-Level Freemasonry. Just go to site pages and then over to Sisterhood Symbolism 3. Now, if we ignore or misinterpret the symbolism, that's our fault, not theirs, right? The symbol illiteracy is a bloody scandal, and it leaves us wide open to their manipulation and psychic rape. You must start to see these people as the rapists, mental rapists, the pillagers and predators that they are. And you must start to, burn down the long grass behind which they hide, so to speak, not get sucked into their internecine rivalries as well. As I said, in my Age of Manipulation program, I not only deal with the secret societies, but full-blown evil societies that have been exposed even to the police, even officially. I dealt with their sinister influence and the allegiances they command from the degenerates in their service, you see, and also the havoc that their cults go around to create. And some of these insiders will make media headlines, enjoy a bit of media attention, but even when they're on the public stage, we're not really seeing them as they are. They're posing as the boy or girl next door. And we certainly must get rid of this ludicrous idea that some of these people in the media are just mind-controlled, lackeys without a clue what's going on. No, that's certainly true for some of them, but for the most part, they're willing participants in something. As we said, it's atavism. It's the ritual regression to a previous mode of thought and behavior. That's what all this symbolism is all about, is to get a new generation of girls regressing subconsciously to a subconscious strata of consciousness. And what you can do for an individual, you can also do for a whole society. Don't young women today constitute a society? Aren't they addicted to all that media cesspool? And as I've said time and time again, my work comes from the insiders who've spoken out with a lot to lose. Work that's been completely confirmed by mayors of the city and police chiefs. In previous work I've mentioned that in my Divination of the Goddess Tradition DVD program, I mentioned that they're a cult of Venus. And we'll be seeing why I use that term. But again, whistleblowing movies, if you know what you're looking at. Some of them have even been shot in the city of Venice. Some of them are really quite blatant, like the James Bond movie Octopussy. Watch that again with educated eyes. And some other ones in that franchise also reveal a tremendous amount. But then there's the ubiquitous symbolism fed to us on a daily basis all around us. Most of us take it as normal and don't think of decoding it. And even if we wanted to, we don't make sense of it. What's really being told to us subtextually. We may have a fleeting idea that a lot of it is pagan in nature, but we don't really know how to tie it back. We think it's just all choreographed, for us, for our modern day sensibilities. But again, the same symbols of the serpent cropping up in proximity to the female. Time and time again you see it. Does anybody who sees this know anything about dragon courts? Can people decode the Masonic symbolism that you see all over it? Do we know that Masonic orgs financially support many orders for women? And those women can easily be promoted to senior positions in our society? And as I've said, those fraternities that aid and abet one group can easily prohibit another group of morally sound people from getting ahead. They're filter systems. We get to see the airheads, but we look at the symbolism wondering what's it all about. We have to learn how to decode it. As a matter of fact, here's one, shows a pyramid and 3 steps, and it's water. Do we know that that relates to the pyramid at Giza, which was called Mer, M-E-R, which is connected to Mara and Mer and Mary and Merovingian? That Mer, M-E-R, was actually a name of the pyramid, as well as of the cults, secret cults. Do we know that Asherah, consort of Jehovah, was known as Asherah of the sea? She who treads upon the sea. These are her titles. Mother of the gods. So we have the female, the pyramid, the three striations, and the water. And you only have to look around us today to find that everything we've been covering in the last lot of hours, even when it's completely blatant, we are taking it as mere entertainment. And that's because they go out of the way to connect the dots for us. This stuff is often smothered in Masonic symbolism, or Knights Templar symbolism, the symbolism of checkered floors and Knights of Malta crosses. It's very, very ubiquitous. Or again, the duad, the twins, and the blonde female. As I said, even when it's very conspicuous. Here's Lady Gaga with many breasts. Yeah, well, that comes from something in ancient times, the many-breasted Artemis, the goddess who was the living cornucopia. And the blatant symbolism of this Medusan, Stygian branch that we've been talking about, the Sophianic sisterhood. All of this symbolism, when you look at it, they're intending it to affect your race memory, to awaken atavistically. You see, extremely ancient archetypes, which are going to do you and society no good when and if they are awakened. That's the point. And the whole concept of cults and orgiastic cults is so utterly pervasive. It's not even funny. But it's not only including women. There's actually a lot going on symbolically. We've already seen in previous sections the role of the male eunuch in all of this. The snake priests of the terrible goddess, so to speak, working as agents, helping to demasculinize young men, to castrate them, so to speak, castrate them in their psychology. We saw the goddesses depicted with breasts and a phallus. Yeah, well, she's a bisexual entity. We've seen that certain fruits are cryptic allusions of the elixir that they use. Well, other substances can be used to symbolize that same transcendence and the addiction. You didn't think that coffee would be ever a euphemism for menstrual blood or the elixir of life? Yeah, but that's because you don't know what's going on a symbolic level. And we only have to look at the decor of some of these franchises, the pyramids and the pentagrams and so on. Wherever you see that pentagram, it means that something's going on an esoteric level. It's telling you whether you know it or not. In certain movies, you see the Ishtar stars and the symbolism of the female and occult, in proximity to occult societies. They're trying to get through to us. Some are more blatant than others. And more crucially, we ask, if we're trying to update things and we're trying to say who is the rulers today, what's that all about? Is there any legitimacy to that? Well, you can pick, there's a lot of candidates actually. What about the House of Orange, Nassau? They originally came out of Persia. Now they're ensconced in Holland and Britain, also known as the Hanoverians, a powerful dynasty. What about the House of Guelph or Welf Este? What about the House of Hesse Kassel, from which Queen Victoria came? What about the Hungarian House of Esterhazy, or the Orontids, the House of Commagene over in Turkey there, or the Idumeans or the Edomites, from which Herod came, and the House of Lusignan, or the Habsburgs, or the Saxe-Coburg-Gothas, or the Guise, Angevins, Savoys, Lorraines, the Fondi from Italy. You can go to the female website or get them all listed there. Decide for yourself which of the houses you think are the strongest. And that doesn't even include the College of Cardinals over in Rome, or the many Spanish, Portuguese, French, English equestrian orders, often headed by princes and kings, males out the front. But what are their wives, sisters, and daughters doing? Aren't they members of orders that we don't know about? That's not even on our radar. As we said, the House of Orange alone is an interesting study. They originally were Persian nobility, coming through by way of France. They're also Atnists, or at least the female branch of the Atnists, descended from Queen Thea Mus Aurania. She was the ancestor of the true Mary Magdalene, the one who ended up in the south of France and was the wife of Jesus, as educated people now know. These are the royal families now of France, Holland, and England. They have an ancient, tremendously ancient legacy, heritage. You can read the books of my colleague Ralph Ellis to get into that specifically, that particular line. He's exposed it thoroughly. Now, the Queen of England, of course, is herself not thought to be a Mason per se, for all that's worth. But her family members command the highest levels of Masonry, the Alpha Lodges, as they're sometimes called, the Privy Council, the Order of St. Michael and St. George, and the Order of the Garter. Here's the Queen actually coming out of the Royal Masonic Hospital. Now, in the 17th century, James Anderson, a top Mason, wrote that the ancient Babylonian goddess Semiramis had put Masons to work for her, doing her bidding. So there you have it in a nutshell. Top Masons telling you that the whole of Masonry is initiated by a goddess. In fact, the very word Stuart, which is one of the most powerful Templar, strict observance Masonic groups in the world, the Stuarts of England, the Stuarts of Europe, the word Stuart means stand-in. It means somebody officiating in the place of, holding the place for another. But when it comes to the secrecy, this chronic secrecy of these groups, it's not hard to work out why. Any criminal institution has a chronic need for secrecy and anonymity. It's because all criminal syndicates are ultimately afraid of exposure, are they not? They play cat and mouse with us. And if they're going to leak something, it's through the media. Now, one important victory for this cult of Venus needs to be covered as well, or Dionysus. And that is something that happened about the 1700s, a little bit before. But it was that Masonry itself was infiltrated or taken over by this Sophianic sisterhood, so to speak, under the name of the Rosicrucians. Those of the Rose Cross. Again, an order apparently fronted by males, that's for the history books. But we ask, who is this mythical Christian Rosencross? And why the five-pointed rose at all in its symbolism? The order was created by Jewish Kabbalists under the direction of Templars and the College of Cardinals. And as I say, the more elusive groups behind even they. It was headed in the 16th century by Isaac Luria, who was known as the Lion. And it was meant to bring pure Egyptian occultism, i.e. Atonism, back into Masonry. And interestingly, it was the Protestant Queen Elizabeth I who had time for these Rosicrucians. She and Bacon and others supported them after Henry VIII's break with the Catholics. And because of this patronage, they were able to infiltrate Masonry, as I said, about the 17th century. But the point to discover here is, when it comes to the cult of Venus, there's the symbol of Venus astrologically, this third one from the top, with a circle and the cross below it. Yeah, the monogram of Venus was a cross and a circle. The Phoenician Astarte, the Babylonian Baal, Freya, Holder, and Aphrodite all had the same monogram. But where do we find it? In the hands of kings. It's called the sovereign's orb. So the kings of the world that ride the whore or horse also hold as the symbol of their dominion and their authority the very symbol of Venus, ladies and gentlemen, the cult of Venus. Julius Caesar even claimed to be descended from Venus. He made August the 15th sacred to that goddess. And as a matter of fact, the goddess statue that Julius Caesar had commissioned, she actually holds an apple, which is interesting. So there's the sovereign's orb. But who is the sovereign? Here it is on the Knights Templar coin. On one side you see the Templars, two riding a horse, riding the horse. And on the back side, a temple of Venus. Look at the symbol of Venus at the top there. Looks like a cross, but when you know what it is. Now if we examine the 18th degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, it's called the Rose Cross. The Knight of the Rose Cross. 18 was about the years of Akhenaten's reign. And also 666 makes 18. But there's other key sisterhood symbols as well, like the sea. As we said, it's connected to Asher and Venus, she who treads on the sea. And the scallop shell. So in short, we falsely consider Masonry to employ patriarchal symbolism. Such is not the case, as a close study of Masonic symbolism shows. That's the question that's preoccupied me and preoccupies this show. I mean, these aprons, these pentagrams, these lunar crescents, the central altar, the arches, the twin pillar, the broken column, the truncated pyramid, the single eye, the number 13, the sphinxes, and the owl and the net, all of it. And again, as I said, you go to Rennes-le-Château, or you go to Rosslyn, look at all the symbolism you're seeing throughout the world. And even symbols we normally associate with patriarchy, like the lion, the obelisk. Are they really masculine symbols? Masons and insiders know full well that in ancient times there were goddesses who were solar in type. And we look at the Masonic diadems, the Masonic aprons, there's nothing but female symbolism all over it. In mythologies, we hear about Apollo slaying the dragon, but it's all bullcrap. It's not about slaying or taking over. It's a ritual masquerade in which the true power goes underground. Right? Sunrise means moon set. And it's the same force, though, is still being venerated, even though it's shielded. Or that's being worshipped through a masculine filter or stereotype. Now, it's all nonsense. We made this point earlier on, that it is nonsense to anyone who really has knowledge, because that 200,000 year legacy of the goddess tradition, the students of it know that that's an archetype and therefore cannot be destroyed. So how can we then buy into all the accounts later on where the hero is meant to be killing? This is what people have put before us. You can't kill an archetype. You can never suppress it. That's the fact. So then we've got to see beyond this idea of the male hero, as the feminists want to point out, killing the dragon or killing the serpent. No, it's a totally different thing going on than they've been able to find out. They're not able to correctly penetrate and decipher these allegories. And when you do decipher, this is the whole point of this program, when you do decipher it correctly, something incredible comes upon us. Isn't Apollo, the destroyer of the so-called Python, still sitting on the tripartite trident sacred to the goddess? He's still seated on it. He hasn't destroyed it, he's officiating for it. Yes, it's a demotion of the feminine principle, but ritually so. Yeah, it's nothing more than a change of set design. And this goes even for the cult of Mithras. It's not the cult of Mithras that's been put before us, it's the cult of his mother goddess, Cybele. Her symbol being the wheel, or the circlet. Picked up later on by St. Catherine. As I said, a lot of plagiarization taking place. Or picked up by the Catholic Church in the idea of the mitre. It's five-pointed. That was worn originally by the priests of the cult of Mithras. There you see the Star of Ishtar. There you see the IHS of Bacchus or Dionysus. There you see the solar and lunar keys of Cybele and Janus. Right? The Druidic crozier, so on. The same thing goes with the story of Jesus. It's the demotion and relegation of the most important sacerdotal females. But the imagery tells you that I am not destroying or shunning you. I'm assuming your role. You're declining, you're being obscured, occluded, and I am taking on your role, but you're not being destroyed. Now the clues continue in Masonry and similar fraternities, very few of which, as I've said, come from any patriarchal or androcentric tradition. You just need to look at the Masonic symbols themselves. Yeah, you see the sun, but you see lots of other pentagrams and eyes and compasses and rules and the letter G and these pillars. So a re-examination tells you why these hexagons and pentagrams and stars and serpents and phoenixes and the Asherah poles that you see there on either side. Even the checkered floor and the beehive. Lots of other symbols than just the normal masculine symbols we associate with Masonry. You see the creeping ivy, the phoenix, the Ouroboros, the crescent moon, and as we said, the all-important triangle, which actually represents the syndicate that Meritaten created. So even though the males are out the front, the symbolism that they make has a deep, deep meaning. Just different permutations. The tiara, also representing the syndicate. The street geometry, representing the syndicate, the great syndicate that rules the world. All over the world you find it. The odd fellows, the chain, the three parts of the chain representing the syndicate. It's also a female symbol representing the ova. of the endless matriarchal chain down through the centuries, one link to the other. It's a goddess symbol. The single eye, I went into this in the Path of the Fool, a series that we're doing, is a goddess symbol par excellence. The single eye as an emblem of the goddess is widespread in ancient cultures, and it may originate from the single eye appearance of the inner vagina. The cervix and just the shape of the vagina is considered female, and as an eye. The ancient Sumerians symbolized Venus by way of an eye, an 8-pointed star and an 8-petaled flower. So even though these orders may be fronted by males, they're going to communicate to you what's really going on. So it's just about correct decipherment. Here's the first US flag. It's got an eye on it and some pentagrams. Remember the eye of Wadjet? That tear part that flows down from the eye is the underground stream, the secret bloodline. You get that underground stream near a lot of corporations and near like the Thames River and the Seine River passing through Parliament and government buildings. Many ancient shrines were near springs. Blind springs were to be found at the centre of every prehistoric temple as well as every medieval church in Britain and Europe. In mythology and fairy tale, all magic castles are surrounded by a circular moat or a rushing stream, and no magic rite can safely occur unless first a protective circle is drawn around it and the participants. There is a general association of important prehistoric sites, geodetic lines, and underground water. And again, as I said, the aprons. Just look at the female symbolism. It's women that you see all over the symbolism of Masonry. One could spend an entire program on just this alone. And even when there's not a physical woman there, you have the beehive and the trees and the leaves and many other symbols that the triangle as well, which we associate with the female. As I said, we only have a few examples, but one could, it's there for everyone to see. And again, you may find it on the airheads that the media throws up and we just don't think about it. What are these sickos doing wearing double-headed eagles that go back to the Byzantine era, that go to the Habsburg dynasty, representing two branches of something? And what's at the center of the beehive? That's not a masculine symbol. The queen bee. Beehive tombs with passage entrances have been found from Greece to Ireland, dating from the close of 3000 BC. Her cult had major Bronze Age centers throughout the Mediterranean, speaking of Diana, at Marseille, Syracuse, and Ephesus. Her temple at Ephesus was built by the Amazons circa 900 BC. This temple was in the beehive shape. And at this beehive temple, Dianic rites were conducted by melissal priests, worker bees, and self-castrated Essene priests. Again, what has this got to do with today? Well, nothing. Except that the Lord Mayor's office in London is designed like a beehive, and that's the same thing as many other. So what's the Lord Mayor office doing shaped like a temple of Diana? What about the Northern Arch that Masons are so cracked up about? On one level, it can just represent the 6 northern signs of the zodiac, yeah. But you know who the real Northern Arch was? The goddess Nuth in Egypt. And you have these arches all over, from St. Louis to Paris to Marble Arch, the Arc de Triomphe in London, in Paris, and you have them in the city of Rome with the Titus Arch and so on, and you have the Babylon Ishtar Gate. So even the Royal Arch of Freemasonry, such a central symbol, is translatable, directly linked back to the goddess. In fact, the whole zodiac was known as the Girdle of Isis or the Scroll of Ta'urt. Here's the symbol of the Eastern Star, the Order of the Eastern Star, which is a female Masonic group. We know now that that's the pentagram. The star is the symbol of Venus. Look in the middle. The letters F-A-T-A-L, fatal. Of all the words you could find, fatal. Are we meant? What is this? Is it the femme fatale? The femme fatale? And as we said, you just need to go out into the field at Rennes-le-Château, Washington DC, and other places, and you'll see it right there. As we saw in the intro, in the design of Washington DC. Here is a pentagram on the coins associated with Constantine. Where's a pentagram? Why the Christians got a problem with the pentagram then? Here it is on the coins of Constantine, allegedly the founder of Christianity. But look also at the colors of this order. You find those colors a lot in the media. Not just in the halls of secret societies. You find the pentagram everywhere in our society. On a more prosaic level. And again, it works because that has a certain effect on our minds. So let's take a short break and come back with section 2 on the Masons. We can move on, continue looking at the Masonry aspect, and we find that when we go up to the 30th degree, it's the Knights Kadosh, very odd and interesting word. But what do you find out? This is based on a goddess, Kadesh, Lady of the Stars of Heaven. So here they are using an obscure goddess's name, or an obscure name, to disguise the fact that there's goddess worship involved. The word also, as we saw earlier, means holy ones, consecrated ones, refers to those eunuch priests. The Hebrew word for holiness is kedusha, and it also connotes separateness, those set apart. And there she is, ancient goddess Kadesh, Lady of the Stars of Heaven, standing on a lion. That ever so masculine symbol turns out to be a goddess symbol. The Masons are always talking about the lost word and also the lost light. Right? New initiates of Freemasonry are told to search for the lost word, which is apparently the real name of God. In the 3rd degree initiation, they're given a clue and told to look to that bright and morning star. Ha ha. Now the morning star is Venus, who is the Roman goddess. Though the morning star was also once called Lucifer. Yet long before the creation of Lucifer, it was the Babylonian goddess Astarte who was the morning star. Further back in time, she was known as the Queen of the Star, the ancient Great Mother. The stars are all over Masonry like we just saw. So the lost word and the lost light, we've just explained it in the last section. It's not lost, it's just hidden from view, and it can rise again. There's a play at work here. And on a more prosaic level, who is this Queen of the Stars, Queen of Heaven? Who is it not Masons that are behind some of these corporations? It certainly must be. Just look at the symbolism that they're using. We have the Knight of the Brazen Serpent, 25th degree. It's nice to know they're knights anyway. That word is a Saxon word coming from connect, which means to serve, right? The servant, like I said, the stewards. Well, who's being served? And anyway, wait a minute. Knight of the Brazen Serpent? Haven't we just looked at that whole thing? The Brazen Serpent is the most cardinal of all the female symbols. Not just representing the great royal wives and Wajat and all of that ancient Egyptian stuff, but being restored. Being made the tutelary symbol of Meritaten, head of the Atnists, head of the Hyksos, stellar cult, head of the lunar cult of the great royal wives. Her people come to desecrate Ireland and the Druids. And here we have Masonic orders, clearly using goddess symbolism. As we said, in this sign you will conquer. But you don't have to look far in Masonry for the Egyptian symbolism. Just look at the top of the diadem we've been looking at. Whose face do you think that is? It's not Atonism. There's Akhenaten. There's the pentagram. There's the star. And the head of Akhenaten. Head of the Atonists. But wait a minute. The degrees that we've been looking at are from the Scottish Rite. What do you think that refers to the country? No, think again. It might relate to a person, namely Scota. That was the nickname of guess who? Akhenaten's daughter, Meritaten. Scottish Rite, Freemasonry. Not much to do with Scotland. As a matter of fact, the order was actually founded in France. And the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar was a member of the Scottish Rite. It's meant to be ostensibly a Catholic order. We know how much we can trust that. Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, oldest of the lodges, employed to provide shelter from the Templars, was established in the 14th century by Templars seeking refuge in Scotland. In the titles of the Scottish lodges, highest ranks continue to be identical to those given to the Knights Templar. Right? So there's close association between these lodges. The titles of the Scottish lodges, highest ranks, continue to be identical to those given to Knights Templar. So what is this Protestant veneer then that the Masons are meant to have? The ancient and accepted Scottish Rite is by far the largest and most important, offers a total of 33 degrees, and is considered by many as the most influential and supremely elitist of all the Masonic orders. Scottish Rite Freemasonry introduced higher degrees than those offered by other Masonic systems at the time. It promised initiation into greater and more profound mysteries supposedly preserved and handed down in Scotland. It established more direct connections between Freemasonry and the other activities of alchemy, Kabbalism, and Hermetic thought that were regarded as Rosicrucian. And it elaborated not only on the antiquity, but also the illustrious prestige of the craft. Right? So they're fixated on the antiquity. But the fact that these rites and rituals are Rosicrucian, we've already seen what the Rose Cross represents. It's the takeover of the sisterhood. You don't know that because of the Passion Play, put the men out the front. But once you've decoded this, you're going to just abolish this Protestant versus Catholic schism. And just realize it's all Judaic Atonist. As we said, the Israelites and the original Jews were actually not as they're portrayed in the history books. These are the Atonists being thrown out of Egypt. Adam Weishaupt, open head or official head of the Illuminati, his Illuminati formed another channel of high degrees for Freemasons to graduate into after completing the blue degrees. Weishaupt's Illuminati had its own hidden master known as the Ancient Scot Superior. But if you keep thinking Scotland the country, you're not going to crack it. Jefferson was one of Weishaupt's strongest defenders when he was outlawed by his government, and it was Jefferson who infiltrated the Illuminati into the then newly organized lodges of the Scottish Rite in New England. Well, these guys in America are bending over backwards. One face to the world and a darker face concealed. Well, darker face concealed. Did you know that the secondary meaning of Scota, right, is you have to go to the Greek, Scoti or Skotos, means shadowy or hidden one. I'm not making this up. It also means darkness. Who's the dark queen? Hidden. So is Scottish Rite then the hidden Rite? Remember we said the lost light, the lost word? Is she the lost light of Masonry? Is she the black sun? Remember Isis's motto? I am the Isis of 7 veils. No man will uncover my veils. Does this not also explain why so many lodges are actually called Mother? You want some female symbolism? It's right there. I can't tell you how many lodges are known as Mother, including the House of the Temple in Washington or the Lodge Mother of Kilwinning in Scotland. If it's not called Mother, you'll find that symbolism immediately later. Here's the Grand Lodge, the Mother Lodge of the Grand Lodge of Masonry in England. It's on Great Queen Street. Well, let's take a wild guess who the Great Queen is. This is the controlling body of all of British and European Masonry. Well, we know the identity of the Great Queen now. Outside the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., the statue of Albert Pike, the head of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, yeah, nice tomb there, Albert. What's down bottom? Look below. With a double-headed eagle of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, going back to the Habsburgs, going back to Byzantine times. But as I said, representing the two branches of, guess what? The female is perched below the head of Scottish Rite because the male officiates. Albert Pike's personal lodge, right, he had a personal secret society of his own, other than Scottish Rite, was known as the Palladium or the Palladian Rite. Well, what the hell is a Palladian? Well, it's got Palla in it, Pallas, because it's Pallas Athena, the goddess Pallas Athena. So Albert Pike, the head of Scottish Rite, Scota Rite, Meritaten's Rite, has his own order, which is beloved, he loved it, of higher initiates called the Palladian Rite, that is again symbolized by a goddess. But what is an actual Palladian itself? Well, there it is. There it is in the center. There's the goddess at the top of the pole, but wrapped around the pole is the serpent. So it's a caduceus, which we've already exposed as the cardinal symbol of the Atonists and the Cabal, the Syndicate. Here you see that the caduceus is being offered to the hero by the goddess Nike. But the goddess symbol is right there at the top of it. It completes it. The image of Athena. And that's just a play on the goddess Neith from Egypt. Now Constantine himself, the Christian emperor, actually adopted the Palladian as his personal symbol, as the sign of his reign. And we know that his mother was the form of Christianity, then he adopts the Palladian that Albert Pike also adopted. And does this make Albert Pike a snake priest? A servant of the sisterhood? A member of the Scota Rite? Yes, it does. And we looked at one of the reasons earlier, is the female as the creatrix. Remember when we were talking about not only the creator of man, but even the creator of the gods? In some traditions, the creator or demiurge is described in terms of a female artificer. According to Heraclitus, the world was created by Athena as a kind of artifact. Athena is not in fact is she not in fact the great demiurge of the universe? The craftswoman goddess? Says Homer. Craftswoman? Isn't that a term? Craft? She is the craft woman, as far as masonry is concerned. And again, the Udjat, going back to Wadjet, that tear is the underground stream. We looked at it in one context a few minutes ago. Is this underground stream a symbol of Meritaten? Is she the underground hidden stream? Right? She created the lunar cult of great royal wives, a new stream of them that hides behind the solar. Masons are calling themselves widows' sons. What's this a reference to? Isis and Osiris? Or maybe to Persephone, the goddess of the underworld who resurrected Adonis? But can it not be, in our context of what we're looking at now, another symbol of the widow as Meritaten, resurrecting Akhenaten's dead kingdom? There he is again. One of the most powerful orders of Freemasonry is the Shriners. Their logo is what you're looking at. What do you see? Not only a 5-pointed star of the female syndicate, the female branches, but the head of Akhenaten. The male is put out front in these orders. And if you study their own symbols, you'll find out that the Shriners that we've been talking about stand on the Scottish Rite side of the steps of the lodges. They, like the Templars, they occupy very high degrees. But if you really examine underneath the arch, you'll see something else. Behind where the Shriner is standing, you see a woman representing a group of female Masons called the Daughters of the Nile. What daughter of the Nile? And this, what you're looking at now, is a recurrent motif in Masonry, a very, very, very prominent motif. Note that there's a broken column, and just like the fallen crown or the missing capstone, that represents Akhenaten's fall from power and the loss of his empire. Right? So the broken column is the loss of the ancient empire. It serves as a metaphor for that. This is important. You see also 3 steps, partly because it's the 3rd degree of Masonry that most uses in this image that you're looking at. But the 3 we know also represents the syndicate. So the woman standing at the top of the 3 is very significant. Behind her, touching her hair, is Kronos, Father Time. Why is he there? Because as Mary Tatton and her people knew, it's going to take time to rebuild the broken column and to rebuild the empire of old. Now he's caressing her hair, and we found out how important hair is in these people's rituals. Isis was known as the lady with the long hair. As we said, witches consider their power to be in their hair. Mary anointed Jesus and then washed his feet with her hair. A ritual not allowed by Jews, so you're wondering what's going on here. And in Masonic ritual, the lady that you're seeing there, which I believe is Mary Tatton, an image of her, at least rendered in a modern way, she was known, this image is actually known as the beautiful virgin, by the way, to Masons. And some images, just like you saw with the Palladium, they actually show her standing at the top of the column, where she's also the new head. You can see images of that as well. Here she's carrying it. But you'll notice in these Masonic symbolisms, the eye, the lion, the fasci, the Druidic oak leaves. You know, you're hard pressed to find a single masculine symbol anywhere around. And the G, in its lower case, is serpentine. So there's not only the star family's symbol, but the dragon court. In lower case, it simply represents the dragon court, the serpentine dragon court. Now we said aprons. The Jews say they got it from, or the Masons say they got it from the early Jews and Levites. And that's just accepted. Most writers that's where they stop and go, oh, that's it. But they don't emphasize the deeper aspects. Where did the Kohanim get it? From the Phoenicians. Well, where did the Phoenicians get it? Well, the Levites wore a thing called the Makanese, and it's female garb around the waist, okay? They also used to sometimes wear the crescent moons, the lunar crescent or the Venusian crescent on their heads. And of course, we know that Jews once upon a time were matriarchal. We also know that Jews measured time by the lunar calendar. But the reason why this apron is being worn is because Egyptian women, like some others, were naked until they were pubescent. So until puberty, Egyptian women went around pretty much naked. And then after puberty, they covered their loins with a loin belt. To do what? To hide the menstrual bleeding. The apron is a symbol of the rite of passage of womanhood. What the hell are the Masons doing wearing it? Well, we've been working out why that is. Hebrew, Israelite, and Jew are Syrian, Phoenician, and Egyptian terms used in the mysterious degrees. Right? So the word Jew it's just being used fraudulently. It actually represents somebody of the mystery traditions, the mystery cults, all the way, and the Masons know that. We turn to the symbol of the owl, which you find at the Bohemian Grove, of very high elite order of Masons. There's the pyramid, the crescent of Venus, and the owl. Is that a masculine symbol? Here you find it in the street plan of Washington, D.C. It's got nothing to do with masculine deities and symbolism. It represents the goddess Minerva, the Roman version of Athena, herself a version of the Egyptian Neith. And why do they have this owl? What's it all about? It's the clairvoyance of those priestesses we talked about. It's the ability to see in the dark, see the unseen. To be ever watchful, right? We never sleep. That's nothing to do with any male orders or male sex, to be ever watchful and up in the dark and being clairvoyant. But it certainly has to do with the cults we've been studying for the last few hours. I'm sure you're all very comforted by the fact that you know you're being watched. This is similar, it's a twin symbol to the all-seeing eye, is it not? I haven't been able to prove it myself, but allegedly right in the center of the pentagram in the garden there stands the owl of Minerva. So the whole pentagon, which we already know is a female symbol, Eastern Star or whatever way you want to put it. The pentagon is, and the pentagram, pentacle is female. Well, right in the middle you've got the owl of Minerva. And we certainly know that it's on the dollar bill. It's secreted there. So you can have all the Bible meetings and prayer meets you want at the White House for the camera, giving everyone a false impression. Here's Minerva with her caduceus. Hello. But what do you see on the pillars? Benjamin Franklin and George Washington. Incredible. Note the owls and the lions around Minerva. And Lilith here, standing on the lions. Here they are with a serpent. We always know that the goddess is with a serpent. The serpent is universally esteemed as a legitimate symbol of Freemasonry. says George Oliver. So then, as we've seen in the last few hours, since when has the serpent been anything to do with masculinity? As we said, the symbol of the Sibyls. But in other languages, the dove is called Columba, like District of Columbia, Columbia Shuttle, Columbine, Knights of Columbus. It goes back to the dove, right? It's just the Latin for the dove. But the dove goes back to the Sibyls. You find it on the credit cards. You're finding it in these place names. Does anybody recognize what it's all about? Here it is in the famous logo of Columbia Pictures. The female is under it. Here it is in the scepters, the royal scepters of the British royals. Doves. And look at the middle. What do you see? The Venus symbol, the cult of Venus, the scepter of Venus. The dove is often pictured perched on the world tree as the symbol of the great mothers, all giving love. Doves continued through the Roman times to be a companions of the love goddess Venus. And again, in prosaic life, you find the goddess, the blonde goddess, and the doves in bizarre configurations. You see the horse and the female. We've already gone into the cryptic meaning of that. In fact, horses were first domesticated by women, by the Amazons, the Scythian women. And as I said earlier, it's a central symbolism in all of this because it's the means by which the hero, at the behest of his mother goddess, descends into the underworld, matriculates and come out. Anyone who knows Irish mythology? What about Ocean? Isn't Ocean, the son of Finn, given a white horse by the goddess of the fairyland in order to do what? To take him on a journey where he wants to go, to come back to the overworld and hopefully return. She is his steed. The horse represents Epona, represents her. Now at the Council of Europe building in Brussels, we see, and there's another one like it in Strasbourg, there existed the image of Europa, the goddess riding a bull. As we said, the goddess often doesn't ride a horse, although sometimes you might see that. And bulls were sacrificed to the ancient goddess. Why? For we've already made that point. The bull is nothing more than the symbol of the priest, the snake priest. Of course it's sacrificable. Sure, they're tearing it apart and drinking its blood. Then in the most powerful order of Sion, the prior to Zion, look what we see, the fleur-de-lis. Didn't we see that on Wedja? The little trefoil thing I told you to memorize? There it is. The serpent is the caduceus with the trefoil plant. What's this Mesopotamian king wearing on his headdress at the top? What do you find is the actual logo of the powerful equestrian orders of Europe? What do you see on the heraldry all over the world, specifically in Britain? Because the Merovingians and the Knights Templars came to Britain, so you see that symbol. But that's not a masculine symbol any more than the lion or the dragon is. Here's Margaret of Anjou, of the powerful House of Anjou of France, Merovingian, connected to the House of Lorraine, holding the symbol of Wadjet. In fact, it was only in the 12th century, under the reign of King Stephen, that the red cross was actually, became England's insignia, right? But that's a Templar cross. So these French Merovingian goddess-worshipping Templars, we got their symbol on the British flag. The Knights of the Holy Sepulchre first bore the red cross on their hearts and were founded by James I, brother of the first Bishop of Jerusalem, all right? A.E. Waite tells us. But this is an order, the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, that was actually first created by Godfrey de Bouillon himself, to whom the Bush family are related. It's a supremely Catholic order, like the Templars or the Knights of Malta or the Knights of Columbus or the Order of Lazarus or the Ancient Order of Hibernians and other numerous equestrian orders. Not even forgetting the Jesuits and the Opus Dei. Then on the so-called Protestant side, this Punch and Judy, Tweedledum, Tweedledee act that's been going on for how long now? You've got the all-important Knights of the Garter. Well, what the hell's a garter and who wears that? This is founded in the 14th century. It's actually it is the oldest and most prestigious order of chivalry in the United Kingdom. Well, guess what? It was founded not by, but for the Catherine Montague, the Countess of Salisbury. It goes back to the female. She actually, the story goes that she was dancing, accidentally dropped her garter. King Henry picks it up, and Edward III picks it up for her, and later goes and starts a chivalric order in her name. Well, there we are again with the Disney version. Decoded, it simply means that he officiated for the sisterhood. In fact, his own daughter, Joan of Kent, is a very particularly interesting queen who was involved in this order, the Order of the Garter. And Edward's daughter Isabella was admitted to the order even after it was created. So very early versions, you see, like we said, the antiquity. And there's actually an order, by the way, called the Ladies of the Garter. You can look it up. An extremely powerful group. The Queen Mother is a member of it. Now the Queen is not only the grand patroness of Freemasonry, but she has the Order of the Garter, the parent organization over Freemasonry worldwide. When a Mason reaches the 33rd degree, he swears allegiance to that organization and thereby to the Queen. According to the researcher Dr. John Coleman, who interviewed a Grand Master at Oxford, the Knights of the Garter are the inner sanctum, the elite of Her Majesty's Most Venerable Order of St. John of Jerusalem. The Knights of the Order of the Garter are the leaders of the Illuminati hierarchy and Queen Elizabeth II's most trusted Privy Council. And Queen Beatrix of Holland, that we dealt with earlier, is a member of this Order of the Garter. And they have a suggestive relationship with the Rosicrucians. Michael Howard tells us because it used the symbol of the Rose Cross, the Order of the Garter has been linked with the Rosicrucians. Right? We said that they had already infiltrated Masonry and Scottish Rite and all of that. Well, the order was founded, Order of the Garter, in 1348 by King Edward III of England and dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the Christianized version of the great pagan mother goddess. Many famous men who were either Rosicrucians or Masons have over the centuries been knighted as members of this Order of the Garter. One of the alleged Grand Masters of the Order, Sir John Dee, became the confidant Elizabeth I and was involved in many of the political intrigues of the 16th century. Yeah, but on paper he was meant to be a Protestant. We've just uncovered that the whole thing is Templar related. What's going on? Here's the emblem of the Order of Mark Masons, which is a Duke of Kent runs it. An Alpha Lodge, extremely senior. What do we see on the symbols? 2 lions, a Templar red cross, and these towers. Yeah, well, towers represent Mary Magdalene. Magdala in Aramaic means tower. And before that, long before that, Cybele that we talked about, the supreme goddess of the cult of Mithras and Sol Invictus and all of that, was called Lady of the Tower. Then we have Nephthys, sister of Isis. Her headdress is the tower. In fact, it is the imagery of Cybele and her son Attis that really is the symbolism that was picked up by the Christians with Mary and Jesus. Not just Isis and Horus, which a lot of people know. One of the head Templars, Grand Master, was called Blanche Fort, White Tower, also refers to this. Just look at the symbolism. It tells all. What about this Order of the Tower and the Sword, a Portuguese order linked to the Order of Christ, one of the most powerful orders in the world, the Order of Christ, Portuguese Templars, patronized by a female, Queen Maria I of Portugal. Check her out, or go to the Female Illuminati website. And the Jehovah's Witnesses know all about the Lady of the Tower. They're put before us as very patriarchal, aren't they? And we'd believe it until we realize that it's not only Mary Magdalene they might be referring to, some of these orders, but Mary Magdalene is herself a fictive cover for Meritaten. The deliberate interpolations. Then we have Lady of the Sea. Note the tower. There she is on the left. And the 2 beasts that you see in this image. Haven't we already worked out that when it comes to something like a syzygy or a duad, it relates actually to the sisterhoods, the difference in the sisterhoods? And we'll take a short break of 5 minutes to fix the lights. Okay, so we read here that among the sacred texts of the Hebrew Bible, deep in the book of the prophet Micah, is an obscure passage addressing the bereaved bride, right? Representing the people of Jerusalem, so-called. She's the daughter of Sion and is referred to symbolically as the Magdal Eder, or the watchtower or stronghold of the flock. And she's seen mourning the death of her counselor. So you find that even in the Bible, these Masonic traditions referring to the same dramatis personae. Oh yeah, the story of Old Testament story of Abraham with Sarah and Hagar. We don't have time to go into it, but it also refers to the 2 women, and I think it refers to Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and Meritaten and their particular relationship. But more in the Masonic tradition, again, we have Baphomet, Now, some people have tried to debunk this image and say, oh, this is not an image of the Masons, it's not an image pertaining to Templarism. Well, I beg to differ, because it seems to be important to some Masons of great power in Washington, D.C., otherwise they wouldn't have made the statue of George Washington to emulate it, would they? It must be legitimate if millions of dollars of the builders of Washington put it up. It seems important enough for them, I can take it that it matters then. What's of interesting, again, is the etymology, because Baphomet actually just comes from Baph, which is baptism, and Met, which is wisdom. So it's again about the initiation ceremonies that Masons have to go through, the baptism in wisdom. Or if you like, it's daughter of death, Beth Mavet. But we've seen how important that daughter of death concept is when we looked at the goddess tradition. And she is a goddess. Mat, Miat, or Meat is the name of a primordial goddess. There's even a Templar motto which says, let Meat be exalted, who causes all things to bud and blossom. So the motto refers to the goddess. In fact, they even worshipped her as a bearded Venus, if you can get that. Now, interestingly, we saw that if you actually notice on the image, the breasts, there's an androgynous aspect. So the Baphomet has female breasts, yes, and you can see the pentagram as well, and that relates to Venus. And you can even see these two crescent moons. Well, it's interesting that the word menstruation, right, etymology again, actually means moon change, right? The rise and fall of the moons. And note the horns. They're, as we said, goddesses like Seshet and Ashtaroth had the horns. But what they really refer to and represent is female again. It's the fallopian tubes. So the goat's head or the bull's head from which the son is born, or the child is risen here, you don't see the son is born, but you see the flame coming out of the middle of the horns, which is the light. It's all connected again to female symbolism, pure and simple. The two moons could also represent, as we kind of hinted, the concept that you see with Persephone of the descent into the underworld and the return, right? Kathodos, going under, and Anodos, rising again. That's what the image really represents. And so when you see George Washington, a famous Mason and President of America, somebody asked me one time, do you think the Masons are powerful? Here's a ticket to Washington, D.C. Take a tour of the city. Ask some questions. Now, Latin, in the word goat is capra. That's very close to caput, which means the head. Right? So Capricorn, caput, goat, capra, the heads. Like the Capet dynasty, super powerful French dynasty called Capet. It means head, the head ones, like Pendragon. Another pan-Masonic symbol of importance is the black cube. Here it is rendered by Leonardo da Vinci. Look at it. There's the angel, there's Mary, with her arms crossed like a pharaoh, representing a rite of passage, a death and rebirth. And look what he's put in front of her, a black cube. And on top of it, a cone, a conical pyramid-like structure, which we'll deal with later. Here she is as the cube. She's wearing black, but she's in the cube. The female is the cube. Unpack a cube, you get a Star of David. Right? The famous hexagram. But that's in numerology 33. Triangle down, a triangle up. Well, 33, there it is. Scottish Rite Freemasonry is 33. 33 numerologically represents the geometric Star of David. The Star of David, when not unpacked, is the cube. The cube is the goddess. Follow the symbolism, folks. The ashlar we spoke about, the importance of the ashlar. There it is in the center of the star there, the little cube. So that black cube, we said goddess symbolism all the way. Well, there it is again, the black cube, the central ashlar of the Masons. There it is in a lodge. The sacred pillar, along with the horned altars, were sacred stone objects standing in the open country or along roads or in the village, descended from the old Stone Age. They were phallic pillars of the Great Mother carved on them. So even though they can be phallic, we saw that the Mother Goddess also has the penis, the phallus. So the stone of the Masons is a goddess symbol, one of their most important symbols, the ashlar, relating to, guess who? Asherah. Arnobius says that Cybele was represented by a small stone of a black color. The sacred black stone at Mecca is imprinted with the vulva, the yoni sign, and covered with a black pall, called the skirt of Kaaba. The male priests who serve her today are called the Beni Shaiba, which means sons of the old woman, i.e. the moon. And if you go back far enough in these traditions of the Arabs, you'll find that Allah is really Alat, the moon goddess. Her symbol is still on the flags on the top of every mosque. But that reminds us of the lunar society, the high-level fraternity made up of top scientists back there in the 16th century and 17th, 18th century, of which Benjamin Franklin was a member. Why do they call it lunar society? Isn't that goddess symbolism? We're back to this widow-son concept. Could it be the black widow that they're sons of? Is that a female symbol enough for you? It was the actual statue, this hideous monstrosity, which travels from city to city, by the way. It might be coming to a town near you quite soon. Was it's actually called Maman, M-A-M-A-N, by Louise Bourgeois. It's been to The Hague, it's been to the Rockefeller Center, and of course it's Arachne, the goddess, the ancient goddess, and the descendants of that web-spinning goddess whose descendants were cursed in the mythology. So that this black widow is a symbol of the cursed progeny. That's the Sophianic sisterhood symbol if ever I saw one. And again, in more mundane and prosaic forms, we get this spider turning up. Strangely an ad copy. Until you decipher it, you just think it's the scribblings of mad people. And then, of course, the famous checkered floor, right? It's got a symbol. Remember the two ladies? Nekbet and Wajed, or Isis and Nephthys? What's it got to do with them, you ask? Well, each one of them gave birth to a son, right? Horus is the son of light, born to Isis, but Set is the god of darkness, born to Nephthys. So yeah, you have the syzygy of the daughters of the two ladies, but they have below them two sons, and those sons are sons of light and sons of darkness. So the Masons are sons of light and sons of darkness. Horus rules the northern hemisphere and the North Pole and those circumpolar stars, and the pole that's north. Set rules the southern hemisphere and the southern pole. Note the pentagram in the middle. And then we said earlier about the number 13 in our introduction. We said that it's an important goddess number. It's a lunar number actually, because it takes the moon 13 months to complete the year. So it's a goddess symbol. It means 13 periods of menstruation. It's not the sun going through the year, it's the moon. And it takes 13 months to go through. So it's 13 cycles for the female. But we've got 13 levels of the pyramid on the Great Seal of the United States on the dollar bill. We've got 13 letters in the term Annuit Coeptus. We got 13 letters in E Pluribus Unum. We got 13 pearls to the left of the seal. 13 stripes on the shield on the eagle, right in front of the eagle. We're going to see how important the shield is later on. 13 stars above the eagle's head. 13 clouds around the Star of David. 13 arrows in the eagle's left talon. 13 leaves on the branch in the right talon. And 13 olives on the branch in the right talon. Some people say there's even 17. Some people have counted 17 instances of the number 13 on the dollar bill. Well, there's nothing masculine about that number. 13 is incorporated even into the street design of Washington, D.C. The House of the Temple is 13 blocks north of the White House, which is the Scottish Rite headquarters of the Supreme Council, again called the Mother Council. The Venus and the Moon, right, these two important planets that we're talking about, were actually conjunct in Virgo when the cornerstone of that temple was laid. Can you get any more feminine than that? Albert Pike's remains are buried there. Now, Pierre Sabac tells us that the Arabic word for woman is nissa. The Latin word for labor pains being nissus, referring to the younger women, right? Hebrew word for priestess and priest, nazir. Syrian goddess known as Nisar. Her name in Arabic is Nisr, meaning eagle. And the vulture can also be attributed to Nisar. As we said, Nekbet symbol, the eagle, and has always been interchangeable with a vulture. But what are we seeing on that dollar bill? An eagle. But in Arabic, one of the great occult languages, that's a female symbol. It means woman. So esoterically, the eagle and vulture are interchangeable with the featured serpent. or the featured snake, says Sabak. So the eagle is Nisr, the vulture is Nisr, and the woman is Nissa. The Paphians, that's the Phoenicians, worshipped their Venus under the form of a white pyramid. We've been talking about mounds and mountains and all of that in the earlier part of this presentation. Now we hit hard into the Masonic symbolism, the symbols that have been so misinterpreted on the dollar bill. Ashtoreth was symbolized by the phallic cypress tree, and from it are derived not only the pyramidical images of the goddess in Phoenician sculptures, but the stiff cypress-like representations of the talismanic jewelry of Southern Europe of the Blessed Virgin Mary. There she is as the pyramid. The cypress tree was worshipped because it's pyramidical. The great Semitic moon goddess Astarte was worshipped on Mount Sinai by the Canaanites in the form of a stone pillar long before Moses received the stone tablets of the law there, on a mountain. At Heliopolis, where the worship of the great goddess prevailed, coins present to our view a cypress of pyramidical form planted beneath the peristyle of the temple, in the very place where other metals have either a conical stone, the well-known representation of Astarte, or else the image or bust of the goddess herself. So we saw earlier, even in the Leonardo da Vinci picture of the black stone, the conical motif. Euripides also associated her with mountains, so that she must have been a guardian of animals like the primitive Scoto-Irish Cailleach, a mountain goddess like the Cretan lady who is depicted on the summit of a high peak. So let's get this idea abolished that mountains represent the gods. They are purely female symbols, as is the pyramid. Their earlier representations of the Moon Mother were in the form of a cone or a pillar of stone. It is the throne of the squatting goddess, the White Mountain, the navel of waters. The Indo-European root for hill, Kel, also meant a concealed sacred place and was probably related to Halig, meaning holy. So the holy high place. But it's a goddess location. In Britain, there are 1,500 hilltops with large enclosures on their summits. These earthworks stood like coiled serpents and were used as ritual mazes. Among the symbols associated with her are the horns of the bull and the double axe, the sacred pillar, the moon crescent, and the staff or wand. She is apparently a goddess of death, battle, fertility, and the chase. Offerings were made to her in a mountain cave that she was supposed to inhabit. Now, where did Moses go when he talked to Jehovah at the burning bush? Where was that exactly? You can put a lot of beards on things, but it doesn't necessarily make it masculine. And there on the left, there it is. Babylonian Omphalos is a female symbol. It's not really the phallus at all. It's the cervix. It's the female cervix. Go and look at a diagram of one. On the right, there's the stone of Naramissin, an Akkadian. Right above the little conical mountain there in the back is the star of Venus. The king officiates for Venus. And again, in our ambience, in our space today, we see the mountain and the star, not realizing it. It's all been thinly disguised. Now at the House of the Temple, very, very important Masonic building. What do we see outside the two? There's two of them on the either side of the door to which you enter the place. Is a sphinx. But come up close. I can't do it here for you at this point, but if you try to enlarge this or come up close, what do you see between the headdress of this sphinx? Is an Egyptian goddess. Wouldn't be Skota by any chance. Wouldn't be Meritaten. What do you see on the headdress when you go to the side? Oh, it's only Wadjet, the widow, the lady of spells, the green lady, supreme deity of the great royal wives. What's that doing on the porch of the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C.? I thought Masons was masculine and patriarchal. Go to the other side. You find, here, yeah, there she is again. Now, sphinxes originally represented Ishtar, by the way, or Asherah. Now note the body of the lion. You think that's masculine? It isn't. That's the goddess Sekhmet. That's the goddess Kadesh. She's the protector of the pharaoh, wasn't she, Sekhmet? She's the protector of the pharaoh, in the same way that Wadjet is the protector of the pharaoh. So these Merovingians are using the lion, the royals are using the lion, the Judites are using the lion, and we fall for the fact that it's a masculine symbol. Akhenaten even allowed them in Amarna. You can go there today and find the statues of the lion. There she is. There's Astarte herself standing on the lion. Now, archaeologically, the figurines of Astarte Anath, a nude goddess sometimes standing on a lion, and usually holding either flowers or serpents or both, are prominent in the centuries leading up to the Israelite occupation, but are replaced during that time by Asherah pillar figurines. Here's a mural from the inside this house of the temple of the supreme masons. There's the two lions and a whole bunch of swastikas representing the towered goddess of the northern sky, you see, on the panel there, running along on the borders. And you find the same stuff in all the lodges and shrines, no matter where you are. But it's never, ever, until now, been decoded correctly. I'm sick and tired of all the misinterpretation of these symbols. Here you see a symbol being used by Masons where the hand is clenched to represent what the Masons call the lion's paw. But as you now know, there's nothing masculine about it. That's the sisterhood symbol, by the way. Now, in the arch of the skies on the day of the foundation stone for the White House was laid, there was a most interesting conjunction, says David Oveson. Shortly before noon, the moon had entered the same degree as the dragon's head, a node of the moon. Both planet and node were in the 23rd degree of Virgo, the foundation of the White House. During the morning of September 18th, 1793, when the Capitol building was founded, the sun was also passing through the same degree of Virgo. Now let's look at this crest. It's the crest of the Rothschild dynasty. We immediately notice the symbols we've been looking at for hours now, the eagle and the lion. We also notice these arrows and this conical central motif, the cone shape, which we've just analyzed. You find it on the dollar bill, you find it in Washington, D.C., and now you find it on the crest of the Rothschilds. It's a goddess symbol, as is the lion and the eagle, by the way. There it is, as we saw it before. Now this arrows that you saw on the crest, they look very male, don't they? Very fierce, very warlike. You see a bunch of arrows on the eagle's talon on the dollar bill as well. That's all very masculine, isn't it? Well, guess what? No, it's not. It represents the goddess Neith that later became Athena, because she was the goddess of the arrows. There you see her headdress as the arrows crossed. She was even known as the mistress of arrows and of spears. Shakespeare, break spear. So this goddess Neith, there you see her with her companions, the pharaoh, holding her symbols of the bow and the arrow also, which then later turns up as Diana symbolism in the Greek. There she is again, because her color was red. Her title was the Red Crowned Queen. Well, the word Rothschild means red shield. Don't people who carry arrows have shields? Didn't we see that Albert Pike has his Palladium, his Pallas Athena, when we said Athena was based on Neith? So here's the lady in red. The earliest images of this goddess are in red. The Rothschilds, the red shields. She's the great archer. Is this the reason why in London, overlooking London and overlooking Washington DC, you have Shooter's Hill? You think that relates to a male figure? Now her name can also be rendered Net, N-E-T. And you see on many Masonic lodges the image of this net, by the way, if you've done your homework. And you also see it all over the dollar bill. And it's also a word that gives neter or netter, which means the gods. Now, how do the Rothschilds get this goddess symbolism? For the simple reason that they've married in with the Sinclairs and the Templars and the St. Clairs and the Knights of Malta. Right? They're part of the order of Aton and Melchizedek. They want to look like ordinary Talmudic or Zionist Jews on the surface. They're not even scratching the surface. They're the Gaionim, the snake priests. But their actual ancestry is goddess worship. The lady in red, Neith. As we said, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the dollar bill is originally from the Sibylline oracles, the Sibylline texts of which the whole of Roman society was based. We talked about the river And the number 13, right? There it is in the Strasbourg, European Parliament, 13 tiers high. Also like a beehive. We see it on the flag of the EU. This powerful EU commissioners, which are really controlled by the Alpina Lodge of Switzerland and other orders like the Order of Sion, but we've already seen who they go back to, or maybe even P2, Propaganda Due of Italy, a powerful Masonic branch. All of these branches, all of these Masons together, actually. But 13 also refers to the 13th sign of the zodiac, called Ophiuchus or Serpentarius. Now, it features a male, but we have to learn how to look through that symbolism to something else. It actually is a rendition of Aesculapius, the healer, but he was the father of Hygeia, the goddess Hygeia. There she is, with the serpent. It's just a change of set design, you see. And Hygeia's other symbol was the 5-pointed pentagram. We already know that's a female symbol, but here it is in the Greek tradition, Hygeia. Her name is inscribed on the points of a pentagram. Now, we know that this is very appropriate because the Sophic sisterhood were into hygiene, unlike their rivals who are into anything but. They may use some of the similar symbolism, but psychic hygiene is not on their minds. So when we see the symbol of the pentagram, at least we can understand it's a goddess symbol, pure and simple. And again, the idea of the evil twins, a sort of perverse version of the goddess, the two sisters motif. So I hope now that we can get a total insight into the plethora of female symbolism in Masonry and other secret societies. As I said, and I make this clear again, I'm just analyzing their work. And it's up to you to say, yeah, you got it, I'll get this, I'm going to continue researching it or not. But it really is there all over the place. Here, the Great Seal of the Americas, Britannia with her lion, which we now realize is indeed a goddess symbol. There's the trident representing the syndicate. And just a simple plethora of female statues that are over the cities. The most famous one of being, the most obvious being the Statue of Liberty itself. Well, that's based on the Egyptian goddess Seshet, the Lady of the Two Horns, as she was known. One of the most important goddesses in Egypt because she was the one, or her representative, had to be, right, a priestess from her cult, had to be present at the laying of the foundation stones of every single shrine and temple of Egypt. Every single one, without fail, otherwise it wasn't authentic. So every temple is dedicated to the goddess, founded by the goddess. Those winged orbs that you see over the gateways are the goddess. The temple itself is the goddess. And we've just talked about the layings of the stones of important buildings, even in our modern world. And that female symbolism will be there. Feronia is another goddess you should look up, that the Statue of Liberty was based on. As well as Diana Lucifera, again referring nothing to evil, it's just the morning star, the Venus, the star. Diana Lucifera. Now, what has Isabella I of Castile got to do with America? Well, she's the female that turns up on the very first postage stamp that America ever produced. Isn't that odd? That the Queen of Castile in Spain, the one responsible for kicking out the Jews, actually is the female on the first US stamp. They couldn't find anything else. On the Yorkite side, we keep seeing the Order of Templar, the Order of the Malta, the Order of the Red Cross. And we need maybe to take a closer look at the Templar connection. We saw that they're connected to Scottish Rite and deeply to the Rosicrucians. And here we find that even on the York Rite highest degrees, they're Templar degrees. And some believe that the Templars were founded by Jewish orders like the Essenes or Nazarenes, which survived the destruction of Jerusalem. And to an extent that's true. But their actual order, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the Germanic Druidic order known as the Hadrinjar. Right? This is a German Druidic Western order. They were also long-haired worshippers of the goddess. They were Druid order, so they met outside this Teutonic group. This connection is rarely mentioned by writers because, of course, it shows you the ascendancy of these Western Druidic orders, which is taboo to most groups. They want to emphasize Essenes and other Eastern groups. And the root appears in Old Icelandic as Hadr, meaning woman's hair. And the motivation for the name was probably that men from Germanic royal dynasties sported long hair as a mark of dignity. Well, how we weren't told that? That's where the Knights Templar get it all. Among these last is shown a grove of immemorial sanctity. A priest in female attire has the charge of it, but the deities are described in Roman language as Castor and Pollux. They have no images or indeed any vestige of foreign superstition, but it is as brothers and as youths that the deities are worshipped. He's talking about the Hadringar here. Tacitus. Now the official founder and promoter of the Templars and the Cistercians was Bernard de Clairvaux. His title was Knight of the Virgin. It's not even clear where this Bernard de Clairvaux got the millions. They actually don't know. Scholars don't even know where he got the money. It's an open question. To build the 80 cathedrals and other places and even start up his order. You know, the Cistercians being the religious wing of the Knights Templar. And of course we know the famous story that even with all the care in the world, they still fell foul of the papal groups. They had an infighting. It was in 1139, Pope Innocent II made the Knights Templar completely independent of all kings, princes and prelates. They answered to the Pope alone. And even though the outer lodge of the Templars was indeed attacked, basically the core group, the Order of Sion and other elusive orders, they just continued amassing their wealth and all the rest of it. And the reason why they were persecuted, the Templars, really is very important to know about, because what it really shows you is that the other side, who were hardliners, really knew that the Templars weren't wholehearted Catholics. And when they were persecuted, their money, their fortunes went to cousin orders like the Knights Hospitallers and the Knights Andrew of the Thistle. And this Order of the Thistle was also known as the Princes of the Rose Cross. So when the Rosicrucians attempted to act all Protestant and what have you and take that name, no, it originates from the Templars, who are Catholic, and you can find the earliest rendition of the Rose Cross is found in Malta and Templar castles. You can go there and look at it. Now, the origins of these Merovingians, you're knee-deep in allegory, you see, because Merovich was said to be born of two fathers. His mother, meant to be pregnant by an ordinary human, King Claudio, she takes it in her head to go swimming, and then is seduced by a sea monster. So they can't work out whether the head of the Merovingians, Merovich, is demonic or human. Of course, we have to see through that symbolism and realize what it's pertaining to. What is this mother and the sea connection? We have to decode this. You often see images of the goddess holding a dragon like it's her son. So if this was Mary, it would be Jesus that she's holding. So that just indicates that the latter is of the dragon bloodline. In images of Mary Magdalene, you see the skull. You see the red-haired woman. And you see the skull resting on it. A book is resting on it. Yeah. Because this book represents that this cult reveals itself in writing and painting to you. But you've got to read between the lines, find out what's back of it. As I said, Mary, anyway, is a semi-fictional stereotype symbolizing an archetypal cult, which she just is representing, the sort of dragon court. And the word Mary is interesting. The word Mura is thought to originate from the Celtic and the Indo-European, that originated in Latin, the word mortus, and in Portuguese or Galician, the word morto, meaning dead. We already found out that the cult of the dead, and she's wearing the skull, or she's having the skull in front of her. It's a symbol of these cults, just like it was the symbol of the Templars. But it's actually, you can decode it etymologically. It goes back to Mary. Mary is the skull. The skull is female. Connection to the cult of the dead. Indeed, the Sicambrian Franks, ancestors to the Merovingians, were goddess worshippers, just like this Hadringar. They were known as the people of the bear, but that related to Arjuna, the goddess of the bear tribes. Now the Sicambrians took their name from a great queen, Cambra. Right? So all the Merovingian, even their ancestors, they go back to these Scythians, these Edomites, these Hyksos. And so when later you're hearing about these goddess worshippers suddenly converting to Christianity, and it all sounds very plausible, you've got to see through that lie. They did that to avoid persecution. They did that because by aligning with the Catholic Church, the Pope sent troops so they could overcome other enemies. They did that because they wanted territory, and by converting to Catholicism, the Pope gave them the rights to have that land. But behind the scenes of the order and the system and the approval, they just carried on privately worshipping what they were already into. More importantly than even that, the top Merovingian Templar kings were taught in Ireland by Chaldean monks, the ones who had been living there, descended from the Milesians, as we said, the Gaels, who had been plagiarizing and filtering through all the Druidic lore. Then they become the teachers of these Templar kings, who then give rise to the dynasties that rule the world today, and also through these Masonic and Templar orders. The Chaldees, look it up, Chaldeans, leading Templars. Dagobert II was taught there. His first wife was a Celtic priestess, Mathilda, of the Milesian bloodline. You see, a dragon sister. Bertrand de Blanchefort, a Grand Master of the Templars. He was sympathetic to the Gnostics and the Cathars. Those Cathars and Templars didn't just have connections to say something like the Jews of the East. They had a connection to the Egyptians of the East, but that's all played down. As this concept, my God, oh, the poor knights of Christ. I mean, just you can throw that out right away. And that they lost their wealth, they were persecuted. And the Merovingians are said to have died out after Dagobert's assassination. Well, you can believe that if you want. It's worthless, because that line continued through a guy called William Gellone, ancestor of the House of Orange that we talked about earlier on, right? And they're connected to the Plantard dynasty and the House of Lorraine, of which Godfrey de Bouillon was a member. Now, after this Dagobert's assassination, some of the Merovingians began to distrust and repudiate the papal church, leading to their persecution in the 14th century and the burning of some Grand Masters, you see. It's a kind of interesting story. Andrew Power says that the true history of the Templars is that they never went out of existence. The main body went underground, and according to esoteric records, many joined other orders, such as the Teutonic Knights and the Rosicrucians. They also became a successful banking fraternity. Later, in tandem with the Rosicrucian order, see that connection again, they founded the Masonic order to make the teachings accessible to the common man. So he's reminding us of the big lie, that these people are operating like a bloody mafia. Now, this Guillaume, or William Gellone, was a descendant of Mary, right, in her true context. Not as presented in the Bible, but as the mother, she's the wife of Jesus, and also one of the virgin queens, who's the latest head of this branch. We know them as Templars and Merovingians, but hopefully you're starting to get the picture. Well, you've got to get the picture. Even the Bible admits that her anointing of Jesus, that means her superior to Jesus when you know the esoteric tradition. She's of a higher rank. She's anointing him, not her anointing her. Now in this picture, look at the orange sleeve. Orange is her color, like the red hair. Western origins. Did you know that Godfrey himself was crowned King of Jerusalem in an abbey in Jerusalem called the Mother of all churches? It's the oldest Templar shrine in Jerusalem. So the head boy, Mr. Fierce Knight himself, is crowned King of Jerusalem in a temple, an abbey known as the Mother of all churches. He himself is known, his title is the Monarch of Light. Atonist, or what? Now Uri Lina, the great Uri Lina, says that a secret Jewish order was behind these men, the Order of Zion, or the Order of Sion. Founded in the monastery of Notre Dame du Mont de Sion, on Mount Zion, just north of Jerusalem, in June 1099, by the 39-year-old Godefroy de Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, the descendant of William of Gellone, who was the seed and tribe of David. Now what? Can we read this again? A secret Jewish order was behind these men, the Order of Zion, founded in the monastery of the Notre Dame du Mont de Zion. Unbelievable. And guess what? The House of Orange, they have a long history moving, as I said, from Persia through France, then up to England, Holland, and then to England, right? And the British royal family is part of that. William of Orange came over, and basically you've got the connection to the modern British. One of the most important symbols, as we said, for the Templars is the skull. Well, the severed head represents the highest degree of Masonry. This degree is by invitation only, but is dominated over by a terrible female symbolized by Salome or Delilah, herself a symbol of the sisterhood. So here we have something absolutely incredible. This image of Salome with the Baptist's head and the plate, which we said is a Grail image actually originally, is found in the Knights of Malta headquarters in Rome. When you walk in there to one of the biggest halls as a tourist, the first thing you see is a painting of like this. Because insiders know it's got nothing to do with John the Baptist as he's portrayed in the New Testament. Because it's a play on words. The John here is really Jean, spelled G-E-A-N, J-E-A-N, which simply represents the present head of the order. How do we know this? Because the Order of Sion and many of these orders, their head man is given the title John or Jean. It simply represents the head. It's not John the Baptist, it's Jean, the woman, the unseen head. And this weird image of the severing of the head is just that she'll decide who's the next head. The severing of the head just means I'm in control of who's going to be the head of my order. Did you know that when they actually found the actual Templar skull, it's actually been found, the very skull that made all the controversy, was actually discovered. And do you know something? It was tested genetically and it's female. So this Salome is just a fictional allegorical mythograph. We've been seeing this all the way through the program. And you know, one more detail on all this, just go over to Ralph Ellis, his book on Mary Magdalene. Turns out she was even sent to France by one of the Caesars. Said, go to my estates, you'll be protected there. But Jean, Jean, Gain, Gwen, Gwyn, Queen, Gin, and Jin, they all represent the same thing, Guinevere. According to the Priory documents, every Grand Master, on assuming his position, has adopted the name Jean. Sion's Grand Masters are therefore alleged to have comprised a continuous succession of Jeans or Johns from 1188 to the present. This is how it works, folks. But the new head, you see, the chief, the holder of the office, the official. Do we understand why the Skull and Bones fraternity is called Skull and Bones and what that relates to? Can we understand that that's a goddess symbol as well, and that these males who head these orders are just functionaries? Baldwin, king of Jerusalem's wife, died suddenly, and on the night of her burial, Baldwin supposedly crept to her grave, dug up her body and violated it. Then a voice from beyond ordered him to return 9 months later when he could find a son. That's a good way to breed necromantically. Never heard of that one before. He returned at the appointed time, opened the grave again, and found a head on the leg bones of the skeleton, a skull and crossbones. The same voice then apparently commanded him to guard it well, for it would be the giver of all good things. And so he carried it away with him. It became his protecting genius, and it was able to defeat his enemies by merely showing them the magic head. Now, do you actually think that actually happened? Or can we understand that this is more mythograph, more crypticism that has to be decoded? He's not going to any physical grave and digging up any physical thing. And all this necromantic imagery is just simply that he's a servant of the sisterhood who are going to give him all things. They're the source of all things. They're the source of his power. The skull is just their symbol. And they're going, you serve us, pal. You die and be born again, and we'll take care of the rest. Now, according to Inquisition records, says Lawrence Gardner, among the confiscated goods of the Paris preceptory, a reliquary in the shape of a woman's head was found. It was hinged on top and contained what appeared to be relics of a particular kind. A great head of gilded silver, most beautiful and constituting the image of a woman. Inside the skull were 2 head bones wrapped in a cloth of white linen, with another red cloth around it. The bones inside were those of a rather small woman. Well, this must be inside a coffin rather than inside the head. But the skull was female, and so was the rest of it. And again, where do we find it? All over the media. Where do we find it? All over Freemasonry. The Templar connection. So you can just nix that whole Protestant versus Catholic rubbish. It's a very common Masonic symbol derived from the Templars. The Masons are referred to as twice born. People think that relates to the birth of Osiris, who gave him birth after he was cut up. But I always say that it also relates to the coming back of Akhenaten, his lost empire, in charge of his daughter and her descendants. Notice on the picture, both of these pictures, the olive branch or tree. Right? You also see this on UN logos and many other crests and emblems. It's Egyptian, but it's not just Egyptian. It's Atnist, because what you're seeing there is the hand of Akhenaten himself holding it. So now when you see that olive branch symbol, just realize what's going on. And there's the lion, which we know has nothing to do with any patriarchies. And we also have acacia, which is a plant sacred to Masons because it's a goddess symbol. And we said the Templars kept the long hair because the Hadengar did. But of course they also do it because of Mary herself and the sisterhood. They're keeping their hair long for that reason. The Priory of Sion was their parent order. And they had a falling out and they split in the 12th century. And that's why you have the two horsemen, because one is of the Priory of Sion and one is the Templars. Although, as I say, they're meant to have fallen out. But guess what? The Order of Sion, or the Priory of Sion, has a full title. Did you know that? And the full title of this order is the Order of Our Lady of the Mount of Sion. Had 5 original members, 5 being the number of the goddess, of course. So, what are we dealing? The mount, even the mount, is a cardinal goddess symbol. The fleur-de-lis. There's on that. You see on the left the arrows, the pentagram, the fleur-de-lis, the lion. I haven't seen a male symbol yet. And lastly, for this section, we see that the creator of the Rosicrucians, the full title was the Order of the True Rose Cross. Johannes Valentinus André founded it. He was a member of this Order of Sion. So, we have arch-Catholic orders forming arch-Protestant orders, yeah. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Does something smell rotten to you? And all this nonsense about Catholics not even being able to join secret societies. What the hell is the Vatican if not a secret society? They got more secret societies there. The Order of Malta, the Hospitallers, the St. John Order, and many others I could mention. Knights of Columbus, Knights of St. Patrick, the Ancient Order of Hibernians. But the whole thing is a secret society. How can they be going around forbidding Catholics to join? What are the Knights Templars? Now when we come back, we have a third section on the Masons, finishing that. And we look at this secret. We'll be examining a most important secret that gave these early secret societies a lot of the symbolism we've been looking at it, right? So a lot of the symbolism we've been looking at actually comes from a most important event or a most important source. We want to look at that. And it's a kind of symbolism. The event that caused it was another very empowering event that really helped these priesthoods and sisterhoods galvanize their power all over the world. So when we come back, we'll look at that. Can't leave this section on the Masons and secret societies without mentioning a fantastic event which considerably strengthened the sisterhood's spiritual power, and as I said, explains their galvanizing power and some of the symbolism involved, a great deal of the symbolism, especially involving Venus, which we've been touching on throughout. We can't cover it in any kind of detail now. But what you can do is just head straight over to Female Illuminati, where I've posted this, or go straight to YouTube, type in Symbols of an Alien Sky, the thesis of David Talbot. It's in 3 parts. And it's so, what he presents there is absolutely, although he doesn't have a clue what we're going to be talking about, what he presents there is phenomenally strengthens the thesis that we've been presenting here. Basically, in short, in his program, he shows that the planets of our solar system weren't in their familiar positions and orbits. The prehistoric sky, this isn't that long ago. He's a bit vague on the details, but it's not that long ago. We're talking about maybe 3,000-4,000 years. But anyway, the prehistoric sky appeared different than that of today. Certain planets, and that also means certain gods, this is where the ancients saw it, rose to prominence only to later, in another epoch, diminish in importance. Golden ages have given way to ages of disaster and chaos, right? Goddesses have given way to masculine deities, for instance. Now, according to Immanuel Velikovsky, one of the first people to put forward the thesis that Talbot has picked up, says that in prehistoric times, Saturn, not the sun, dominated the night sky. And the word Sol actually referred to Saturn. According to Talbot, during the age of Saturn, there occurred a conjunction of 3 planets or gods. This was witnessed and recorded the world over, and the plasma discharges, from their interaction and passing each other, were hundreds of times more conspicuous than, say, the Northern Lights were. And we know how spectacular the Northern Lights are. Well, we're talking hundreds of times more conspicuous. Nobody in the world could have missed it. The planets in conjunction were Saturn, Mars, and Venus, with Mars being in the center of this interesting mandala, celestial mandala, right? From the Earth, the conjunction appeared as if it was a single great star in the heavens. It was the great eye or flower and was personified as the great goddess Venus, Ishtar, Ashtoreth, or Asherah, the ones we've been talking about, in both her benign and terrible aspects. The electric discharges and shapes made by the 3 planets were viewed with awe by the people on Earth. The forms in the sky became a palette of familiar symbols: the dragon, the serpent, the Ouroboros, the fiery and hybrid creatures of mythology, the eye, certainly, the sword, the shield, the wheel, the trident, the crescent, the crown, the cross, the scallop shell, like you see Venus in Botticelli's wonderful rendition, horns, halos, thunderbolt, hammer, flower of life, papyrus. This means the plant, the papyrus, or the lotus plant, the spiral, the peacock's tail, the dove, the rose window, the Medusa's head, Kali's tongue, right, her protruding tongue, and the long flowing hair. All of these symbols and more come from this event. This is when they were first witnessed. Remember the Statue of Liberty? So these images were, from the sisterhood's point of view, vitally important. And in fact, one could even go so far as to say that this event actually caused the creation of some of these sects, like the Great Royal Wives, and then the symbolism that started them. But even if these sects were started, then their power galvanized enormously. So there it is, the star goddess. Venus was part of this conjunction, right? The Venus cults, the star families. As we said, the alignments of ancient stone circles were done because of the goddesses wanted to map these movements. They were inaugurated by the sisterhood. Now, in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, Barbara G. Walker reminds us of that the word mathesis means mother wisdom and originally referred to divination by the stars. So mathematics, measurement. There is no longer any doubt about the advanced astronomical nature of these lunar observatory sites. What no one mentions is that the women were the first observers of the lunar cycles. As the first agriculturists, women related moon phases to planting and reaping times. Even earlier, women watched the moon to know the optimal time to conceive, to abort, to give birth. It is women who live the lunar cycles in their bodies. What she's basically saying is time and women are connected. Yurok women kept menstrual calendars and were certainly typical in this of other Native American women of both hemispheres. The Yurok count was kept by dropping a month stick each lunar month into a basket until they reached the count of 10. With this method, they could predict births to within a day. Cro-Magnon women in 30,000 BC had formed a conception of the lunar year and were working out a lunar calendar. By the end of the Paleolithic age, it's about 10,000 BC, they could predict the seasons of the year, the phases of the moon, the annual migrations of animals, birds, and fish. The sophisticated people of Tyre were wealthy and highly educated. Ashtoreth or Astarte was the chief deity, and their understanding of the movements of Venus was unparalleled, even in comparison to the astronomer priests of Egypt and Babylon. The evidence suggests that while the Ark of Yahweh was indeed kept in the temple when the building was first erected, it was not originally dedicated to Yahweh. Solomon's polytheistic kingship required a temple that connected with the gods. The key to such a building lay in the understanding of astronomy, and most particularly the long-term movements of the planet Venus, that is the goddess Ashtoreth, you see. So we already know that the goddess Ashtoreth, or her worship, preceded that of even Jehovah. We know that the word Jehovah and even Yahweh are feminine terms, whatever. The Butler and Knight tell us that Ashtoreth was connected with fertility, sexuality, and war, and her symbols were the lion, the horse, the sphinx, the dove, and above all, the star within a circle, indicating the planet Venus, which was visible manifestation of this astral deity. So next time you see that lion in Trafalgar Square, or on some stately buildings, or on some logo, you'll know what it really symbolizes. Interestingly, Venus makes a 5-point, in conjunction with the sun and the earth, it makes a 5-pointed star in the heavens, just confirming that the 5-pointed star is correctly connected to the female. There was only one astral power greater than Venus, says Butler and Knight, and its 40-year cycle, and that was the Holy Shekinah. Now we talked about this in the beginning. This brilliant star would appear in the sky at periods of every 12 Venus cycles. That means every 480 years. And then it would shine down several times over a few years before disappearing once again. In fact, the Shekinah was and still is caused by the planets Venus and Mercury rising in conjunction, meaning that, viewed from the Earth, they overlap and look like a single extremely bright star. So every Mason and every Kabbalist knows about the Shekinah. It may be presented in bizarre ways, but that's the way it is. And so we've heard about two amazing celestial events. The tripartite coming together of the great star in the sky in prehistoric times, that all the symbols that are associated with secret societies and even outside of that came from, and the awe that that must have inspired, right? And that could be co-opted by priests saying, see, we told you there was a goddess, there she is talking to us, there she is giving us signs. That's Venus, that's the great mother. So when we told you that we worship a goddess, right, from taking all those potions, well, there she is really in the sky right in front of you. You better believe us now, right? And we're going to make sure, because we're going to put her symbols on the temples, so when you walk in, all those symbols that you've been seeing from these electrical discharges, not that they said that there was that, they really did think it was some beings talking to them, right? Well, they plastered the shrines and the temples with those symbols so that every punter walking through there would be constantly reminded. They wore it on their belt buckles, they wore it on their regalia. They scared the bejesus out of people, and that worked. Fear is what gets you into the churches today, and fear is what got into the synagogues and churches and temples then. But there's another one, the Masons, and these are Butler and Knight are Masons. Here's another one, the Shekinah, a particular interesting conjunction of Venus and Mercury. And that's like an 8-pointed star. It can be the Shekinah at that point. And you can look it up. It's presented to us usually as the feminine side of God by the Jews, who don't want you really know what it's all about. But it's the vestige of an earlier form of worship. But it's the Masons who help us unpack its astrological meaning, because so much does go back to astrology. Venus formed part of the Holy Shekinah, and it has been the sacred hour hand of time. It represented the supreme power of the goddess. And in fact, the planet still bears her name because Venus was merely the Roman counterpart of the Egyptian Isis and Greek Aphrodite, who was herself just another version of the great goddess. Venus was also the symbol of the Holy Virgin, something that would not be forgotten by Freemasons many centuries into the future, suffused as their practices would be with the beliefs of the star families. The star families. The cult of Venus I've been talking about, the sisterhood. The star families. You saw the goddess with a star above her head, didn't you? Now this is important to Masons as well as Jews and Christians, because the Temple of Solomon, as we saw, was aligned to this Shekinah. The Temple of Solomon, they waited for that 480 cycle. They knew about it when it came, right? When it came, and in their time, in their epoch, they built the Temple of Solomon to align with it. And the Temple of Solomon, how important is that to Masons? In fact, one could say it's the cardinal, most important Masonic symbol. But it was aligned to stuff that had to do with the Venus goddess. So is there anything? We've been digging deep through this. Have you found a masculine symbol yet? Even more intriguingly, this morning star, this Venus, in Revelation 22 and other books like Peter, 2 Peter, Jesus is referred to as the root and the offspring of David, the bright and morning star. Solomon's motive was certainly more complex than a desire simply to fulfill the wish of his father, David, by building the temple in Jerusalem to worship Yahweh. He wanted more than that. A temple would act like a machine to produce the response to the light of the Shekinah. Very important to the Hierophants, very important to the Masons and to the controllers of Masonry. Here it's a 10-pointed star. Now, since the 5th millennium BC, temples have been built to channel the light of Venus through openings to carry them deep into the earth at astronomically important moments. Perhaps the greatest of them all is the structure which still stands today at Newgrange in Ireland. 1,000 years older than the Great Pyramid and more than 2,000 years older than Solomon's Temple, this extraordinary building allows the light of Venus to penetrate into its central womb once every 8th winter solstice. Once every 8th winter solstice. Did I say they all came from the west? And then we're back to this all-important rose symbol. We've been talking about these constellational aspects. What do they look like? The ancient Sumerians represented Venus as an eye goddess, an 8-pointed star, perhaps, or an 8-petaled flower or rosette. You see what I mean about the usage of this symbolism? We've tapped into its origin now, and we know how absolutely beloved the symbolism was. The Australian Aborigines, the Maya, the Polynesians, the Chinese described Venus by epithets signifying the great eye, the great star, or the luminous flower. Behind the Rosicrucians that we know about, there's the Order of the Golden Rose. Well, who is the Golden Rose? Where did that come from? Look at the symbol that she's wearing on her breast. The sign of Inanna, the sign of Venus. Then we have the Order of the Rose Cross, as we've been saying. Who is the Rose Cross? Earlier we saw the symbol of Venus, which is an orb or a globe with a cross. Here we're seeing the skull and the cross with Mary Magdalene. And we said that the order was closely related to the Templars. So if the rose is a woman, wouldn't it be this one? Now, the labyrinth of Chartres Cathedral, built by the Knights Templar in the 13th century, like many ritual mazes, has no blind alleys or fake routes. At its centre, there's a 6-petaled Plantagenet or wild rose, carved into which seems to be an M figure, representing the symbol of Virgo, which is the M for Our Lady, the Virgin Mary Magdalene. But the rose is a sign of that. And then the arch, as we said before, the female under the arch. Well, it was the female anyway. Nuth, the goddess, is the arch. The Masonic pillars are Asherah pillars. Look at this image where you see again Mary, sort of half kneeling. You see the Templar Red Cross. But look at Mary's body. Out of her is growing a tree. You see that? Behind her you have the conical pyramid shape. Here again, Mary Magdalene with the tree image behind her. She's Asherah. And notice that she's carrying a chalice. We know what that's for now. The ointment, the ambrosia, the grail. It comes in prosaic forms all over the damn place. Watch out for the symbolism. Keep your eyes open. But there it is in Masonic symbolism. Spanish Masonry. Look at the center there under the compass and rule. You see the red rose and the Asherah columns and the eye of the goddess. There's the Shekinah. It's standing tall in Ellis Island, sent over by the French Masons. And that tells you what? That the whole country is the Shekinah. The whole of the United States of America is goddess. We don't need to look very far. We talked about we went into that detail about all the Washington and Philadelphia, all of the different architecture. My God, the whole country from top to bottom, if you know what you're looking at. It's a star family emblem. It's a sisterhood emblem. Here we have the Washington Monument. Everyone thinks it's phallic. Nothing of the kind. The Pyramidon. It's just a tall statue to hold the female symbol, which is at the top, the pyramidon. The white pyramid is the female. So it's not the obelisk that matters, it's the pyramid at the top, the pyramidon at the top. But what's more, they've got a Vesica Pisces. We talked in the beginning of the program about the importance of circles representing the goddess. And there it is, in plain view. As we said, even the signing of the Constitution was under Virgo. And even when Mercury and Venus were conjunct. Now the Vesica Pisces, also known as the mandorla or the almond, is essentially created by the intersection of two spheres and is a figure replete with ancient symbolism. In ancient times it was taken to represent the conjoining of God and goddess, probably at least partly because it represents the vagina, resembles the vagina. It can therefore also be seen as deeply symbolic of the Shekinah. Well, we said that Baphomet, androgynous, works brilliantly as a symbol of the Shekinah. And you find it in all sorts of places. But the point being, it's a female symbol and it pertains to their particular personal rituals. And so when you see these insider smiles, like this airhead on the left, you got to see through it, what's going on. So let's take another short break and move on to the concluding sections of the program. And we'll look at the rise of patriarchy. Should do justice to the rise of patriarchy, how this all fits in. It'll help us also debunk some of the lies told to us by the feminists about that whole phenomena of the rise of solar cult warrior type suppressive groups. Not that I'm saying that they didn't exist, it's just that the account of why they arose is very, very, very naive. Now, Professor James and other scholars wrote of the worship of Ashtoreth existing side by side with that of Yahweh in Jerusalem, right? So we need to nail that fact. Because what we really need to where we really need to go is to realize that, as we've been saying through this program, the female cults dominated, the female goddess dominated. We've shown enough evidence for that, and that the males were cast really as servants or officers, and even sacrifices, more alarmingly. As time went by, you see, the gods' bisexuality was played down by the patristic priests. Right? Because even the god was bisexual. Well, that kind of had to go. And then, as we move into the patristic times, they have their Frankenstein monster to present to the world. You know, by about 1600 BC, the time when God is meant to have spoken to Abraham, and religion now becomes more androcentric. And as we've been seeing from some of these great works, the quotes I've been reading to you, the goddess sort of is suppressed. But the malignant patriarchy is going to do more than that. They're going to really rebel, and they're going to demote in a very violent way, as we know. Indeed, the Levite priests were originally serpent priests of the Great Mother. Levi is related to serpent, Leviathan, right? The world dragon of the goddess. The original monotheism of the goddess is perhaps most clearly shown by the fact that, in Elizabeth Gould Davis's words, Almighty Yahweh, the God of Moses and the later Hebrews, was originally a goddess. His name, Eyahu-Enat, derives from that of the Sumerian goddess Inanna. Yeah, scholars like Davis actually believe that Jehovah, Yahweh, was originally male, and this holds, as I said earlier, for Allah, which goes back to Alat. And all the blustering and denials doesn't change that fact, you see. So at the outset, I asked where all this patriarchal symbolism, where is it? Can we find this? Can we find this thing, this elusive thing? Now I can go on to ask, where do you find it even in Christianity, for that matter? There's a lot of long beards, But that's about the only male thing you get to see. And we know the reason now is because these goddess traditions of absolute antiquity were looted and ransacked. And then we talked about the Great Divide. Right? The real reason for the rise of this patriarchy is simply the extreme distaste that they had over the corruption of the sisterhoods to which they once belonged, or at least their ancestors belonged. This is a subject that is simply not dealt with feminists, so we've been given only, we've been given the bread without the butter. We've been given the coffee without the milk. I mean, it's ridiculous. We've been given a paltry explanation. And of course we have, because the criminal history of females, you think that's going to be of interest to a feminist, even if she happened to know about it? But nevertheless, as I've been saying, there's no way through. There's no way to heal our times unless we get to grips with it and understand this. So I write here that the all-important conflict between sisterhoods and the breach between the male and female lodges is a subject never covered by official historians. They speak only of later conflicts, the antipathy between Hebrews and Canaanites, right? The Pharisees and the Sadducees, the hardliners, the breakaway groups, like we said, the Papists and the Templars, or the Essenes and the Mandeans. Basically, Exodus 20 tells you their motto: you shall have no other gods before me. Well, that implies that there are other gods, doesn't it? This is the male branch of the Atenists gone wild. There's a kind of a tyranny that was already instigated by Akhenaten, but it was now taken to a different octave. Leonard Schlein tells us when we look back across the historical time of patriarchy, there seems to be a terrible inevitability, a relentless desire to crush the female essence, human and divine. The question of why is one of the most puzzling of our times. Well, here he is. Akhenaten's psychotic wet dream. I'm here now, get on your knees. I'll throw my thunderbolts, I'll blind you with light, I'll burn you out. I'm recently divorced, by the way, so I'm pretty mad. This is a real Santa Claus figure, a god of a psychopathic family. He ruined Egypt in the name of Aton. Has anything else changed? As we said, the Holy Spirit became desexualized. Jesus is presented as androgynous. Mary is deified and desexualized. They're still presenting the same stuff as the ancient world did, but by God have they corrupted it. But nevertheless, the New Testament is full of the pagan symbolism, just like the Old. People can go to my astrotheology book where we just do a masterwork on that. Wherever the solar cult people traveled, they tried to destroy all the previous cults. And if they could not obliterate these entirely, they imposed as much as possible of their own and absorbed previous phases into their own. It is said of the ancient Hebrews that they adopted forms, terms, ideas, and myths of other nations with whom they came into contact and cast them all in a peculiar Jewish mold. Charles Morris, he's telling you they didn't really have anything of their own. That's why, like my work, you can sniff it all out, because these patriarchal groups didn't have anything of their own. So if you go through their archive, if you go through their canon, it will eventually lead you to the truth. Jewish history covers nothing that is new, but the early Jews had great ingenuity in turning singulars into plurals, plurals into singulars, and what was feminine with their masters they made to be masculine, in writing it into their histories, and in some places things inanimate have turned into men by adding the sign of the masculine gender. What a travesty. These creatures, they demonized the goddess worship. By 500 AD, they destroyed most of the goddess shrines. In fact, they physically built over them. They forbade women, did they not, to become part of their religion. They debased the idea of matriarchal lineage and descent. They demanded virginity from the women until the point of marriage. And they desexualized their own god. Took away his consort, divorced him. Start talking about sons of man. Terms like that start creeping in. In short, their religion that they created was a political edifice. And it was suppressive. Words of Jehovah: I will put an end to all her rejoicing, her feasts, her new moons, her Sabbaths, and all her solemn festivals. I mean to make her pay for all the days when she offered burnt offerings to the Baals and decked herself with rings and necklaces to court her lovers, forgetting me. See, the damage is being done. Now, what was the reason for the debauchery? As we said, the question of the female crime history isn't breached, and neither is the reason for the debauchery that the patriarchs disliked. Well, entering at the temple gate, says Ezekiel, book 8, I broke through a wall. There was a door. A mysterious figure was leading, apparently a messenger from the male deity. The figure said, "Go in and look at the filthy things they're doing inside." I went in and looked, all sorts of images and snakes and repulsive animals and all the idols of the house of Israel drawn on the walls around them. In fact, in one of the same passages, Ezekiel is talking that they are bowing to the sun, but they did so as a goddess figure. And this is well known to people, that many of the goddesses, like Sulis and so many others I could mention, were actually goddesses of the sun, by the way. Go to the website, we've got all that on it. In chapter 23 of the book of the reformer priest Ezekiel, he angrily accused a group of Hebrew women of debauchery and lewdness, insisting that they had learned their evil sexual ways from the Egyptians. In one passage he warned, "I will put an end to your lewdness and harlotry brought from the land of Egypt." Remember? No gods before me. Now, the male god is a late phenomenon, as we've been showing. And the negatives of the rise of this patriarchy cannot be overestimated or overstated. Their mysterium, their particular brand of mysteria, has raped minds and entrapped spirits, causing malignant dualisms, which in turn reduce men to sinners. So you may not like the Sophianics, but what replaced them isn't really much better. It's the lesser of two evils. Jehovah worship was not made in the time of Abraham, nor even in the time of Moses. It occurred much later, in the time of Samuel the judge, when the children of Israel did put away Baal and Ashtoreth and served the Lord only. The cult of the Roman Church that survived in the catacombs proves that her religion was fundamentally founded on the Virgin Mother and child of mythology. God the Father is almost wholly absent from the early monuments claimed to be Christian. What was the malignancy of the patriarchy? My God, where does the list end? Their central tenet, of course, is the malignancy of matter, the malignancy of nature, the cage of matter. The soul is fallen into matter from higher up. We got that now, highers and lowers. We've got suspicion of nature, but also suspicion of the body, which is utterly at odds with that Sophic principle. And that, in a sense, that led to the incarceration in cities. This is where it led to. So we've been talking about what does this have a meaning for our... My God, since you've been born, this has meaning. You are the product of all of this. Every aspect of your life. The present decadence and perverse lifestyles to boot. Genesis 1. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it." Not love it, not care for it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground. They don't have experiences. They're not important. And that's exactly what we've been doing. Pure destruction and megadeath. Leading towards what? Our own destruction. Don't you doubt it for a minute. Genesis 9. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth, and on all the birds of the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hands. So Jehovah is bestowing the earth on man as a resource, not to love, but to control, to destroy. Now, once you've bought into this, you're spiritually dead, is what's happened. You're spiritually lost. Take a look around. Which is, by the way, how they want you. Your umbilical cord is cut now. You're in mysteria, la la land. You're in supernatural realms and disembodied realities. You're no longer here. You're no longer phenomenally present. You have no relationship with the stuff around you. That's how they want you. No, you're in the malignant hierarchies and bloody beehives designed to filter out the good, the moral, be they men or women. Another tenet is the appalling destruction of the ancient sites, right? And the other pagan artifacts and traditions, not to mention the genocide of the Druids and the many and many other nations and races. And one big change we have to talk about that the patriarchy brought in is, and the Jews did it, writing. The advent of writing, which eventually precipitated a change even in consciousness itself, moving us to what they call the frontal lobes, or the left hemisphere, cognition, whatever language you want to describe this. Sectioning off, what it's basically doing is sectioning off the ancestral consciousness, which is thrown into shadow. This is one of the reasons why patriarchy has been so successful. Right? It's building a Berlin Wall, an iron curtain between the ego and the unconscious. Do you know what damage that does? That in turn leads to an objectification. Oh, and once you've got the objectification, its counterpart is malignant subjectification. The objectification is saying, I'm not important, I just see things as they are, divorced from any personal interests. The subjectivity is, it's not for me. I don't look at things as they are. I'm only interested in how I feel about them. Those things are not important in themselves. I have no objectivity. I have no detachment. So it's divisions for every occasion. Body and world, mind and body, intellect and emotion, masculine and feminine. Shall I go on? When the official Genesis of the Hebrew Bible was written, the ancient goddess was described in negative abstractions: chaos, darkness, the deep. The mother of all is biblically defined as mud, the swamp, some mindless beast of matter who must be kept under paranoid patriarchal control and always subject to the father's logos or word. Another one of the malignancies is the substituting of the Gregorian calendar and its system to get people off what? The stellar, lunar observations that we've been talking about that were so important to these previous cults, both in a good way and also a bad way. But the patriarchy hated it, so they said, right, let's fix it. And they borrowed and appropriated terms that had been used for the goddess. Bread, Jesus is bread, the wine press, he's the wine, the vine, he's the chalice, right? All of these symbols that had originally been used for the goddess. He walks on water, well, we know where that comes from. That was reserved for Aphrodite and Semiramis. And we look at these artworks and we don't remember the fallopian tubes, the womb imagery, which must be understood. Clement of Alexandria, church father, I come to destroy the works of the woman that is of concupiscence, whose works are generation and death. Around 1500 BC, there were hundreds of goddess-based sects enveloping the Mediterranean basin. By the 5th century AD, they had almost been completely eradicated, right? So 500 AD, by which time women were also prohibited from conducting a single major Western sacrament. The Old Testament becomes the first handbook of holy war. Both Christians and Islam recognize the Old Testament as a sacred text. The historic fanaticism of both religions derives its holy war fervor and rationale from the words of the biblical prophets, presented as the Word of God. These words incite and justify religious war as the will of God. Now can we understand this passage? And the Lord God said to the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly thou shalt go, and dust shalt eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman. Again, it's the demotion and the suppression, not of an individual, but the female cults. There you are. The serpent and the woman being banished. Same thing with St. Patrick's Malarkey in Ireland. And never forget that some of the Druidic orders were female. We've got to get our heads around that. It's not just male. Now, was this schism a good thing then? Did it bring any real change of a positive level for humankind? Well, no. But they just carried along. If thousands of ordinary women who've done no harm have to die and suffer, so what? They're compatriots of Adam, remember? The slave. They can be slaughtered and sacrificed. They're just footstools. Your children, you guys watch, your children just footstools for these creatures. What did they improve? What did they improve? But the paradox is, what feminists don't understand, as they're always telling us the story of the suppression, is that these males of what you think is the patriarchy actually officiate, as we've been learning, for female orders. Right? What am I talking about? How did that work? It's crucial for you to understand this. Some men within the patriarchy, this malignant patriarchy, secretly returned to the old paradigm for various reasons, probably finding that the hard androcentric solar theology was just insufficient. I mean, this can happen, and I believe it did happen. They find it insufficient, they find it hollow. They do a U-turn. But when they've made the U-turn, they're still technically within, right, all that Hollywood scenery that the patriarchy put up, that's still in play. They're going to remain where they are, but they will communicate in symbolic form, wink, wink, nod, nod, that we have changed. We're no longer part of the patriarchy. This is very, very key to what we've been uncovering here. Well, for instance, a good analogy is the Reformation, right? Protestantism happened within Catholicism. It was Catholics who dissented and moved on to form what we know to be Protestantism. And there's many other instances of this. This is what I'm talking about happened. Now, the difference is that the Protestants said, here we are, we're different. But what I'm saying is that this hierarchy, this androcentric people remain within, these converts stay within the androcentric, patristic sphere of operation, not letting you know what's happened, only telling you in other ways. And what we're talking about is these Masonic groups, in short. Some of the reasons why they do this U-turn is simply they advance. Even within the patriarchy, they study, right? They read, they advance, and they learn more about some of the stuff we're learning. They find out about the antiquity of the rival group, the female groups, and they like it. Or there's a general disenchantment. Could be a fascination with Egypt, which a lot of them are into, right? Especially the Egyptians' brand of occultism. So these Cagliostros, certain potentates, or maybe they get fascinated with Gnostic ideas, like the Templars and their leaders did. So it's a counter-reformation in occult terms, so to speak. A reaction to the reaction. No longer identifying with their forebears' distaste of the female cults. And it's tradition. The early goddess cults, almost completely, as we saw, were run by males anyway. So this isn't really as far-fetched as you'd think, because as we saw, the female cults were officiated by legions of eunuchs and castrated males in female dress. So come on. And now the rise of certain fraternities after the 9th century, right, like Templars, Order of Sion, some of the ones we've been looking at, can now be explained. They're breakaway groups. They keep a patristic front. But they're not patristic. They're matriarchal. They've gone back to the old system. This is sometimes sniffed out by the rival group, and then you have the conflicts. It explains the conflicts that the Da Vinci Code, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, all of that work is focusing on, those internecine rivalries. But that's because one side discovered the duplicity of the other and tried to do something about it. Sadly, though, in this story, when the patriarchs secretly do a U-turn in their life and go back to the sisterhood symbolism, they're not going back to the Sophic model, the Sophic schools. They're going back to the Sophianic schools. So look where this is leading. It's not very pleasant. And as I said, all around us are the signs and the symbols letting us know. And these Templar Rosicrucian forces, they're immensely powerful. They've worked as a fifth column, but not as the Da Vinci Code type books and scholars are telling you. Because they're trying to tell you a lie. They're trying to tell you that these Templars and these goddess-worshipping people are serving the Sophics. It's a sleight of hand. They're not. They're not. As we said at the very beginning slide, if they were, our world would be a paradise. They'd have changed things for the better, and they'd have fought tyranny. What the hell? No way has that happened. So no, don't you tell me that these groups, who are presented as some benign benefactors of humanity, are actually aligned with the Sophics. We know they're going back to a goddess worship, but it's not the Sophics. Please make that clear. In whose sign are they conquering? I want to know. And just because they had a brief falling out with the papists anyway, a few years later they're all back in cahoots. That can be proven. And so they can't be trusted. They've simply not done enough good for all the centuries of their existence. And we shouldn't fall for the propaganda. Alexander Hislop says, in 1825, on occasion of the Jubilee, Pope Leo XII struck a medal bearing on the one side his own image and on the other that of the Church of Rome, symbolized as a woman, holding in her left hand a cross and in her right hand a cup, with the legend around her, the whole world is her seat. Remember we said the seat or the throne is one of the top seminal symbols of the goddess. So here's a pope who's turned, and he's letting you know through symbolism. He's going to keep the trappings. He's going to keep the film set. Now the victory of this extremist patriarchal branch is well known to historians, lamented by the women, and for good reason. We're not denying that. And in one way, you see, it's like this. The patriarchy's descent did succeed in removing the Stygian sisterhood from obvious seats of power, right? I mean, this patriarchy meant business. And the feminists are right. They rose up with sword and hammer to destroy. So their destruction of these witches, this Stygian sisterhood, in a way that's a good thing, isn't it? The feminists won't admit it, but it's a good thing. But they threw the baby out with the bathwater. Their malignancy not only threw out the evil branch of the sisterhood, they sent with it the Sophic sisterhood, which of course has much less in common with them, with the patriarchy of the two. The Hebrew patriarchs tried to destroy the world's original, most widespread and enduring religion by branding it as evil and by portraying the mother goddess and her magic snake lover as the source, not of all life, but of all wickedness. Hatred and condemned by their new tribal god Yahweh, based on hate. Damn right. This morbid, predatory institution, you see, it's done more damage to minds and bodies. Its power is totally based on fear, extortion, and confiscation. Right? The witch hunts of over 500 years, mass murder. And that's just one instance of their pestilence. And it's even scandalous today that this rotten edifice still continues with all the crimes that it's been involved in. The patriarchal societies are founded upon a crime. This crime is not the murder of the father, as Freud would have us believe. It's the rape and scorn of the mother. Could the full history of the conversion of Europe to Christianity be written? It should present a tale of horror more appalling than that of the Christianization of Spain by the Inquisition. The Christian religion has been imposed upon the people of Europe in much the same manner as it was imposed upon Mexico and Peru, in the course of whose conversion, Las Casas estimates 12 million people perished, butchered, burned alive, and tortured. Add that to the 9 million witches, so-called, that were burned. Oh, add that to the genocide of the Druids, the first act of genocide. Now the Talmud shows great antipathy, you see, towards these serpent cults. Sophic and Sophianic, doesn't matter. At the time when the serpent entangled itself with Eve, it spurted defilement into her, which continues to infect her children. Deuteronomy, you shall not plant any tree as an Asherah beside the altar of God. Well, does that imply that there used to be a tree beside the altar of God? Guess so. And so when the feminists are saying, we have the right to expose this patriarchy, when they brought the hammer down on us and we don't like it, they're right. Even if you crush a worm, its head turns up to fight you. In 2 Kings, we're told, and the people of Israel did secretly against the Lord their God things that were not right. They built high places, set up pillars and asherim on every hill, every high hill, and under every green tree. They served idols, made molten images of 2 calves. They made an Asherah and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Lord. You must completely destroy all the places where the nations you dispossess have served their gods. On high mountains, on hills, under the spreading tree. You must tear down their altars, smash their pillars, cut down their sacred poles, their Asherahs, set fire to the carved images of their gods, and wipe their name from that place. And basically that's exactly what happened. But the point being, I've already said, well, the Sophianics may have been crushed, their power taken, but unfortunately the Sophics went with it as well. Leviticus says, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor observe times, right? No astrology, no divination. And so in short, what we've got is 3 groups that have changed the history as we know it. The patriarchy of malignant type, the hard patriarchy, the Sophics and the Sophianics, and it's their conflict, it's their hidden occult rivalry that has affected our history more than any of the other rubbish that they're teaching you in the history books, okay? And this schism, I write, meant that some men preferred to remain servants of Asherah, right? Before the schism of the patriarchy, some are going to go off to become patriarchs, right? But some of the men go, no, we're happy here where it is. But other members took to the worship of Jehovah, abandoning the goddess and her ways. And of course, these are the hardcore Israelite groups, and they're claiming that, as the Bible shows, that they despise the debauchery and the corruption, the homosexuality, the lesbianism in their temples, and worse, all these sacrifices and hideous, morbid things. That's why I spent a lot of time on that, because if we'd have got to this part without that, you wouldn't have believed it. You go, what are you talking about? We had the sketch in that, and believe me, that's just abbreviated as well. Now, in the perverted rendering of the story of Genesis or whatever, we see that man is prohibited from eating of the tree. That just simply means that he's forbidden now to participate in the female rights. They say that Eve, that's all women, didn't listen and are condemned. She's a temptress. She causes the fall. Lilith even won't obey Adam. Now, you can say, as we said before, Eve just represents the ordinary female. Lilith is the sisterhood representative in the story. Now, in summary, we want to look at some dates here to give you a timeline as well if you're not familiar with any of this stuff. But 1600 BC, the trouble starts. It's Abraham's period, and that's basically followed by a 300-year dark age. In 800 BC, the first Greek temples are erected, but they're all to the goddess. In 700 BC, the Roman state arises. 300 BC, the first popes appear in Rome. 300 AD, the first Christian basilicas are allowed in Rome after persecutions from Diocletian, who didn't like the Christians, but after that, the first Christian basilicas are allowed. In 316, Constantine gives Christian bishops full rights. He in fact looted the pagan shrines to fill the coffers of the Christians. In 340, there's a total ban on pagan worship and ways in Rome. In 379, Theodosius' reign, Christianity is basically at a high point. In 7th century AD, Ireland and England are Christianized. And in 1650, the witch hunts begin, with over 8 to 9 million victims. Constantine's mother, remember, was the real originator of the Christianity, though. And as I said, just like when Constantine looted the pagan temples and shrines to get money to feed the new monster, so did the Templar conversions. They were just as duplicitous. Power, money, and territory, and protection. In fact, Clovis, the Merovingian, he converts to Catholicism because of the ruse of domination. He wanted loot and troops to fight off his enemies. The Normans, William the Conqueror's father, Robert the Devil, converts to Catholicism precisely so he can grab land given to him by the King of France, Charles the Simple. But then after being converted, he just goes back to his old ways, keeping the facade, because the system works, doesn't it? The system works, but behind the scenes, not. And so all through the years, when you hear about these conversions of this and conversions of that, they really don't mean much when it boils down. Isaiah denounces the sons of the sorcerers who inflamed themselves with idols under every green tree, says Gerald Massey. And even the Epic of Gilgamesh, when you tear it apart, shows that the conflict between the male and female groups actually began very early. The original crime, right, the destruction of Aboriginal man, is also what we're dealing with here. The patriarchy would have used that as well, because we all have it subliminally, but the patriarchy might have used that, saying, hey, you were guilty of that, so that's one reason why we're getting out of here. Now, the Kabbalah, for those who are interested in that, is a tree of life, remember? We've already unpacked that in the Trees of Life book and even in earlier sections of this program. But is picked up by the patriarchy, the Jews, because they're plagiarizing the traditions of the sisterhood. And here's one perfect example. They just superimpose their God on it. And everything from their temple to the menorah, the twin pillars, it all comes out of these goddess traditions. We could talk a lot about the Kabbalah and how it was plagiarized. But the Eucharist, that even comes from the word Keres or Keres, Ceres, which is a goddess's name. The dress and the attire, time and time again we've pointed this out. It comes from somewhere, right? Here's the pine cone I was talking about earlier in the Vatican City with hundreds of other pagan symbols. But this is Cybele and her son lover symbol, goddess symbol. Moses at the burning bush, not a male symbol. Now you see, very few experts can actually explain why humanity has put up with this obnoxious status quo of the patriarchy. We said, yeah, well, it came into being because of the advent of writing, but let's not forget that ancestral trauma, the historical amnesia, the racial memory, and the antipathy towards the female. This also created a nice platform for the patriarchy. It forces us into their hands of the evil twin. You know, and subliminally what we're thinking is, well, that trauma, you know, if disaster happens once, right, a neurotic, paranoid person always thinks like that. If disaster can happen once, and it did, it can happen again. So don't rock the boat for Christ's sake. Obey the priest and the overlord and the Father on high. You know, to rebel isn't religious. And if you're not into religion, well, you have the same complex, but now it's bury yourself in work. Bury myself in my personal ambition. I'm not very religious, but I'm preoccupied with the world and getting ahead. The feminists are lost in their simple male hatred. A complete dead end, as we've been showing. There's no major solutions there anyway. And even psychologists are not pointing to this psychological aspect that we're addressing here. So it just makes the problem worse. Now, so far, we've been speaking through the program about the nature of their debauchery. Actually, we've avoided speaking about the nature of their debauchery and their evil that caused the breach in the rivalry. So we mentioned that there's a debauchery that caused this breach. But what kind of debauchery are we really talking about? Ishtar brought about the Great Flood, an earthly disaster story the Hebrews borrowed from the Sumerian and Babylonian accounts. They had a legend of an Eden, a golden age, which lasted until the arrival of women out of Jotunheim, the region of giants. So this is a Nordic legend that absolutely says that the catastrophes of the ancient times was caused by the females, the destruction of the earth. And once we understand this concept of the debauchery, it will also help us to explain this necrophiliac, disgusting imagery that we so often see, and tell us about the degenerate minds that produce it. This is, you know, a very, very key aspect. We already showed that the Shiadur sorcery of the Nordics, the raising of the dead, and all the different kinds of practices, and this emphasis on the skull and the underworld of the Sophianics and their representatives, and the weird syzygy, duad symbolism, the weird necrophiliac, vampiristic energy, the hallucinogenic, psychotropic symbolism always in attendance to the female. The stellar or astrological imagery, we've explained that a lot of this had to be done at certain times, appropriate times of the astrological calendar. It's kind of the heart of what's really going on. So we keep seeing it in modern ad copy today. Haven't a clue what it symbolizes, but we better start noticing it and being able to decode it, because it's all over the place. And again, more crucially, it's part of the atavism. When you're watching this or looking at this, especially as a young girl, your brain, it's like catching a fish, putting out a lure. Right? You can be, these people can be entraining an entire generation, and that's exactly what they are doing. But as we said earlier, there's a technical slant now because we're in the modern age. And how I like to present that, or just explain it, is that simply the whole idea of the matriarchs who've got old now, like they're not that useful anymore as virgin priestesses or channels, right? So part of their ritual is to try and literally, and I mean this literally, is transplant their consciousness into teenagers and even younger adolescents. They've been doing it for centuries. It's a long-term experiment. Of course, to do it, you need lots and lots of guinea pigs. So a lot of the ritual murders, these have been largely misunderstood. The abductions of children is involved in this. But now that we have the modern technology at our fingertips, there's been a change. And as per usual, it's men like Craig Venter and Aubrey de Grey and Stephen Thaler and a whole tribe of others who've been put out in the front to, you know, cover up what this genetic science is all about, and the genome projects and all the rest of it. It's about an occult ritual. Once upon a time, they tried in various ritual ways through deep mind control and lots of other things we can't get into now. But some of the stuff we've been touching upon, these incredibly strange rituals, to actually project their own consciousness literally into, like the golem, right? But the younger priestess. How do we do that? Can that be done now in a technological way? Right? They're dealing with blood. We're dealing with hormones here. And those hormones and blood is required. Hence these child abductions that are going on. Another way to look at it is maybe members of this original sisterhood have a congenital hereditary disease, just like, say, hemophilia or something a lot worse. And therefore the abductions of the children and all these weird ritual things that are going on in a society that people are really loath to even accept, yet there it is. The police know all about it. Well, what's that all about? Well, what about Countess Bathory? Right? Is there something going on here where they need infusions? The mother goddess of ancient Europe was similarly remembered as a devourer of children, says Donald Mackenzie. She took up her abode in a grim and lonely cavern, and there changed into a malicious and greedy monster who in envy and despair stole and killed the children of more fortunate mothers. So when you're seeing these horrors in the media, it doesn't first come to us. It looks vampiristic, but we don't factor in the whole idea of menstrual blood and how for hundreds of thousands of years this was a key emblem of these female cults. As we said, it's mixed with opium, it's mixed with Amanita muscaria, it's mixed with snake venom, and maybe even the sacrificial blood of animals and even human beings who've been sacrificed. Jesus, if you're on this stuff repeatedly, like some of the people we're dealing with here, their own blood, their own urine is going to be saturated with hallucinogenic substances. They're like living mushrooms, living poppies. That's how they've been described. Now, me personally, I've been studying this since the 70s because of a bunch of very, very satanic killings that happened here in Belfast, not even a couple of miles away from where we're sitting right now. And working with great, great people like Jim Cairns and others. And then taking my findings and sounding them off the men who've actually met evil face to face. The great Ted Gunderson, who just confirms it. Yeah, it's happening, mate. I'm right there on the scene. I've been looking into their eyes. And Kathy O'Brien, the revelations coming out from Arizona Wilder, Bryce Taylor, whistleblowing this degenerate phenomena. And with the great Yuri Lina also confirming especially, he's an expert of the importance of the astrology in the changing of world affairs. So get his work, digest it, devour it. In Cagliostro's Egyptian rite, involved a virginal boy or girl as an oracle or even a priest. These virgins were known in Masonic circles as Kaloum, or the doves. Remember the Sibyls? But here they are. Here's the Sibyls in another mode, as sacrificial victims. Well, we have Persephone resurrecting Adonis, and she's the goddess of the underworld. It's death, but it's also rebirth. Oh, and just as a matter of coincidence, what was Cagliostro's personal motto? It's not motto, emblem, symbol. Any guesses? A caduceus. Well, you find it in the ancient times and you can find it in modern times. It's so old, it's not old. So watch out. And maybe the death is really a metaphor for the journey into the underworld. To win the hidden Stygian goddess's secret powers. This is what they're into. As I said, they have atavistic minds. And then you return to the world as her representative. So the younger woman goes through a bunch of initiations. I mean, they're doing it right on top of the pops now. They're doing it right in front of your media. And then she comes back, restoring the goddess's power, just like Meritaten and others had done in the past. And if you know where to look, they're whistleblowing it. Insiders cryptically letting us know what they've gone through and what is entailed. Many references to the symbols we've been looking at, like the rose and so on. But this atavism, as I said, the consciousness they have is not like ours. And they want to regress the whole of the world, and they found a way of doing it through the media. Remember we said even in another section that their atavism is also the possession that they have of supernatural beings, right, from taking the potions. They're in contact with what they think is supernatural entities. They're directing the apparition. So in one way, this Stygian sisterhood, the Sophianics, are not even in control of the agenda. They do as they're told from something that was conjured centuries ago by their minds, took birth in the depths of their minds. But it's loose in the world. And as haters of men, the patriarchy hates them, well, they hate the men too, and you can see this in every area of the media. As haters of men, They also hate the Sophics, their Sophic sisters. Then they attempt to go out there and desecrate the male identity. They'd like nothing better than to have most men turned into slavish eunuchs like before. And hell, the way men are acting, they're going to succeed. And they've got, well, let's use the word in parentheses, they've got men who actually are out there helping them, helping to effeminize an entire generation, making victims docile and spiritually dead. Why is that? It's just like what I told you, the ritual. You find difficulty transplanting your consciousness because there's too much self-will, even in the past, in the Victorian era and all the way down. There's too much self-will. But if you can infantilize a generation, if you can prepare them for lifelong adolescence over the years, moving right into the 21st century, they'll be now so goddamn blank and so docile and so apathetic and so completely personality-less that the job of transplanting is going to be a breeze. But to do it, you've got to go through a process. A very interesting process that needs to be studied. And these agents, as I said, will tell you symbolically who they are and what they're doing. These nincompoops and degenerates out front, these Pied Pipers and roll-up merchants, organ grinders, tenderizing the public with all of their baloney. These top fashion tycoons and celebrity makers, knee-deep in occultism and Satanism and evil. And these maggots aren't helping the cause of women. You can't go into a female's house today with not piles of this junk lying in the corner. The adult women are exposing their daughters to this pestilence and helping to empty out what's left of a moral conscience so women don't even know what's going on. So, that's why I tell women, don't you throw your fists in my face over projects like this. On the contrary, get out there and do your job. You're the women, aren't you? It's sick women who are draining the life force out of your daughters. Get out there and do your job. Help to expose this cult and take them down. The future of womankind rests with you. Now that you know exist, get out there and put an end to them. Start purchasing. It's been done before, it can be done again. Stop purchasing the magazines that their agents are putting out. You are the largest purchasers of the print media in the world. And you're also the main consumers of most things in the world. So don't have your children exposed to this muck. Get your kids off watching the commercials and the sick shows. Warn them that their minds are being contaminated, that their minds are under attack from this Black Lodge. And then they become aware of it and go, yeah, I got it. That's sick. It's horrible. Is this what you want? Is this what you're paying for? Have you any idea of the consequences? All through the media, we're being told. In different forms, from A to Z. Mind control. A wide variety, you see, that gets into this. Helping to, some of them help us, others are, again, tenderizing us. Some portraying women in a terribly evil way, which isn't good. But it's all right if they're trying to whistleblow something going on. What I'm saying is teach your children to be symbol illiterate. Take an interest. This pestilence is pouring in, and it's more and more and more as we're going down. And it has a ritual, occult purpose. And some of the richest tyrants, right, demagogues who work for these organizations, but it may be a male out the front. This is the pattern. Don't let that fool you. So teach your children well, Now, interestingly, another point to make here is that the Sophianic sisterhood, right, is actually okay with the defeat that they suffered at the hands of the patriarchy. I know this sounds odd, but it's true. And it's for two main reasons. First is that although the extremist patriarchs are technically rivals, did I not tell you that they served a purpose to destroy the Sophics? So the age-old rivalry that existed for hundreds of thousands of years between the Sophics and the Sophianics was resolved by the rise of patriarchy. So the Sophianics go, hey, it's like the mafia, using somebody else to destroy their enemies. It delighted the Sophianics no end. They used the patriarchs as the hammer, you see, to crush their own rivals. For us, the human race, it was a devastating loss, incalculably devastating. Secondly, the Sophianic sisterhood are not really interested in open political control. As I said, they're shadowy, they're in the background. They're not interested in maintaining an obvious architecture of power, in which the slave is a conscious slave. What the hell? That's not going to work. They're not interested in that. They prefer utter anonymity and utter secrecy, which guarantees their survival, obviously. but it helps them to have subliminal control over this remote control sheep. It's sorcery they're interested in, not magic. The age-old conflict between the Sophianics and the Sophics. To these Sophianics, men, they're needed, but they're despised. The sisterhood would, as I say, prefer to have rid of them completely. They're not inherently important. They're merely worker ants, some sacrificial victims. And in fact, if you're tracking the social changes that are coming, it's going to mean the end of men as an active family member, or any of the traditional roles that they've enjoyed. Those are all being rolled up right now. In the last couple of slides of this section, make the point that, look, it's not simply a war between the sexes as has been presented to us in this banal way. It's a war between these groups, the Sophianics and the Sophics, with the latter working, or sorry, the former working the hardest to recruit women to their side. So this recruitment is going on in your living room, in your television set. Now once this new generation has been sufficiently hollowed out, spiritually raped, they'll be ready to be possessed and sacrificed, enslaved to evil. And I believe these necromantic experiments have been going on for centuries, as I've said, in one form or another. Attempts have failed really for various reasons. And the main reason is the self-will of the host. They couldn't find anyone docile enough. They couldn't find anybody watery enough. Have you ever watched the ad copy in which women are sort of crippled? They can't even walk on their own feet, or they've got no heads? And believe me, the trouble is going to continue as long as young girls continue to be, buying into it. But the change is that they will fall the moment that you, with your dollars and your pounds, you stop investing in it. Then the young girls are not exposed to these magazines and their lures. And as long as their mothers educate their daughters correctly. So we'll take a very short break and move into the conclusion of this program with some final remarks.
Tap into the power grid, cross the meridian, ley line. Tap into the power grid, cross the meridian, ley line. Tap into the power grid, cross the meridian, ley line. Tap into the power grid, cross the meridian.
So we move into the concluding section here, but as we said, we moderns have really no memory of these events that we're talking about. We're walking around as some sort of somnambulist, sense-infatuated, preoccupied with a lot of minutiae, and going about actually trying to destroy what's left of our moral conscience and our selfhood, our soul, as we would say in religious terminology. No clue about how to turn things around, and utterly ignorant, as I've been saying through my work, of the anatomy of evil. And if there's a new Akhenaten around, right, a new boss, we'll throw ourselves at his feet. We can't wait to have the next solar hero and Pied Piper turning up. In fact, anyone will suffice. Now, since we're in a summary mode, let's look at the three main stages that negatively affected history. There was more than three, but the three are important. The original genocide of man, an incalculable disaster in physical terms, but the trauma that it did to the mind is equally, in fact more, what am I talking about? More disastrous, because we're carrying it around right now. Then there's the subsequent debauchery and corruption of the sisterhood, which we've been unpacking and showing you how it led to the malignant masculinity. And I hope you've nailed that, so that when the feminists are talking, you go, yeah, you got about 20% of it, carry on, I know more. And then, of course, the ambition of Meritaten herself. Let's make that number 3. Here's a woman whose own ambition, whose own activities, and her daughters and descendants have utterly changed the face of the world. She decided to remain in the background. That was already a tradition set in Egypt anyway. And it's the same now with the many fraternities and even theologies that you get, right? The idea of the public gods for the holy Joes and all the rest of it. And then this private worship going on. And she's after something that must be kept secret, the restoration of her father's empire of the sun. And if she was alive now, I don't know if she'd think it happened. Who knows? He was the Lion of Judea, and the lion became the symbol of the British Empire because Britain became the new centre, as we said briefly, and I went into in great depth in my Irish Origins books. Told that story there. Right? And we noticed the trident being the syndicate and the Atonist symbolism, but then the female, the presence of that female. And the males being the officers, the functionaries who rule the masses, pull the strings, keep the ship of state afloat, while the real occult work of a much more sinister nature goes on behind the scenes. Then we got religion on the other side. This brand or that brand, we'll not just monotone you, we'll give you what you want. We'll take care of your emotional anxiety. It's Heckle or Jekyll, right? And pacify all the useful idiots out there. And then we have fraternities in schools, fraternities in all sorts of areas to prevent the good people speaking out. And as I said, any brand at all, you'll find it. Just pull the lever, push the button, and there you'll have a brand that suits you. For this age, the ones in the previous age didn't work. Hey, we'll spring clean it. We'll upgrade it. And the smarter types who do have a bit of knowledge, they become ambitious, and they're awarded, aren't they? These pricks, these politicians, these statesmen. They rarely get to the real thrones of power, but their little megalomaniac, little man desires are satiated easily. It's not difficult. And even some pompous nincompoops are promoted to the people's champions, the do-gooders. They reach out to the disenchanted, Joe Sixpack. He doesn't know what it's all about, but he might take it if there's some sort of pop stars thrown up the charts that starts babbling some pseudo-socialism, some pseudo-politics. Bill Gates has only got it, and the tears are falling down their face. Is he a Pied Piper? It's nice if you're already a member of one of these societies, and it's nice if you have the charisma that works as a Pied Piper. You have a little bit more chance of getting ahead than the other guy. The women will love it. And then they allow you to go and play at world control, just like you say, hey kid, go and play with your trains or something. Go and play navigator. We're really steering the ship, but we don't mind if you play around with it. It doesn't work. It's like daddy's car, right? Go and play. It's sitting in the driveway. It's not going anywhere, but you can pretend. And of course, this all meant you couldn't put this architecture in without the installation of these rigid hierarchies, which is a pestilence in itself. Even our cityscapes are now based on this pyramidical mumbo-jumbo. We're living in their world. They created it. We're living right in the middle of a pyramid. Hell, there's another hierarchy behind the one we're living in. And then, look, if nothing of that works, if the imperial boss doesn't work, and the priest's religion isn't working, we'll just open the floodgates. There's plenty of liquor, there's plenty of drugs. Look at this drug. They're a Dionysian cult anyway. It's in their back pocket. These guys have been doing it for thousands of years, no problem. So for the dropout nation and the pseudo-rebel, no problem, wheel it out. Right? We'll promise you happiness in a pill. You're a broken soul anyway, helping to create a broken world. We can handle that, that's no problem. And we know now, slowly now we're getting to grips with the fact that these oligarchs rule our world, and one is sicker than the other. And so what I'm just saying in this presentation is, look, there's no reason to believe that even a more elusive group of psychopaths doesn't exist behind them. I mean, we've got to get our minds around that. Because it is demonstrably provable that there are many organizations and societies operating behind official orgs. The question remains where to look today. Go to the Female Illuminati website, make your own choice, make a bet on which one or group of them, those who came west, those who are living in Europe or an eastern branch, whatever you want. If you need more research in that, go to Ralph Ellis, my colleague. He'll tell you all about it. His superlative works improved vastly on books that were famous, like the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, cuts through all the lies surrounding Jesus and Mary, shows you that these House of Orange specifically is of Persian nobility, you see, and that Mary, the Mary that has been put before us in the Bible, is actually Mary Magdalene, is of that line. Her people then leave France and come to Holland. Then they come over with a House of Orange to Britain and to Ireland, you see. We've provided all this information for you in our works. And there's even a few alternatives for you. If you don't believe that the Meritaten was the bringer of the Sophianic priesthood, priestesses to Ireland, if you don't believe it was Mary, we've got another interesting anecdote. Edwin and Eadbald of Kent were allies, and Edwin arranged to marry Eadbald's sister, Aethelberg. Bede, the historian, notes that Eadbald could agree to marry his sister to Edwin only if he converted to Christianity. The marriage of Eadbald's Merovingian mother, Bertha, had resulted in the conversion of Kent, and Ethelberg's would do the same, you see, in Northumbria, the conversion. So, through that Merovingian line, at that particular date, there's a female strain of the Merovingian Templar, early female-dominated branch of the royals of France coming in through this model. So there's about three, and there's actually a lot more, but these are the three main ones to mull over, with, of course, the Meritaten visitation being, really top of the list. And then we need to see if they're still around later on. Well, you've got this coming in the 17th century of the French Merovingians through Mary and William de Gaulogne, making up the royal families who live today. You can go and knock on their door, you can visit them. This sisterhood is alive and well. So let's move on now to the final concluding remarks. Let me just open that up. Short section. We haven't had time through this program, long as it has been, and I thank you for sticking with us here, to explore or investigate other important symbols which connote this female power of presence. The symbols. We haven't had time to really get into the cataclysm that was unleashed by the early Nephilim queens. It's a very interesting subject. We didn't have time to really look at the etymological indicators, interesting letters like E, O, X, and S. Right, that S sound that you find in Isis and serpent and Sace and sister and Sith and cider. All of that is an interesting proof of their existence. And we certainly didn't get time in this presentation to delve into the question of female psychology. But I do think that we've got a grip on how false impressions have been created, all part of the great ritual that has been going on. And we're a bit clearer now on how we've been deceived, at least. And have some tools now to expose them to the light, just like any virus or bacteria, needs to be exposed to the light. And speaking of delusions and false impressions, I don't attribute anything positive to these fraternities. I don't wax lyrical about anything to do with Masonry, because I know that they're fronts for something very sinister. And I'm not under the hex, nor am I falling for any of their tales of utopias, and new world orders or any of that, and rebuilding of temples of Solomon's and all, or any of their stuff about doing charitable work. And I don't concur with your Da Vinci Code and other books of that nature that talk about Masonry being a front for the Sophics. I hope I've proved that that's simply not the case. They don't have the best intentions. The Sophics are legit, but they're not hiding behind Masonry. They wouldn't do that. I've said it before and I'll say it again, the facts that I'm sharing here are gleaned from an analysis of their own works, ladies and gentlemen, and their artwork, all right? It's all there for the trained eye to see. It's not conjecture or speculation. The etymology and the symbolism lead somewhere. Anyone can follow it, not just insiders. Anyone can follow it. I hope we understand also, more controversially, that man is not history's only malefactor, and that this notion must be totally reevaluated and rectified. The excessive cruelty and the intolerance of the patriarchal group, right, these malignant types, was a reaction to an even greater series of crimes perpetrated by a group of women, the Stygian group that still exists and can rise, with your help, to even greater power. So we see that the feminists have only a part of the picture, very myopic, tiny, tiny fragment of what's going on. And their account for the battle of the sexes is just woefully, inadequate. They've no clear account for the rise of that malignant patriarch. I mean, go ahead, find it, read it. Read the books of the leading feminists and ask and get them to tell you when these groups rose all over the planet, all over the world, or at least all over Europe. Why? Well, they're not going to tell you that. Of course there's going to be blanks there, because that has to deal with women's own criminal history, which they will never touch. So let me make my position clear about how ancient history impacts us. If women are walking around with false ideas about men's hatred towards them, and if men don't realize the roots of the female antagonism that they're feeling towards them, if it's not brought to consciousness and acknowledged, we have no chance of seeing positive change in the world. So, as important as it was to study male violence, now we need to turn the corner and start to study female violence, starting with envy. It's obviously stronger in some women than in others, but envy, even today, psychologists and sociologists know, women know, that it destroys relationships between women. Women to women, relationships are destroyed by envy. Well, it didn't exist in ancient times. Every single syndrome and neurotic tendency existed in ancient times, probably even more. And men must realize that the masculinity that they think they own is of the malignant type for the most part. That doesn't mean that they swing over to become some sort of docile homosexual type that you're seeing now being promoted all over the world. But women must understand that their past behavior brought the aggression into existence. That's important. And therefore, what will that do? It will return the women of the modern world into admiration of the male, as opposed to envy and denigration of the male. And that's the turning point right there. Now, fortunately, time will not permit us to go further into that subject. I hope to deal with it in later works. Before I finish, I'll recommend Age of Manipulation. It's all pertaining to what we're talking about here. The Brotherhood of Death series, which you can just type that in or go to unslaved.com. My Irish Origins books and program. And of course, you're welcome to go over to the Female Illuminati website. We'll finish now. We've already had fantastic comments from you on Facebook about today's presentation. It went on a little bit extended, but we've concluded. So thank you for that. Thank you for tuning in to this thesis. It's been a lot of hard work to get it together. Thanks to Chris and Dave specifically for believing in the thesis and coming over to Ireland to get this done on such an auspicious day as Beltane, in my home country, which is really great for me as an Irishman to have that privilege to be able to do that. And again, thank you. Stay in contact with us through the social media, and again, contact us if something wasn't clear. We might be doing other interviews and installments of this down the line, and keep checking back with the websites. But again, my personal thanks on this very auspicious day of Beltane. Thank you each and all for joining us. This is a great way to kickstart a subject which I hope will be talked about and thought about for decades to come, so we can really see some positive change on this planet by facing hard facts, difficult facts, controversial facts, but it's all in a good cause to end this war on consciousness, which has been going on for millennia now. Be seeing you.
Sacred nature's greater design, a higher essence of being, we as a people combine. Show me the way, shaman, show me tonight. The elders tell of a tale of galactic insight, illuminating the trail of the crystal light. When the planets align and the people unite as one. and we're connected as a collective, lost in our minds. Consciousness has evolved from logical to intuitive, fine-tuned will. A universal presence, a residue of the heavens. Sublime truth transcends